I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Disintegration of the Heavenly Demon. More than 30,000 monks were caught in a bitter battle. Many low-level monks' meridians had been damaged and ached because of frequent absorption and output of profound energy. After the battle, they would inevitably need a long time to recuperate. But no one dared to stop now. The two battle formations could only fight against the demons. Once they relaxed, it would be a crisis of destruction. It was unknown how many of the more than 30,000 monks could escape. What was even more terrifying was that once the demon devoured these people, he would definitely be able to advance to the supreme cultivation level. Then the whole South Continent would be in a catastrophe, and even the relatives of these monks would die. So for themselves and their loved ones, all the monks had to fight desperately and fight the demon to the end. They also firmly believed that there was no reason to outlast the demon. In fact, the demon was also in danger. The demonization process of Anon was not complete, and the transformation of the spirit veins into the demon spirit veins was barely completed. The spirit vein level was only level 5, and the heavenly demon lord did not leave much foundation, resulting in the demon being unable to replenish the demon energy before he could kill the monks, thus obtaining their blood essence and soul, and transforming himself into demonic energy. But now the monks have all run away. How can he catch them? All that is left is the battle formation. Retreat. Retreat. Contain fire the black crystal cannon. Boom. 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 The only monks with few people on the battlefield are the 8 warships, which have about 300 to 500 people on them. As soon as the demon's divine sense swept through, Lin Xiao reacted and immediately ordered a retreat. The warships retreated straight back. The battle formation also tried its best to contain them. The demons failed to break through the blockade after several attacks. This boosted the morale of the monks and increased their attack strength. As the demon energy was consumed, the demons became weaker and weaker, and it became more and more difficult to resist. The monks still showed great potential. Failed at the last moment. The demon sighed in his heart. There were many demons who descended into this world, but they had never succeeded. This time he was the closest to success. After all, there was a drought giant to help him. What a pity. Demon disintegration explosion. The demon was very decisive. Seeing that he was getting weaker and weaker and unable to escape the encirclement of the monks, he immediately chose to self-destruct and use the magic of demon disintegration. Defense. Defense. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The two battle formations and Lin Xiao were extremely terrified. The power of the 8th level monk's self-destruction was simply unimaginable. At the last moment, Lin Xiao even directly abandoned the monks in the warship and directly operated the burning lamp technique to the extreme. His figure instantly disappeared hundreds of miles away. Boom. A loud earth-shaking sound appeared. Lin Xiao saw a burst of white light and then an extremely strong energy, which blew him away directly, blowing Lin Xiao dozens of miles away and hitting him heavily on the ground. Lin Xiao fell with stars in his eyes. His soul was shaken, and his head seemed to explode. He quickly stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth, operated the technique to refine it, and with a little mysterious energy, Lin Xiao flew up again and rushed back to the battlefield. The first thing he saw was 8 warships. The warships were already damaged. Lin Xiao checked them one by one. There were countless casualties in the warships. None of the monks on the deck survived. Only the monks protected by the core formations inside survived. Lin Xiao asked them to save themselves and then flew up again. The place where the demon exploded had formed a huge pit with a radius of about 10 miles and a depth of tens of meters. Countless corpses were scattered in the huge pit. Ahem. Someone flew over. Lin Xiao looked carefully and saw 19 people, all of whom were monks in the Shengsu period and Jinshan period. Everyone looked quite embarrassed. Many people were injured, but no one was dead. Lin Xiao. Elder Yang, how is the situation? There are heavy casualties. Let's save people quickly. Let's do it together. This is the essence of Lin Xiao. Okay, 20 people did not dare to delay. They took out healing pills one by one and quickly rushed to the huge pit to save some seriously injured monks. 20 people kept opening storage bags one by one, searching for healing elixirs from them. Otherwise, how could they save tens of thousands of people with only the stock of 20 people? Master. Don't talk. Master, I. Swallow it. Lin Xiao found Jia Mengren. Jia Mengren's chest was covered in blood and flesh. He was seriously injured and was dying. Lin Xiao stuffed the best medicine into his mouth and then refined the medicine himself. Jia Mengren fainted, but his breath slowly calmed down. He should not be in danger of death. Lin Xiao then turned around to save others. At this time, Lin Xiao also had a little selfishness. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect must be ranked first, followed by the disciples of Wu Go, and then the disciples of Wei Go, Qian Luogo, and Ziluogo. Try to save people you know. Lin Xiao is not a saint. The current situation is that more than 30,000 people are either dead or injured. Lin Xiao can't save these people at all. Half a day later, reinforcement arrived. They were the troops that had been scattered before, and the troops stationed in the surrounding immortal cultivation countries. With the arrival of the reinforcement, Lin Xiao and others relaxed a little. Everyone, casualties are inevitable. Now is the time to collect the spoils. The scene is quite chaotic. 20 of us will be spread across Anan country, expand our spiritual sense, and monitor the cultivators. Elder Raoyang, this. Elder Raoyang is right. The immortal cultivation world in Nanzhao lost tens of billions of black crystals in this battle. If all the countries have to share the losses, the financial resources of many countries will collapse. Before, we saved lives, but now we have to keep the financial resources as much as possible, and not let anyone fish in troubled waters. Okay, let's do it this way. The 20 people reached an agreement, and then spread out in Anan. If the consciousness of each Shengsu period cultivator was expanded, it could extend thousands of miles. Anan was so big that 20 people were enough. As more and more reinforcement came, the 20 people kept ordering that all the spoils of war should be handed over and not be kept privately. When the souls of cultivators above the Shengsu period were swept by, most people did not dare to take the opportunity to do anything. Some of the bold ones were immediately caught by Lin Xiao and others, and executed to shock the cultivators. Soon after, the law enforcement team on the battlefield was established. Lin Xiao and others slowly relaxed their consciousness, and took care of their injuries. You must know that when the demon exploded, the first to bear the brunt were these high-level cultivators, and they were also injured. 7 days later, the Sun family of Wusun State. Now the Sun family has become a gathering place for the wounded from various countries in Nanzhao. The healing pills from various places have been mobilized, which are enough to keep most of the seriously injured cultivators alive. The losses were also initially counted. In the Battle of Anan, more than 100,000 monks from various countries in Nanzhao died. The first large-scale death was when the giant Hanba appeared. 100,000 monks were defeated, and about 10,000 people died. The second large-scale death was when the soul-killing sect counterattacked. The heavenly demon lord broke through the godly void stage, and led the demon cultivators to defeat the 300,000 strong army of monks, with more than 30,000 dead. Next was the slaughter of the heavenly demon clones, which also exceeded 30,000. Those godly void stage clones slaughtered ordinary monks as easily as killing chickens. Finally, the heavenly demon exploded. At that time, the battle formation of more than 30,000 people caused more than 10,000 deaths on the spot, and thousands of people were seriously injured and died. In addition, there were thousands of deaths in the fight between the two sides in the previous scout battle. If we count the monks who were slaughtered in Anan, to summon the extraterritorial demons and the monks who were demonized and then killed by the monks, the number of dead on the monks' side must exceed 200,000. Among these 200,000 people, Lingguan monks saved more than 30 people. Fortunately, all Lingguan monks of Tiansheng Sect survived, but the injuries of 3 people were very serious, which might affect their Taoism. Lin Xiao would have to worry about their future treatment. The casualties of Daogang monks exceeded 3,000 people, which directly affected the future of many countries. At least 1/10 of these 3,000 people could have gone further. They could have reached the Lingguang and Shengsu stages. There were also hundreds of people whose Taoism was cut off. If there was no chance to defy the heavens, their cultivation in this life would not be able to rise any further. The casualties of Zifu monks exceeded 10,000 people. The rest were Ningmei monks. They had the lowest cultivation, the largest number of people, and the most casualties. In addition, there were more than 30,000 wounded people who needed treatment, including more than 5,000 seriously injured people. No one knew what happened to these seriously injured people in the end, and no one dared to predict it anyway. Another thing is the loss of financial resources, which cannot be predicted in a short time. The 400,000 troops blocked Annan for nearly a month, and the consumption was an astronomical figure. The spiritual talismans, elixirs, and magic tools consumed in the direct battle were also countless. In short, this was a tragic victory. My ancestors, let's go and pay our respects to the heroes. 3 days later, Bao Hangsong informed everyone that the monks who died in the battle had been cremated and buried collectively at the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Because of the self-explosion of the demon, the spiritual vein of Tiansheng Sect was completely broken. The cost of restoring it was too high, no less than upgrading a 5th level spiritual vein, so it had been abandoned and used as a cemetery by the monks. In these 10 days, 1,000 monks and tens of thousands of mortal craftsmen rushed to make more than 100,000 tombstones. Although there were too many people who could not be counted, it was not much different. More than 100,000 people. In front of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate, Bao Hangsong felt particularly heavy. The mountains were full of tombstones, covering 5 mountain tops. The world of immortal cultivation, especially the world of Lin Xiao, had not seen such a tragic battle for a long time. Even the war of annihilation would not be so tragic. Welcome offer flowers. It was not only Lin Xiao and his people who came to pay tribute, but also countless cultivators. Most of them were relatives and friends of the cultivators who died in the battle, and they came to see them off for the last time. There are many disabled monks in this war. It will be very miserable for them when they return. It is better to place them in the cemetery and let them clean and look after it from time to time. This cemetery should be preserved in the future. It is best for all of your younger disciples to bring them to have a look. It is these people who have preserved our Taoist tradition, and it is their sacrifice that has preserved Lin Xiao. They should serve as a warning to future generations. When dealing with demons and ghosts and evil spirits, we must never show mercy, but must be cautious and eradicate them completely, otherwise this will be the end. Lin Xiao said to everyone before leaving, and everyone agreed. If Lin Xiao had not worked together this time, it would have been really dangerous. Chapter 577, Battle Damage Statistics. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. At this time, the seriously injured who survived had basically stabilized their injuries, and the lightly injured had also recovered. After hundreds of thousands of monks from Annan searched back and forth hundreds of times, they killed all the remaining demon cultivators they could find. At the final stage, the main thing was to reward the war merits and provide compensation for the war losses in the war against Annan, which undoubtedly required a lot of resources. So the high-level monks met again at the goddess peak of Song Kingdom in advance. The precise war losses have come out. In the battle against Annan, the Lin Xiao coalition forces lost 18,654 people. 5,632 people were injured and disabled and missing. The person who presided over the meeting was Tan Minglan. He did not include the monks who died in Annan in the statistics. The entire sect of Annan died, and most of the monks did not need compensation, and the statistics were meaningless, so only the casualties of the Lin Xiao coalition forces were counted. After the casualties, there are the resource data. After a war, the equivalent of tens of billions of black crystals of resources were spent. The elixirs used to treat the wounded alone were worth more than 1 billion. Then came the key points of war merit rewards and pensions. More than 100,000 people died in the South Continental Coalition, and their families must be compensated. There are also those who have made meritorious service, and those who are disabled. If there is no reward at all, the next South Continental Coalition will not be able to be formed. According to our calculations, the pensions for those killed and injured will cost 3 billion mysterious crystals alone, and the rewards for military merit are too numerous to count. Now the resources we have are greatly insufficient, and I'm afraid we have to recruit them. Fellow Daoist Tan, have you decided on how to deal with the Kingdom of Annan? Master Lin, do you mean to give away Annan as a resource? Yes, the kingdom of Anan has been destroyed, and less than 30,000 of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators survived. In addition, all the businesses of the countries in the southwest of our south continent in Anan have been destroyed, and their resources are gone. According to the rules, if the kingdom of Anan is restored, they are obliged to pay compensation, but the reality is that they can't afford it, so Anan must give it out as a reward for military merit. The business entered the Xiuxian city to do business, paid taxes, circulated resources, and prospered the city, so the Xiuxian city must give them shelter. If they fail to do so, they must compensate. This is a must. The resources of the Beiqing business were plundered in Anan, and the monks were killed. Originally, Anan was to be held responsible, but now that they have destroyed the country, it is impossible to hold them accountable, so Anan must be taken out for disposal. My Song country also appealed. The Red Tower of our Tiansheng Sect was destroyed in Anan. If they want to restore their country, we must ask them to compensate. Can they afford it? The Shengsu period monk of Song country also immediately agreed with Lin Xiao's opinion. They couldn't let their own interests suffer losses in vain. Well, then we will compensate Anan with the resources it had in the past. Anan covers an area of more than 10,000 miles. Although one of the two 5th level spiritual mountains was destroyed, and the other was polluted, there are still a large number of low level spiritual mountains, as well as millions of mortals. We'll see who needs the land then. Forget it for us. Let's give it to the small countries. My Wu country doesn't want it either. Song country doesn't want it either. None of the Shengsu period cultivators present need it. Everyone's territory is too far away from Anan, and Anan is too close to the wilderness. It's not cost effective for them at all. Only the surrounding small countries can use it. Since Anan has taken it as a reward, then the resources we have to recruit can be greatly reduced. According to— Wait a minute, fellow Daoist Tan, I want to ask, are the 20 of us on the list of rewards? Well, fellow Daoist Key, I didn't count this. Everyone, do you think it should be counted? Tan Minglan suddenly hesitated. There was a moment of silence on the scene. Whether it should be counted or not was a very big question. Logically, in the entire war of Anan, these 20 people were the absolute main force, and had the greatest military merits. The two golden body monks were the leaders of the battle formation. They blocked the demon, and Lin Xiao alone restrained the demon, and saved countless monks, with outstanding merits. But the problem is, that they need to reward them. How should they reward? It is not so easy, to invite a golden body monk in the Shengsu period. In Zhongzhou, it is no longer possible to use black crystals to invite a golden body monk, to fight such a cruel war. It is necessary to use precious treasures. Even a Shengsu period monk needs hundreds of millions of black crystals or related monks. In other words, once these 20 people are awarded, the amount of the reward must be at least 40 to 50 billion. If these 40 to 50 billion are to be shared by various countries, then there will be problems. The small countries have already recruited them once before, and with the rewards and pensions of the other monks, 20 billion is not enough. It is possible that some small countries will go bankrupt directly, which will become an act of exploiting various countries. Senior Wu, Senior Rao Yang, you are our seniors. What do you think? Fellow Daoist Key, we have no experience in this kind of thing. Don't look for me. Yes, don't look for me either. I'm used to being the ancestor, and everything is done by the subordinates. Don't look for me. Master Lin, you have the most experience. What do you think? My Wu country's foundation is too weak, and we have never dealt with this kind of thing. It's useless for you to look for me. Lin Xiao hurriedly shook his head. Kidding. Can you talk about this kind of thing casually? If you say reward, you will directly offend the 100 kingdoms of Nansao. If you don't reward, you will directly offend the 19 Shengsu period and Jinshan period. You are neither a human nor a person, so naturally you can't express your opinion. Then there must be an opinion. How about an anonymous vote? Find some materials to isolate the divine consciousness, and we will each write down our opinions. Okay, this is okay. Lin Xiao's opinion was agreed, and he immediately found the materials to isolate the divine consciousness. Lin Xiao wrote down the opinion of not rewarding, and then handed it in. However, when the announcement was made, it turned out that 19 of them agreed to reward. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao's reaction and guessed what Lin Xiao wrote. But no one would agree not to reward. The Shengsu stage and the Jinshan stage also need resources. This time they can exploit small countries openly, and they don't even have to take out strategic resources such as Lingming pills. Of course, they won't miss it. As for the life and death of small countries, what does it have to do with them? If there is any fault, it is that you are too weak. Lin Xiao did not accuse them to their face, but Lin Xiao found Tan Minglan privately. If it was not stopped, the whole Nansao would probably bleed. Fellow Daoist Tan, do you think we really need to be rewarded according to our military merits? Does sect leader Lin sympathize with those small countries? Yes, I know that many countries don't have good financial resources. The Overlord sect only has an annual income of 10 or 20 million, and I don't know if there is a surplus of 1 million every year. According to the resource consumption this time, each country will have to bear an average of 100 or 200 million Zuan crystals. They will go bankrupt immediately, and the whole South continent will be plunged into war. But do you know that, if you reward according to military merit, you are the first meritorious person? Fellow Daoist Tan, Lin is not short of this Zuan crystal. I know that sect leader Lin is doing well in Tiansheng City, with an annual income of tens of millions of Zuan crystals. But does sect leader Lin know that the other 19 fellow Daoists may only have tens of millions of properties in their hands? Low-level cultivators are fighting desperately with demon cultivators, but we don't have any. We have consumed a lot of elixirs, we can't afford to lose money, right? Tan Minglan replied, low-level cultivators risked their lives to fight with the demon cultivators, and higher-level cultivators didn't rest either. Everyone was fighting at the risk of their lives. If low-level cultivators could be rewarded, then higher-level cultivators would be rewarded for everything. And Lin Xiao is not short of money, but it doesn't mean that others are not short of money. Being short of money is the norm for high-level cultivators. Fellow Daoist Tan has a point. High-level cultivators have to be rewarded, but fellow Daoist Tan also needs to know that a large part of our sect's financial income, whether it is Kikin, Song State or even our Wu State, is earned by trading companies. If you empty the financial resources of each country, how will the trading companies operate? What if no one buys the elixirs, magic tools, and magic arrays you create? The entire Nansao will become a stagnant pool, which will damage the interests of the overall situation. The overall situation of the entire Nansao. How much cargo does Zuanayu City of Xianayu Sect handle every year, and how many of these cargoes are from the hundreds of countries in Nansao? Without the support of tens of millions of cultivators from the hundreds of countries in Nansao, will Zuanayu City still be Zuanayu City? Master Lin also has a point. What do you think should be done? You know everyone's opinions. Tan Minglan nodded and agreed with Lin Xiao's opinion. If everyone has no money, how should Zuanayu City do business? The entire Nansao will also be in trouble, but he must pay attention to the opinions of the ancestors. Xianayu Sect is not willing to offend people for no reason. Take half of the reward, which not only protects the basic interests of the family, but also can make good connections, benefit tens of millions of cultivators, and make low-level cultivators grateful. I'm afraid I have to discuss this with the other ancestors. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Daoist Tan, and you must tell them that this is for the overall situation of Nansao, and for our own interests. We should have a long-term vision. Well, I understand. Tan Minglan nodded, and then Lin Xiao left. After a few days, the rewards began to be announced. The rewards of the 20 ancestors were reduced, but not by half, but by 70%. According to the data of pension rewards, the countries in Nansao need to recruit 17 billion Zuan crystals in total, all of which are allocated to the recruitment of various countries. When this news came out, all countries wailed, with the least millions of Zuan crystals, the most tens of millions of Zuan crystals, and the big countries hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals. However, the big countries have large territories and many sects. Once the internal sharing is shared, the pressure is actually smaller. The forces within the borders of those small countries are also too small to be smaller, so it is difficult to share them. but the feedback from all countries was rejected by the alliance on the grounds that they were fighting on the same battlefield and higher level cultivators also needed rewards, otherwise they would not take action if there was another demon cultivator riot next time. As for the countries that refused to give, they would not destroy your country this time, but marginalize you. In the future, you will not be allowed to enter places like Beiyu City and Xianyu City. If you enter, they will deal with you. This forced all countries to bite the bullet and recognize this conscription system. All countries began to gather resources and hand them over to the alliance. The alliance began to issue pensions and rewards. According to the military merits, Lin Xiao was the first person in military merits, and his role even exceeded that of the two golden elders. Chapter 578, Appeasing the Three Kingdoms. Lin Xiao alone could not stop the opinions of the entire South Continent Alliance, nor did he think they were wrong. It was just a matter of interest, and it was purely a matter of where to sit. Someone from the Alliance was in charge of things, so Lin Xiao left and came to Uyghur. This time, Uyghur, Qianluoguo, and Zuluoguo all suffered heavy losses. There were spiritual monks killed in Qianluoguo and Zuluoguo, so Lin Xiao had to come here to appease them. Lu Chuan, what are the losses of Uyghur? Nearly 20,000 people were killed in the battle. We have more than 3,000 disciples in Tiansheng Sect, and more than 1,000 were injured. What do the other sects think? The response was huge. Even if they received rewards and pensions, the resources would be equal. It's equivalent to people dying in vain. I know, but I have no right to object to the affairs of the Nanzhao Alliance. I know, Master. Now the key is the issue of post-war self-rescue. So many people died. If they are not replenished, I'm afraid Uyghur will have a hard time in the future. Lu Chuan, what do you want to do? Formally incorporate Uyghur into the Uyghur system and let the resources of Uyghur come in openly. Not appropriate. Lin Xiao shook his head. Uyghur was not the Uyghur of Tiansheng Sect. The other sects would not agree. Moreover, the two countries were too far apart. Rouge was very close, so it was okay to directly put it under the jurisdiction of Uyghur. What should I do? I, the ancestor, can't do this anymore. The people below are too dissatisfied. I'll find a way to give you some support. How about this? I'll have someone give you the secret recipe of kindling wine. You imitate kindling wine and start brewing wine. The sect won't pursue it. How about that? I'm afraid that kindling wine alone won't have much effect. This is the best I can do. Wu Kingdom suffered heavy losses this time. Among the 6,000 cultivators, less than half survived. Lin Xiao shook his head. Wu Kingdom lost money in this operation, but the losses were all from 6 sects. The other sects only lost some financial resources, but overall, Wu Kingdom lost money. That's the only way. Qianluo Kingdom and Zuluo Kingdom are also in a miserable situation. The leader may have to appease them a little bit. I know. I'll go now. Wei Kingdom will be handed over to you. I'll have the sect send some people to help you. Lin Xiao nodded. He stayed in Wei Kingdom for 3 days, then went to Qianluo Kingdom and met Emu. Emu did not go to the war this time, but one of his junior brothers died, and he was a close junior brother to him, which made Emu particularly sad. Master Lin, fellow Daoist, I'm sorry, thank you very much. I know that this time it was the decision made by the South Continent Alliance. Master Lin, there is no need to say more. The South Continent Alliance is a South Continent Alliance, and my Wu Kingdom will never betray its promise. This time you sent troops, it was probably because of me. In this case, my Wu Kingdom must repay you. I have decided that our alliance will be closer in the future, and the commercial cooperation will be in depth. In addition, I will give you 4 Lingming pills from the next batch of Lingming pills for this. That's it, and my Wu Kingdom has replanted the Dao fruit tree, and the transaction of Dao base pills can be increased by then. Lin Xiao replied. Appeasement is not just a few nice words. Everyone can say nice words. The key is the interests. Lin Xiao took out real money to appease. Emu was also a little excited when he heard it. 4 Lingming pills were twice as much as those outside. Moreover, with these Lingming pills, they could also explain to the people below. The next Zenling grass of Qianluo country will mature in a few decades. By then, Qianluo country's financial resources will be restored, and there will be a chance to make further progress. He Mu now envied Wu country very much, because in Nanzhao, the Shengsu period cultivators were already enough to participate in decision making and had power. Otherwise, they could only passively arrange, which was very disadvantageous for the entire country. Later, Lin Xiao also went to Ziluo country and met Luo Mingjun. He also provided the same benefits. Luo Mingjun's reaction was similar, and the alliance of the three countries continued. After appeasing them all, Lin Xiao returned to Wu country and went around Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect, Shan Sect and Chunayang Palace, and also gave up some benefits to appease them. Lin Xiao kept giving up his interests, and the only one who suffered losses was the Tiansheng Sect. However, no one would object to Lin Xiao doing this. Under Lin Xiao's subtle influence, the top leaders of the Tiansheng Sect had already understood that the strength of the Tiansheng Sect not only required its own strength, but also required strong allies and friends. Therefore, uniting the Wu Kingdom has always been the focus of the Tiansheng Sect. Master Southern Chief, how are Jia Mengren and the others? They are all fine, but the meridians are too severely damaged, which has a great impact on their path. If they are not treated, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through to the Shengsu period. Arrange someone to send them to Zhongzhou. I will find a way, and will not let them sacrifice in vain. Lin Xiao nodded. Jia Mengren was Lin Xiao's direct disciple, and Tishi and Beizichan were Lin Xiao's important confidants. The key was that the three of them had good qualifications and great potential. Beizichan even reached the 7th level of Lingguang, and his potential was better than Basic C. It was just a matter of time before they broke through to the Shengsu period, so Lin Xiao had to help them. Yes, I will arrange it. How is the sect going? It's okay for now. Except for the Uyghur branch, our sect has sent out 1,000 people and only more than 300 people died in the battle. However, the resource consumption is too great. We can earn money again if we lose it. We don't lack this. I know, so the disciples in the sect are in a good mood now. After our guidance, any resentment is directed at the demon cultivators. That's good. Have you checked domestically? We have checked, and nothing has been found for now, but the mobility of independent cultivators is too poor, so we can't guarantee it. Nan Zuan replied. Since the fall of Anan, Wu State has conducted strict inspections on various sects to see if any disciples have been demonized, but ultimately no trace of demon cultivators was found. Where is Yinanayu? He's out on a mission. He hasn't been seen for several days. Notify him to come back. I want to see him. Yes, sect leader. 2 days later, Yinanayu returned to Tiansheng Sect and paid a visit to Lin Xiao. Sect leader, great harvest. Oh, tell me about it. From the fall of Anan to the destruction of the demon cultivators, a large amount of materials have entered Anan in the past few months, and the resources of our Anan business have also flowed out. I have found that 5 forces have colluded with the demon cultivators, and 3 of them have obtained solid evidence. Humph, I knew that the demon cultivator's strength is growing too fast. How could it be possible without external support? Lin Xiao said coldly. The demon cultivators occupied Anan for less than half a year. Although the demon cultivators advanced quickly, they also made up for it with the pure demonic energy when the extraterritorial demons descended, but it was still too fast. According to the statistics of the Alliance's spoils of war, the number did not match, so Lin Xiao secretly asked Jinanayu to investigate, and it really yielded results. Master, do you want to do it? Not yet. It is estimated that there is more than this. Keep digging, and I will wipe out their clan at that time. Lin Xiao was ruthless in his heart. In order to wipe out the demon cultivators, Nan Xiao sacrificed more than 100,000 people and tens of billions of Zuan crystals. These people dared to cooperate with the demon cultivators. They deserve to be exterminated. Okay, I'll have someone keep an eye on it. Remember, you must make it an ironclad case. I'll let the South Continent Alliance witness it when the time comes. Don't worry, Master, I'll definitely do it. What about the other things I asked you to check? Not done yet. No clues at all? Lin Xiao frowned. The Heavenly Demon Lord and the Heavenly Demon both use the Heavenly Demon's disintegration magical power, causing a lot of demonic thoughts to escape. These demonic thoughts parasitize the cultivators' bodies, slowly demonizing the cultivators and eventually reviving them through shells. This was the aftermath of the Anon War. All the major sects were actively looking for these demonic thoughts, but Lin Xiao had no way to do anything. Lin Xiao also felt somewhat helpless. The demonic cultivators were too harmful to the world of immortal cultivation. If it happened again, South Continent would really collapse. There are really no clues. We are about to launch an open investigation, but there is no way to investigate. There are still 300,000 cultivators alive on the battlefield, and tens of thousands of new cultivators went into search afterwards. The evil thoughts of the heavenly demon and the heavenly evil lord only need to find someone to parasitize. There is no resistance below the purple mansion. How can we investigate? Where is Xiao Beishan? He is not found either. Lin Xiao could understand that the evil thoughts were hard to find, but what about Xiao Beishan? This guy disappeared, which made Lin Xiao very angry. When Lin Xiao captured him, he originally wanted to force the Hanba giant to tell him the weaknesses and hidden secrets, but this guy refused to tell him even if he died. Lin Xiao just sealed his meridians and then went to fight. After the war, the person had disappeared. It is possible that he was destroyed by the self-explosion of the heavenly demon, but Lin Xiao thought he had run away again. It's possible that Xiao Beishan entered the wilderness. The wilderness? Are you sure? I can't guarantee it. Lin Xiao checked many of the disciples who were dispersed at that time. There was a group of people who fled south and entered the wilderness buffer zone. Several people saw a cultivator running on the ground. He had no body skills and no leaps. It is very likely him. Yunanayu replied. Even if low-level disciples cannot fly, they can use body skills to leap, which is much faster than simply running. But the man they saw ran. At that time, they thought it was a low-level cultivator with poor body skills, so they didn't think much about it. Xiao Beishan is a spiritual cultivator. His body is already very strong. It has been 2 days since I caught him, and the self-destruction of the demon. It was enough time for him to run more than 500 miles. The self-destruction of the demon should not affect him. Lin Xiao said after a moment of hesitation. The mortals in this world are very weak, at least in the eyes of immortal cultivators, but Lin Xiao knows that among the mortals in his previous life, strong men with good physical fitness can run 100 or 200 miles a day. Xiao Beishan's body, after being tempered by the mysterious energy, is definitely much stronger than the limit of mortals in his previous life. It is really easy for him to run 500 or 600 miles in 2 days. If he can grit his teeth and persevere, he can run thousands of miles. Master, I have sent people to check. If he has not broken free from the seal, or entered the depths of the wilderness, he can definitely be caught. It's difficult to catch him. Xiao Beishan is also a hero. If he was not caught at that time, it would be very difficult to catch him. Lin Xiao shook his head. The wilderness is so big, and there are only a few people in the night owl. Moreover, their cultivation cannot be low. Once it is low, they may be killed. This time, it is a bit troublesome. The 3 leaders of the demon country have all run away. It is a bit embarrassing to tell others. Let's look for it first. What if we can find it? It's up to you. I will give you another task. Monitor Anon country and never let the demon cultivators revive. Lin Xiao nodded. The spiritual veins of Anon country have been polluted and demonic energy is generated. If you are not careful, it is really possible for the demon cultivators to revive. So Lin Xiao must be prepared. Chapter 579 In the name of righteousness. The affairs of the South Continent Alliance were a mess. Lin Xiao wanted to avoid it, but there were not enough people behind him. Tan Minglan sent more than a dozen sound transmission nodes to urge him, so Lin Xiao had to go to the goddess peak of Song State to help. The major countries in South Continent have not experienced war for a long time. After a long time, it is difficult for those experienced cultivators to deal with these complicated matters after they have passed away. This is the same as Central Continent. There are very few large-scale battles in Central Continent now. Basically, they are controlled within 100 people. There are more single-handed battles, because they do not need to mobilize tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. The matter of rewarding various countries is still in progress. Lin Xiao took this task, and took a lot of storage bags. to go to the countries that had sent troops and rewarded them one by one according to the statistical data. Most of the data was correct, so there was no trouble, but the matter was a bit cumbersome. Lin Xiao also took the opportunity to travel through most of South Continent again. When the reward was over, it was already half a year later, and the South Continent Demon Cultivator incident was completely over. The reason why it was not over was that the Heavenly Demon and the Heavenly Demon Lord had not been completely eliminated, and everyone was very vigilant. Song State, Goddess Peak, 20 high-level cultivators met again to deal with the last tale. After dealing with it, it might be difficult to get together. Everyone didn't want to get together because it was a big deal to provoke them to go out. Today's meeting is about the last point of the Anon incident. There are 3 main points. The first point is about the Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Demon Lord and the Tiansheng Sect Master's obation. We announced to the outside world that the 3 had been eliminated by us, but we know the actual situation ourselves. The Heavenly Demon Lord and the Heavenly Demon used the Heavenly Demon disintegration magical power and disappeared. According to the records of our sect's classics, their evil thoughts are unable to escape too far and must find a host to parasitize, so they should still be hiding in the dozen countries in the southwest end of Lin Xiao. Fellow Daoist Lin of Wu State and Fairy Li of Song State need to pay attention. Once there is news, kill them as soon as possible and never let them become powerful again. Lin Xiao needs at least 20 years of cultivation after this battle. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Tan, we have sent people to monitor the surrounding areas of Anon. The same is true for Song State. We will never let the evil cultivators revive, that's good. As for the leader of the Tiansheng Sect, Xiao, he should have fled into the wilderness. Next, all sects will send core disciples to the wilderness and send higher level cultivators to follow secretly. Once discovered, they need to be killed immediately. The second thing is also related to Anon. Anon has been polluted by demonic energy, so you'd better take some action to eliminate the pollution. Otherwise the demon cultivators from other places will swarm over like flies smelling blood. Fellow Daoist Tan, I think it's better to use Anon as bait to attract more demon cultivators so that we can wipe them out together. No, demon cultivators have great magical powers and mysterious methods. The places polluted by them will be planted with demon seeds. If the pollution is not eliminated, the children born in these places will slowly adapt to the magic cultivation method, and there is a possibility that genius demon seeds will be born. We must be careful. Well, then let's find a way to deal with it. It's not a difficult task. How about each sect send a spiritual cultivator to deal with it? Okay, second, no problem, let's do it this way. Okay, let's talk about the third thing. Everyone, we have to kill again. Speaking of the third thing, Tan Minglan's face suddenly darkened, and the murderous intent on his body surged, which made everyone feel uneasy. Everyone, based on the evidence of Wu Guolin, the head of the sect, I can confirm that before the fall of Anon and the outbreak of the war, there were other cultivators who colluded with the demon cultivators, transported supplies for them, and even hunted cultivators outside to provide them with cultivation. What do you think? Should these people be killed? What? Who dares to collude with the demon cultivators? Lin Xiao, what evidence did you find? Why didn't you say it earlier? I also found out later. All the businesses of my Wu country Beicheng Trading Company in Anon were destroyed. Hundreds of disciples were killed, and goods worth millions of black crystals were robbed. But I didn't expect that these goods appeared in other places, so we traced them, and found that the one who shipped them was a family in Cheshi country. Later, after our investigation, we found that the financial resources of this family had skyrocketed in the past 6 months, and the welfare of the disciples had increased by dozens of times. Moreover, many of their disciples had goods from our Beicheng Trading Company. After comparing the shipping orders of our company and the accounts of the Anon Trading Company that were found afterwards, it was found that the amount of goods we bought and sold with this family far exceeded that of the goods we bought and sold with this family. After that, we kept monitoring and found that several other families had similar incidents, so we secretly arrested several of their core disciples, and they have explained the process of the incident. When the demon lord Tiansheng conquered Anon and controlled Shengan City, these cultivators did not have time to escape. The demon lord Tiansheng wanted to gain a foothold in Anan, so he summoned the heads of the businesses in the city to cooperate. More than 100 businesses in Wuansong refused and accepted the fate calmly, but some cowards cooperated with them in order to save their lives. In the following months, they obtained a large amount of goods from Anan at a low price and purchased the resources needed by the demon cultivators from the outside world. They transported them by blocking Anan. Even after the establishment of our South Continent Alliance, they revealed a lot of our secrets. Haha, I want to know, who is so bold? Master Lin, have you got the evidence? Yes, I have given it to fellow Daoistan. Everyone, what do you think we should do with them? Kill them, exterminate the clan. If we don't kill some people, what will happen? If this happens again in the future? Exterminate the clan, and all the 3 clans of the cultivators' relatives must also be exterminated. Or else, exterminate all 9 clans together. Everyone was talking, each one more ruthless than the other. Lin Xiao only wanted to exterminate the clan, and they all thought they were ruthless, but they didn't expect that he would exterminate all 9 clans. Everyone, calm down. Although colluding with the demon cultivators is a capital crime, don't implicate too many people. You don't have to exterminate all 9 clans, and you don't have to worry about their descendants' revenge. After killing the cultivators, give the mortals to those forces that have suffered heavy losses and let them assimilate. Lin Xiao said hurriedly. He now has evidence of 5 forces. These 5 forces have about 7,000 to 8,000 cultivators and hundreds of thousands of mortals. If they are all killed, it will be to heavier slaughter. Master Lin is right. The power of each of our families has developed over thousands of years. Are we still afraid of revenge from their descendants? Besides, they deserve to die. Okay, then let's exterminate the clan. Well, let Master Lin handle it now. The spoils seized will be returned to the businesses in various countries, and the remaining ones will be rewarded to the people who took action. Fairly, the Red Mansion has also suffered heavy losses this time. How about we act together? Thank you, fellow Daoist. Lin fairly replied that dealing with these small families was an easy task, and it was also quite lucrative. Lin Xiao was willing to bring them along, which was very sincere. Cheshi country, Tang family. At this time, the head of the Tang family was worried. In just a few days, a Taoist monk had grown white hair. Chief, Uncle Six has not been found yet. No need to look for him. Xiao Bei, your Uncle Six should have been captured by someone. Ah, Chief, who would capture Uncle Six? Could it be? Yes, the matter was exposed. Blame me, it's all my fault. The head of the Tang family burst into tears. Shenzhen City was not far from the Tang family, so for hundreds of years, the Tang family's trade was basically in Shenzhen City. His son was in charge of the business, ranking 6th in the family. When the Heavenly Demon Lord wanted to cooperate with the business, his son did not dare to make the decision, so he sent a message to let him make the decision. He was reluctant to let his son be killed and was tempted by the huge profits, so he agreed to it. Those few people really made the Tang family's wealth soar. After all, buying goods from the demon cultivators only cost 30% of the wholesale price, and they sold them at the market price. Later, when the war was mobilized, the price skyrocketed, and the profit can be imagined. He also had a fluke mentality, thinking that the matter would not be exposed, so he boldly cooperated with the demon cultivators, but he didn't expect that in less than a year, he didn't know where it went wrong. His son disappeared for several days, which made him feel an ominous premonition. Clan leader, what should we do? Can we return the things? Return? How can we return them? Hundreds of thousands of cultivators died in the battle. How can they explain to the cultivators in Nansao if they don't kill our entire clan? Well, let's go. Several children in the clan are quite talented. Pick a group of elite warriors and take them away immediately. Take as much as you can from the family treasury. Go to Anan Kingdom and then take a detour to the wilderness. Hide for a while. Change your identity. Never come back. And don't mention the Tang family. Clan leader. Go quickly. Don't be so fussy. Yes, clan leader. The cultivator burst into tears, but still wiped away his tears, quickly picked a group of elite warriors in the clan, and went out of the mountain gate with the treasures in the treasury and several of the most talented disciples. But he didn't know that, as soon as they went out of the mountain gate, several figures followed behind them. The same was true for the other forces that cooperated with the demon cultivators. In order to obtain solid evidence, Lin Xiao had already arrested their core members, so he had alerted the enemy. However, Lin Xiao was very cautious and had already sent people to keep an eye on them. One day later, the armies of Song and Wu arrived and were divided into 5 groups. Each group was responsible for a force. They surrounded and killed them in one go. Then they took out the things in their treasure house, especially those in Annan, and announced them to the world. The accounts of the various countries' businesses in the Saint and City business were still there. Immediately, the forces of the victimized disciples came out to testify that Wu and Song were not false accusations, and the charges were completely confirmed. At this time, the 5 cultivators immediately became the target of everyone's shouting and beating. All the cultivators were killed and exterminated. The mortals affiliated with them were divided and given to the forces that suffered the most losses from the demon cultivators this time. As for their fate, it was none of others' business. This was their own fault. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Subsequent Impact. The 5 forces were wiped out overnight, and all the evidence was made public. The remaining monks of the 5 families became frightened birds, and immediately hid their identities, and dared not show their true faces to others, otherwise they would be hunted down endlessly. All the floating wealth of the 5 forces would be returned to the victims, if the victims could be found, including Beicheng Commercial House and Red Mansion. If the victims could not be found, they would be distributed to the monks who took action as rewards. If they were asked for it after the time limit, they would not be able to get it back. 3 months later, the Sun family of Wusun Kingdom also suffered heavy losses this time. Although their Lingguang monks did not participate in the war, the Sun family still mobilized nearly 20,000 people from their own family and vassal forces. More than half of the 20,000 people died in the war, and 7 of the Sun family Daogang died, and the entire Sun family only had 18 Daogang. Needless to say, the rest of the financial resources, the number of the Taka inscriptions could not even make up for the pensions and rewards, which had already hurt the Sun family. If it were not for the Lingguang monks, they would not even be able to maintain their dominant position. Therefore, the Wusun Kingdom was in urgent need of foreign aid, and the only country that had the ability to provide aid was the Wu Kingdom. Lin Xiao reached a new strategic agreement with the Sun family. The Sun family directly rented the nether cave to the Tiansheng Sect for 100 years, with 1 million Zuan crystals per year, provided that the Tiansheng Sect must advance the rent for 10 years. In addition, the Sun family also reached a strategic agreement with the Tiansheng Sect on high-level elixirs. The Sun family's true spirit grass would also be handed over to the Tiansheng Sect for refining. Lin Xiao promised to give them 3 Lingming pills per furnace. It would take about 50 years for the Sun family's true spirit grass to mature. At that time, whether they took it themselves or sold it, they would be able to get great benefits. In the nether cave, Lin Xiao, Yinanayu and others came to explore together. In the early stage, only Lin Xiao and Yinanayu went down the cave. The two kept going deeper, and the nether cave seemed to have no bottom. We have descended at least 5,000 meters. The yin qi here is too heavy. Even a Lingguang cultivator cannot stay here for 3 days, otherwise his body will be damaged. Then let's stop first, and try to refine the 9 nether true water. Okay, I'll start. Yinanayu nodded, then used Zuan Qi to collect the Yin Qi and continuously refined it with Zuan Qi. After dozens of refinings, he finally got a drop of 9 nether true water. At this time, Yinanayu could no longer bear it, and could only continue to rise. The difficulty of refining is too high. No wonder Daogang cultivators can only refine 1 kilogram in a year. Yinanayu put the drop of 9 nether true water into the storage bag, used Zuan Qi, and forced the Yin Qi out of the body and said, the deeper you go into the netherworld cave, the heavier the Yin energy becomes, and the denser the 9 netherworld energy within it becomes. If a cultivator in the golden body stage comes here to refine it, 100 kilograms a year will not be a problem. Lin Xiao replied. For a golden body cultivator, as long as the membrane is tempered, he can directly use the membrane to block the yin energy, and the time spent in the netherworld cave can be greatly increased. It can be said that it will not affect him at all. Master, 9 nether true water is only worth so much money. Golden body cultivators don't look down on it. That's not necessarily true. You don't know how much higher level cultivators need money. If they know about it, they won't let it go easily. Then master, do you mean to protect this place? 10 million Zuan crystals have been spent. What do you think? Okay, I know. Let Night Owl keep an eye on it when the time comes. But master, we are running out of manpower in Night Owl now. Can you give us some more support? Yinanayu, you are itching for trouble. Don't think I don't know that you have copied the back roads of the 5 cultivators. Otherwise, tell me something. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. This guy was getting more and more outrageous. Before, Night Owl alerted the enemy, and the 5 cultivators prepared back roads, and quietly left with the most important treasures and outstanding disciples in their forces, but these people did not escape Night Owl's palm. The key is that Yinanai also embezzled the money, and did not put it into the public account. There were millions of Zuan crystals in it, and he ate them all. Master, we Night Owls can't be exposed, and we found the evidence. You can't expect me to pay for it, right? I didn't embezzle any money. I gave it all away as a reward. Forget it. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Go back and ask Nanzuan to arrange someone to come and refine it. It's second only to Dao Gang. Every Lingguan period cultivator can stay for a year and hand over 9 kilograms of 9 nether true water to the sect every year. The rest is yours. If you have the ability, refine up to 100 kilograms. Haha, really? Then can I sign up? Are you short of money too? Yes, master. I have to save some money for the Shengsu period too. Yinanayu shouted. 9 nether true water costs hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals per kilogram. It is not difficult for a Lingguan cultivator to refine 10 kilograms a year. Even if he keeps 1 kilogram, it is enough to make a profit. What's more, he feels that he can refine more than 10 kilograms, which means he can make money. It's up to you, but don't fight for a position. You have to draw lots when you go back. Lin Xiao nodded. This task was a benefit. Of course, it was also hard work, and it was not something that ordinary people could do. For example, Wusun country only had a few spiritual monks. They would not take risks easily. They would let the Dao Gang monks under them do it. Only Tiansheng Sect had enough spiritual monks to make this money. After the Nanzhao Alliance had dealt with the matter, Wusun country was not in trouble. After Lin Xiao dealt with the matter in Wu country, he flew directly to Jiangsu city in Zhongzhou. Nanzhao's affairs were taken over by Nangxin. Nangxin had been the chief elder for so many years, and he was actually doing no worse than Lin Xiao, but his cultivation was too low, and he was not qualified to deal with major events outside Wu country. In Jiangsu city, Beizichen, Tishi and Jiamengren had already arrived. They were seriously injured in the Battle of Anan country, so Lin Xiao especially asked them to come to heal their wounds. Master, what's going on in Nanzhao? It's the same as what was said in the letter, no difference. What is the reaction in Zhongzhou now? Not much of a reaction. The top leaders don't take it seriously, and the bottom leaders don't know about it. For the top leaders, even the fall of Nanzhao is not a big deal. They will only take action as long as there is profit to be made. It's difficult for Zhongzhou to unite as one, Li Muxu replied. The major sects in Zhongzhou are independent of each other, and the immortal cultivation world has not faced any crisis of extinction, so it is really impossible to ask them to work together to do something. There is no such person who can command the support of hundreds of people in the immortal cultivation world. Never mind, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Only when you become strong can you really succeed. Muzu, how are the 3 of them now? Beizichen is almost recovered. His injury is the lightest. It won't hinder his path. But Taishi and junior brother are probably not in good condition. What happened? The injury is too serious. It has affected their foundation. This kind of thing cannot be seen at ordinary times, but at critical moments, such as when breaking through the class, it may endanger their lives. Is there a way to solve it? Of course there is. There is almost nothing that cannot be solved in the world of immortal cultivation. The key is to look at the price. Just tell me, what is the price? I have the recipe. No matter how hard the materials are to find, I have ordered them to be collected, but for now, it is not optimistic. Give me a list. I have a channel to get the things. Okay. Lin Xiao knew that Lin Xiao was going to use the mysterious power again, so she did not refuse and quickly listed the list. Lin Xiao asked the system to scan it and quickly collected most of the materials on it. He spent a huge amount of points to exchange them and prepared to take them out slowly in the future. In this battle with Anan, Lin Xiao's points were also seriously depleted. He spent more than 500,000 points before and after, and the remaining points were less than 500,000. Fortunately, he did not need to use any points at this time, otherwise something big would happen. I asked Beizichin to go back first, and Tishi too. For the time being, we should not provoke Tiansheng Sect. Mengran will stay and keep you company. Mengran stayed. Do you want to call Royan over? You, as a master, can't be partial to one over the other. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Lin Xiao had 4 disciples, 3 of them were here. He couldn't let Royan stay alone in Nansao. Not for now. If we call them all over, the disciples will be dissatisfied. Who doesn't know the benefits of Bake Suju? Let Mengran go back, and let Royan come instead. You are the master, you have the final say. By the way, we have also negotiated with the Wusun Kingdom. The true spirit grass will be delivered in 50 years, and the collection of Lingming pills must be accelerated. Every time we encounter a crisis, I become anxious, thinking that the Tiansheng Sect is too weak and our development is too slow. Master, you can't be too anxious. We have developed very fast. It would take other forces at least 1 or 2,000 years to develop to our level, but it has only taken us less than 500 years. Logically, it is time for us to accumulate foundation now. We can't wait too long. The world of immortal cultivation is too dangerous. Now it's the demon cultivation, and there will be ghost cultivation later, as well as the evil ways. We haven't dealt with the assassination of the god yet. There are too many things. Every time we go to war, a large number of people will die. Our troops are becoming less and less sufficient, especially the high-level cultivators. It is becoming increasingly difficult for them to help me without the Shengsu stage. Lin Xiao shook his head. As long as he was not at the supreme level, every time he broke through his strength, new and stronger enemies would appear. Lin Xiao was already very anxious. Lin Xiao was silent for a while. She also knew that the rise of Wu Kingdom was accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Now that she was not at the Shengsu stage, it was indeed very difficult for her to be Lin Xiao's helper. Even the Shengsu stage was not enough. Siki can still speed up a little. You should order her to come back. Okay, I also think Siki should not waste time. I respected her decision before, but now some measures must be taken. After she reaches the Lingguang stage and marries Yinan Yu, she can do whatever she wants. I will not interfere. It should be so. Lin Xiao nodded. Siki had a special physique. If she was in other places, she would definitely not escape the fate of being a cauldron. Only Lin Xiao was so good to her. She had top-notch skills and abundant resources to use at will. She could do what she liked. If she told others about it, they would envy the rest of the Zuanine body to death. Lin Xiao exchanged a few words with Lin Xiao, then went to see Beizichin and the others, and hosted a banquet for them in the evening. They had all known each other for hundreds of years, and there was no barrier between them. After dealing with the matter of Shiansu City, Lin Xiao chose to retreat again, as he also needed to improve his strength again. Chapter 581 Ji Hei Tang is here. Lin Xiao was in seclusion, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, he was almost done with the refining of the hand jukes in Yin Pericardium Meridian. This was an extremely painful process, which made Lin Xiao feel like dying. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xiao slowly took out the materials used to heal Tishi and Jia Mengren, and Lin Xiao also collected the remaining materials and prepared to make pills to heal them. This furnace of pills was also extremely valuable. The material cost alone cost tens of millions of Zuan crystals. If it weren't for the support of Lin Xiao and Li Muxu, it would take them decades or even hundreds of years to earn it, and they might not be able to buy it. It was comfortable to have a master as a backer. A month later, Li Muxu refined the pills, and the two took the pills. Not only did they heal their hidden injuries, but their cultivation was also improved by a level. After the recovery, the two left Tiansheng City and returned to Tiansheng Sect to take charge. They also wanted to go to Wusun country to refine the 9 nether true water and earn some resources. The 9 nether true water has been refined for more than 3 years. The Tiansheng Sect has obtained more than 20 kilograms, most of which have been sent to Tiansheng City and handed over to Li Muxu for alchemy. This 9 nether true water is a 6th level spiritual water with extremely high value. It can be used in many 6th level and 7th level elixirs. Li Muxu can't use it up and can even sell some. In addition to alchemy, Li Muxu has been practicing in recent years. She has also begun to temper her meridians. Knowing that the meridians are difficult to practice, she dare not relax for a moment, but the tempering speed is still very slow. If we look at the current speed, the two of them may not be able to advance to the 8th level before their lifespans are exhausted. So the two are also actively looking for more powerful treasures to shorten the tempering time. At present, there is no progress. The major sects have treasures, but the two can't get them. The only hope is the 9-bend green lotus. If the 9-bend green lotus can be refined into an elixir, the two can at least shorten the tempering time by 500 or 600 years, and the tendons and bones can be tempered quickly. Li Muxu's alchemy skills improved very quickly. After coming to Tiansheng City for decades, she had completely consolidated her alchemy skills of the 6th level middle grade, with a good rate of producing pills. She had also successfully produced the 6th level top grade pills, but she still needed to improve the rate of producing pills. This was another investment process. Every time she refined a furnace of the 6th level top grade pills, Li Muxu would lose millions of Zuan crystals, almost losing most of her annual profit. If she took into account her own cultivation needs, she would simply not be able to make ends meet. However, Li Muxu had the support of the Li family and Lin Xiao, so she could afford any huge losses. In this regard, Li Muxu's treatment was better than that of the alchemists in the big sects. The alchemists in the big sects also had the support of the sects, but the support of the sects was limited and could not be supplied in unlimited quantities. In addition, the competition was extremely fierce. Once your level reached a bottleneck and could not break through for a long time, you might be caught up by the younger disciples. The sect would tilt resources to the disciples with more potential. At this time, the alchemists would be in a dilemma between alchemy and cultivation. According to the current capabilities of Bakesuju, it can provide me with 2 furnaces of 6th grade high quality pills for training every year. The loss is tens of millions a year, but at most 10 years, I can stabilize the rate of 6th grade high quality pills and reach profitability. This speed is several times faster than the 6th grade alchemists of Suayu sect. They can't reach my speed without 30 to 50 years. Their resources are much worse than mine. Li Muxu said to Lin Xiao and Li Xiao. The two of them fully supported her, so she naturally had to report the process to reassure them. For 10 years, I will fully support you. I hope you can break through to the 7th grade alchemy within 50 years. As for the Li family, the support from the main family is a fixed quota, but our faction will fully support you. Li Xiao also made a promise. The support from the Li family is 2 parts. One part is from the main family, and the other part is from their Kaming faction. The Kaming faction has few people and not much money, but Li Xiao has to support Li Muxu, even if he has to cut back on his clothes and food. In fact, he did so. Li Xiao's lifespan is not long, and there is no hope for his cultivation to go further, so he gave all his benefits to Li Muxu, so that he can support Li Muxu's annual loss of tens of millions. Muxu will not let you two down. Rest early. Lin Xiao nodded. He did not want to put too much pressure on Li Muxu. If the pressure is too great, he is afraid that the root in Li Muxu's heart will collapse. Life in Tiansheng City has entered a stable state. Not long after, Yuan Royan also came out to travel. She first wandered in Zhongzhou for several years before coming to Tiansheng City to reunite with Yu Xiangxiang, Li Muxu and Lin Xiao. Among Lin Xiao's 4 disciples, Yuan Ruoyan's cultivation is the lowest, only the 4th level of Lingguang. This is also the reason why Yuan Ruoyan has been guarding Xianyang Mountain for so long. In addition to Li Muxu, Yu Xiangxiang's cultivation is the highest, and he has reached the 8th level of Lingguang. Her alchemy skills have also steadily improved to the 5th grade upper level. She has become the most brilliant alchemist in Baixuju except Li Muxu, and the main alchemist in Baixuju. She even surpassed Baixi, the senior. Baix's resources in Baiyu City cannot be compared with those in Tiansheng City. As soon as Yuan Ruoyan arrived in Tiansheng City, she was immediately supported by the 3 people. The 3 people each contributed a part of their resources to Yuan Ruoyan, so that her cultivation needs far exceeded her own needs. Among Lin Xiao's 4 disciples, Yuan Ruoyan has the most gentle and introverted personality. She doesn't talk much, and has no ambitions in her heart. She is a woman like water. As soon as she came to Tiansheng City, she went deep into the city and went out. Except for occasionally walking around the city, she kept retreating. However, Yuan Ruoyan's arrival still shocked many people who paid attention to Baixuju. When Lin Xiao first came to Tiansheng City, he was alone. But how many more people are there around him now? If you count carefully, there are more than 10 spiritual masters. 10 spiritual masters are not considered a big force in Zhongzhou, but the people around Lin Xiao have a very obvious characteristic, that is, they are young. In the entire Baixuju, not counting Li Xiaoxin and others, none of Lin Xiao's people are over 500 years old. You should know that, although the age of a cultivator cannot be seen on the surface, people who practice eye skills can guess it, based on the root bones of the cultivator. So many young spiritual masters represent the potential of Lin Xiao and others. It only takes 1 or 200 years for this group of people to break through the Shengsu period, and then the power in Lin Xiao's hands will skyrocket. In addition, the situation of the 2 people's soul and body practicing together is no less than the 3rd-rate force in Zhongzhou. Lin Xiao naturally didn't know about these situations. Coveting, observation, and surveillance, these phenomena have always existed, and they can't be driven away, so he simply ignored them. He just needed the personnel of Baixuju not to be infiltrated. Lin Xiao is now busy receiving an unexpected visitor, Ji Haitang, who has not been seen for many years. Ji Haitang came with the tour performance team of Ji Leveler. Over the years, the tour performance team of Ji Leveler has toured in more than 20 cities several times. Basically, every place they go is a hot situation, making Ji Leveler, Xianman, and organizers from all over the country earn a lot of money. But now Yu Xiao and his wife are tired of it. It's too tiring. They have been working non-stop for several years. They are either performing or traveling or rehearsing. Their cultivation has not made any progress in these years. Their path is not hopeless yet, so they are naturally unwilling to give up. Now they have earned enough resources personally, so they hope to stop and retreat. It would be best if they can break through to the golden body stage first. Their cultivation is already at the peak of the divine void stage. As long as there is a treasure for breakthrough, it is not long. So after the last stop, Shui Huanman, the Yu Xiao couple came back, and as a loyal fan, Ji Haitang also came with them. Brother Lin Ji Haitang was very excited when she saw Lin Xiao. She hadn't seen Lin Xiao for nearly 200 years, since she left Gangming City. Haitang, as soon as I heard you were here, I came to pick you up immediately. How is it? Are you touched? I'm touched, very touched, but I will be more touched if Brother Lin can get me into the performance team of Paradise Villa. Haitang, don't joke, you are the eldest daughter of Tiansheng Sect. If you enter Paradise Villa, I will be killed by your grandfather. Lin Xiao said with a wry smile. When he first came to Zhongzhou for training, he met Ji Haitang and her senior brother Zhang Baoan, but he didn't know their identities at that time. Now that Lin Xiao has been in Zhongzhou for so long, he naturally knows that Tiansheng Sect is a second-rate force in Zhongzhou, and it is a relatively special second-rate force. Ji Haitang is the direct descendant of the current 8th level ancestor of Tiansheng Sect, and Zhang Baoan is a disciple of the 8th level ancestor. Among the old people, this kind of performance that shows up is still a low-level business, a bit of a third-rate meaning. They always believe that Danfuki Zen is the right way, so if Lin Xiao dares to do this, the old ancestor Ji will definitely be angry. Brother Lin, you lied to me again. You slapped the Tiansheng Sect in the face. Are you still afraid of my grandfather? Haha, hey Tang, there is no hope for you to join the work team, but you can still go to Gile Villa often. I'll give you all the notes for this month. Really? Of course. Brother Lin is the best. Give me the notes. I'm leaving first. I'm going to Gile Villa to play. After getting the note from Lin Xiao's hand, Ji Haitang ran away immediately, which made Lin Xiao shake his head. After so many years, although Ji Haitang's cultivation reached the 12th level of Lingguang, her cultivation was too superficial, and not much better than Tang Yulin and others. It was obviously the result of indulging in pleasure, and not practicing seriously. As soon as Ji Haitang left, Li Xiao appeared. He looked at the direction where Ji Haitang left with a somewhat unfriendly look, and the look he gave Lin Xiao was similar. Senior, do you know the background of that female cultivator? She is the daughter of the Ji family of Shuihuanmen, the core of 5 generations of the Ji family, all of whom are males, with only one precious daughter. She is very famous in the eastern part of Zhongzhou. In that case, do you know who is behind Shuihuanmen? It is said that it is related to Emperor Hao. Li Xiao snorted heavily, then disappeared, leaving Lin Xiao confused. Chapter 582 Emperor Hao. Although Li Xiao did not burst out with murderous intent, the hatred in his eyes was too obvious. Lin Xiao really didn't know what was going on, so he hurried to find Li Muxu and asked her what was going on. Shu Yuanman, Haodi, I understand, then tell me, this is not a trivial matter. If Li Xiao kills someone, I can't stop him. Well, I'll tell you slowly. I also learned about this matter from the secret teachings of the Li family Sutra Pavilion. Master, do you know this person, Haodi? I've only heard that in the 1 million year history of the immortal world, there have been a total of 3 supreme beings who were able to become emperors. The first was the Green Emperor, who founded the human race and laid the foundation for Zhongzhou, so he was honored as the Green Emperor. The second was the Hao Emperor. After the Green Emperor ascended, the demon race was involved again, and a war between the two races broke out. The Hao Emperor turned out to be born and led the human race to repel the demon race's attack. He made outstanding contributions, so he was honored as the Hao Emperor. However, the Hao Emperor's family is not as prominent as the Li family. Not long after the Hao Emperor ascended, he disappeared. The third was the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was the closest to the immortal world. 200,000 years ago, a demon dragon was born. It wanted to sacrifice hundreds of millions of lives and open up the demon world. It was killed by the Jade Emperor, so it became the Emperor. The Jade Emperor is also the last supreme being in the immortal world who has publicly ascended. The Jade Emperor's foundation is in Kunlun, and he has been in charge of Kunlun ever since. Lin Xiao told what he knew. This is the history of the immortal world, and any cultivator who has some time to read some miscellaneous books knows it. That's right, so the time when Emperor Hao appeared coincided with the time when the Li family fell. After the King Emperor ascended, the demons launched many counterattacks, and the Li family, adhering to the will of the King Emperor, has always been the main force against the demons. Li family disciples fought one after another, and countless outstanding disciples died on the battlefield. When Emperor Hao was young, he was a disciple of a small family protected by the Li family. In order to save Emperor Hao, many Li family disciples even sacrificed their lives. Later, Emperor Hao came out of nowhere and had grown up to be able to take charge of things on his own. At that time, Emperor Hao began to hate the tyranny of the Li family, so he got closer and closer to the people of other sects. According to the secret biography of the Li family, the decline of the Li family was also related to Emperor Hao. Tell me in detail. It's impossible to be detailed, because the records are also very secretive. It is estimated that people at that time did not dare to write them down. I have summarized them, and have a general understanding of the Li family's thoughts. At that time, the Li family was the main force against the demons, but they acted too tyrannically, so they aroused the dissatisfaction of the major forces at that time, including the family of Emperor Hao. They all wanted to get out of the control of the Li family, so they united to frame the Li family. The Li family had never doubted Emperor Hao, so they trusted him very much. It was precisely because of their trust in him that they fell into the trap and became the bait to lure and kill the demon clan. After that battle, more than half of the Li family's senior and backbone members were killed. The Li family could no longer control the world of immortal cultivation, so they retreated at the height of their power. According to the records of the Li family, Emperor Hao was revered as the emperor after this battle. After that, Emperor Hao was in this world for more than 10,000 years, and the Hao family became the same as the Li family back then. But just before Emperor Hao ascended to heaven, he actually ordered the family to be broken up, and most of the benefits were handed over to others. The Hao family followed the Li family's seclusion, and Shuiwanmen was a window for the Hao family to show off. Shuiwanmen has a long history. They originally had the opportunity to be promoted to a first-class force, but every time their ancestors were about to break through to the supreme, they would disappear. They should have gone to the secluded place of the Hao family. Are these secrets true? I can't guarantee it, because these are all recorded by the Li family. The Li family has a somewhat extreme character and is blindly self-confident. It is possible that they were taken advantage of by someone, and the incident has been in the past for hundreds of thousands of years. What does it matter whether it is true or not? Then the Li family still blames the reason for their decline on Emperor Hao, so they hate Emperor Hao's descendants? It is true that there is a group of extremists in the Li family, but most people won't do that. They just don't like Emperor Hao's family and will never take action. Firstly, everyone is an imperial family and has their own pride. Secondly, everyone has a sense of sympathy. What's more, when the Li family retired, Emperor Hao didn't cause trouble, otherwise it is unknown whether the Li family can get away with it. Okay, I see. It seems that Jihaitang should stay away from Baeksuju, for fear that extremists will appear. Lin Xiao nodded. The extremists are different from the conservatives. They don't belong to the same group, and they rarely show their true colors. Who knows who they might be? Master, the Haodi family is much stronger than the Li family. They have been semi-retired, while the Li family is fully retired. Master, don't you want to make some plans? Don't joke, Jihaitang is my friend. I know Master doesn't think highly of Jihaitang, but I remember there was a female cultivator named Jimi who lived in Gangming City back then, and the Haodi's last name was also Yi. I'm leaving. Lin Xiao left directly, not wanting to pay attention to Li Muxu. He was not familiar with Yimi. Could there be any feelings? Li Muxu looked at Lin Xiao's back. Her smile slowly withered. Her expression became complicated. Jihaitang was so happy in the Paradise Villa that she didn't want to leave, and she played there for more than half a month. Half a month later, ********* senior brother Zhang Baoan also showed up. He came to find Jihaitang and give her money. It was impossible for Jihaitang to chase stars lavishly without some capital. Brother Zhang, fellow Daoist Lin, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. Your name has spread all over Zhongzhou. Baoan really admires you. Zhang Baoan said with a folded hand. When the five of them traveled in Zhongzhou, Lin Xiao had the lowest status. But in just 200 or 300 years, Lin Xiao has become the best of the five. Even a behemoth like the Tiansheng Sect was slapped in the face by Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao is still alive and well, which is simply amazing. Brother Zhang, you are too polite. Judging from your cultivation, you will soon reach the golden body, right? Lin Xiao also complimented him. Zhang Baoan's qualifications must be extremely outstanding, because the two are about the same age. Zhang Baoan is now also a cultivator in the Shengsu period, and at least above the 10th level. It's still early. It's the 10th floor. It will take 200 to 300 years to break through. Haha, let's not chat here. Please, let's go in and have a cup of tea first. Hey Tang. Don't worry, brother Zhang. You don't have to worry about your safety here. Hey Tang is fine. I've been having people watching her. Thank you, brother Lin. Please. The two entered the restaurant. Lin Xiao treated Zhang Baoan to a banquet. The two also talked about their recent situation. Lin Xiao had been stirring up the situation for hundreds of years and had a wonderful experience, but Zhang Baoan had become much simpler. Lin Xiao had to deal with so many things because he had no money, so he had to earn it himself. Zhang Baoan took another path. Zhang Baoan showed enough potential in cultivation, so he received support from the sect and the backers behind him, so he didn't have to worry about resources. So Zhang Baoan traveled everywhere, went into seclusion, and then exercised his management skills. It was monotonous but stable. Brother Zhang, I wonder how Haitang's cousin Ymir is doing. Why do you ask this, fellow Daoist Lin? Nothing, there's just some cause and effect that hasn't been resolved yet. It seems that fellow Daoist Lin already knows about the relationship between the Haodi family and the Shuyan clan. This is an open secret and it's not something to be ashamed of. Is there anything wrong with it? Not really. I regard you as a friend, so I'll tell you briefly, and you don't tell anyone else. Of course. Yimi was brought back to the family in your Gangming city that year. She was originally intended to be used for marriage. Yimi didn't refuse at first, but she found various reasons to postpone the wedding, such as asking for a 9-color wedding dress. She practiced hard, and soon her potential in practice exploded. She also has amazing talents in drawing talismans and formations, which made her more and more valued. She broke through the golden body stage 30 years ago and cancelled her marriage. Now she has become the first heir of the entire family. She is amazing. When Zhang Baoan talked about Yimi, his eyes were filled with admiration, just like Ji Haitang saw a star. Yimi was about the same age as them, but her strength was enough to crush them and all the geniuses of the same level. Yimi is really amazing. Lin Xiao had to admire her. Compared with Li Muxu, Yimi's cultivation speed was not slow at all, and was even faster. Her qualifications and efforts were worthy of recognition. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were both fast in cultivation, which was due to cheating. They had constant opportunities, and no shortage of resources. Although Yimi had no shortage of resources, her opportunities were not comparable to those of the two. Yes, Yimi has made us men ashamed. Fellow Daoist Lin, what did Yimi experience in Gangming City? Nothing happened. She just opened a shop and lived a secluded life in the market. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Haitang. She followed Yimi the whole time. Lin Xiao replied. He would not say that he instigated it. Those words made Yimi an inspirational figure among female cultivators and successfully escaped the fate of marriage. If this was said, the force that Yimi broke off the engagement with would definitely make trouble for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was probably also a member of the Haodi family. Lin Xiao could not stop him. There were already enough enemies, and there could not be more. Lin Xiao was unwilling to reveal the truth, and Zhang Baoan was not easy to force. Later, Ji Haitang came back and took the black crystal brought by Zhang Baoan, but he turned a deaf ear to Zhang Baoan's request for him to go home. Ji Haitang's willfulness made Lin Xiao speechless. Lin Xiao also asked about Ji Haitang. After Zhang Baoan's explanation, Lin Xiao knew. Ji Haitang went home with Ymir. Ymir practiced hard. Ji Haitang also worked hard for a period of time. But after 30 or 50 years, Ji Haitang was left far behind by Ymir. Then he gave up on himself and returned to the original state. Later, Ji Haitang was also going to be married, but unexpectedly, Ymir was willing to stand up for Ji Haitang, so Ji Haitang is now lawless and no one can control her. She is even less dedicated in cultivation. The entire spiritual light period of cultivation is piled up with elixirs, which is very superficial. Now she probably can't even beat the cultivators of the 3rd and 4th levels of spiritual light. Ji Haitang doesn't care about these. Anyway, she is determined to enter the spirit virtual period. She still has more than 1,000 years of life. She can enjoy life while she can. As for cultivation, what's the point of being so high? As long as she can't ascend, she will die. Fight. Is it a turn? Chapter 583 Star Chasers. Ji Haitang was happily chasing stars, but Yuxiao and Pippa were not happy. Instead, they were very worried. You know, after so many years of planning and training by Lin Xiao, they already had many fans in the Zhongzhou Yuxin world. Among so many fans, there was a group of star chasers. Most of these star chasers were young people with good backgrounds, excellent resources, and were extremely favored at home. They were very simple, and basically female cultivators. Of course, there were also some concubines of big figures like Luo Yun and Xia, but after Ren Hang's incident, these concubines were not so bold, and just liked them secretly. In short, these star chasers were very bold and crazy, and began to blindly chase stars, but this was not a good thing, because once something happened, the first to encounter it would be Xiao and his wife. There are even many big shots who have already talked to Xiao and his wife. It's okay for a kid to spend some money chasing stars, but don't make things happen, otherwise don't blame them for being ruthless. You know, Xiao has a Taoist partner, but there are a lot of single male cultivators in the team of Giles Villa. If there is a little spark, it will be just like what is played in the play. So Xiao and his wife and the team's manager have repeatedly warned the male and female cultivators in the team not to have feelings with these star chasers, otherwise the team must expel them, and will not be responsible for their affairs. Master Lin, you also know that feelings are something that cannot be suppressed. There are more and more people chasing stars now. As a celebrity, I'm under a lot of pressure. Do you have any way to solve it? After Xiao came back, he discussed this matter with Lin Xiao. Now that the team is resting, more and more fans are pouring into Tiansheng City, which makes him more and more worried. Xiao Daoist, you also know that emotions cannot be suppressed. What can I do? What should I do? Now these fans are more powerful than each other. I dare not let my disciples go out next time. Can I just give up after so many arrangements? There is a way to treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. That is to establish strict rules. No staff member can contact fans privately and have no emotional involvement. Once discovered, they must be fired, and part of their salary must be suppressed. Once it happens, their salary will also be deducted. We have taken these measures, but it is useless. It cannot be prevented. Nothing has happened yet. Once something happens, it will be a big deal. We, Cheyenne, really can't afford to offend those people. Xiao looked worried. They had already taken these measures, but because of work, they had to interact with fans. There were some daring fans, and there were also a large number of whimsical people in the team. It was easy to have a gun go off. Then I can't do anything about it, Lin Xiao replied. He was not a god, and gods couldn't stop private affairs. Xiao and his wife left helplessly. There was no other way. They could only take one step at a time. They would have to protect themselves when the time came. If anyone did not listen to the advice and did something wrong, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Ji Tang didn't know about these things. Anyway, she lived a happy life every day. She had no shortage of money and didn't need to practice. She ate, drank and had fun every day. However, as time went by, the first person who couldn't accept it was Zhang Baoan. Although he was valued and supported by Xu Yuanman, the competition was very fierce. If his potential declined, Xu Yuanman could replace him at any time. So Zhang Baoan wanted to persuade Ji Tang to just go back to Xu Yuanman. Unfortunately, Ji Tang was not moved at all. The two had a big fight, and Zhang Baoan went back to the sect in anger. Brother Lin, tell me, what is the purpose of our lives? Hey Tang, what's wrong? Are you talking about life with your brother Lin? After Zhang Baoan left, Ji Tang found Lin Xiao and said something philosophical as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Lin Xiao a little surprised. I just don't understand. My life seems to have no purpose. Among the billions of cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, how many can ascend to heaven? 99% of people cannot escape the suffering of reincarnation. Even the Supreme can only live for 30 to 50,000 years. Living for so long, but are they happy? They practice hard every day, or they fight to earn resources, kill people, and think about conspiracies. What's the point of living for 100,000 years like this? Then Hey Tang, how do you think life should be lived? Of course, live as happily as you can. People who like singing can sing every day, and people who like traveling can travel everywhere, and do whatever they want. Aren't you doing that now? Are you still unhappy? I can do this because I'm willful, and I won't be willful for long. When I break through the Shengsu period, I'm going to get married. This time, even Yimi can't save me. Then do you want to get married? No, he's not the person I like. Then you want to marry someone you like. Do you like someone from Jile Villa? No, I like Sister Pippa, she's a woman. Ji Haitang replied that her favorite star in the Paradise Villa was Pippa. The name of the immortal couple was well known in the world of immortal cultivation, but not everyone liked Lin Xiao. Some also liked Pippa. Oh, then how do you think you can get rid of this fate? Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that she would like Lin Xiao or other male cultivators, which would be really bad. I also want to be like Yimi, but my aptitude is too poor. I can't compare with her at all. I have tried hard, and I can improve my cultivation by 1 level, while Yimi can improve by 3 levels, so she can reach the golden body stage in just 200 years, but I can't. It will be difficult for me to reach the golden body stage in this lifetime. Brother Lin, I'm so annoyed. I'm annoyed with you, Brother Lin, too. Brother Lin, what are you annoyed about? I'm annoyed that there is a lost lamb in front of me, but I don't know how to enlighten her. Brother Lin, are you talking about me? Yes, cultivator. Cultivation is the foundation of cultivators. You have forgotten even the roots. How can you be happy? The most basic rule of this world is strength and cultivation. Only with cultivation can you live freely and happily. Think about it. If you are the supreme now, would you still have such troubles? You want to chase stars and save stars. You can do whatever you want. Without cultivation, everything is useless. A mortal says he wants to be carefree. Do you think it is possible? A disciple with opened meridians wants to run all over Zhangzhou. Do you think he can do it? Brother Lin, I know your reasoning, but I said, my aptitude is not good enough. If the aptitude is not good enough, then make up for it with hard work. In the world of cultivating immortals, people with poor aptitude are the majority. So can they give up? Hundreds of millions of cultivators practice tirelessly, forgetting food and sleep. For what? Isn't it to break free from their own destiny? Doing nothing and just wanting to be happy. Do you think it is possible? Lin Xiao replied. If it were before, he would look down on people like Ji Haitang. She was born into a famous family, had a backer, and her starting point was the end point that countless people dreamed of. She can easily enter the Shengsu period, but the Shengsu period is the end point that many Nanzhao cultivators cannot reach in their lifetime. Everyone is working hard for a little meager resources, but she can easily use them to chase stars. But now Lin Xiao's mentality is much better. On the one hand, he wants to make money from these people. Secondly, this kind of thing should be blamed on their parents and elders, because they spoiled them too much. Even if they were simply cheated, they deserve it. They are still very kind by nature. Brother Lin, I can't argue with you on big principles. It's okay. Think about it carefully, and ask me. If you don't understand, okay, I'm leaving. By the way, Yimi will come in a few days looking for me, I guess. I'll tell you then. Ji Haitang waved his hand, and left Beizuju alone, leaving Lin Xiao speechless and absent-minded. What did Yimi come to him for? Yimi arrived a month later. This time, Yimi did not make a big fuss, but came alone. However, there was a slight fluctuation of mysterious energy behind her, and Lin Xiao still sensed it. He should also be a protector, and his cultivation level was not lower than the 8th level. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Li Xiaoxin appeared. As soon as Li Xiaoxin appeared, Yimi's protector also appeared. The two looked at each other, and there was a hint of asterisk in the air. Someone from the Li family, Yimi said with a smile. Uncle, there is no need to do this. Li Muxu stood up and said. Li Xiaoxin snorted coldly and disappeared. The same happened to Yimi's protector. The city defense formation of Xiansu City was equivalent to non-existence for the two. Brother Lin, your disciple is really amazing. Welcome, please come in. Thank you, Brother Lin. The three of them entered Beg Suju. A maid served tea and then left, leaving the three of them behind. You came to Xiansu City this time for Haitang. Yes, but it's also for Brother Lin. For me, why? Brother Lin's words in Gangming City back then made Mia suddenly enlightened. With Mia's situation today, our Yi family dare not owe anyone a favor. It involves cause and effect, so we want to repay this favor. I got a pill that year, and the favor has been repaid. Mia's achievements today cannot be achieved by a pill, not to mention that it was the Yi family's repayment, not Mia's. Okay, then how does Mia want to repay? It depends on what Brother Lin needs. Brother Lin can just ask. Yi Mia replied. Her achievements today are really due to Lin Xiao's words that year that awakened her. Otherwise, Yi Mia today would be just an ordinary female cultivator who stays at home to take care of her husband and children, not the heir of the Haodi family. Her status and strength are incomparable. I don't seem to need anything. Lin Xiao shook his head. Yi Mia was returning the favor, but Lin Xiao couldn't open his mouth. Lin Xiao couldn't afford to lose face in front of this person. It was just a few words back then. If he really opened his mouth, it would be like repaying a favor, which was not in line with Lin Xiao's style. Chapter 584 Two Women, One Drama. Lin Xiao was unwilling to repay the favor, which made Yi Mia's plan of a quick victory fail, but this was also within her expectations. In her heart, Lin Xiao was not the kind of person who was greedy for money, otherwise she would not have said those words back then. If Lin Xiao really asked for a large sum of benefits, she would look down on Lin Xiao. Yi Mia stayed in an inn near Beisuju, saying that she came out to relax. Over the years, Tiansheng City has become more and more famous thanks to the name of Jiao Villa. It has become a place that many people yearn for, and Yi Mia is no exception. Like Ji Haitang, Yi Mia often goes to Jiao Villa to watch piano and dance, study piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and often discuss life philosophy with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had just finished his retreat recently, and there was no place to hide, so he could only bite the bullet to receive him. The reason why Lin Xiao felt numb was that Li Muxu and Yi Mia had secretly fought. Yi Mia was still wearing a veil, so we didn't know what she looked like, but it shouldn't be bad. Li Muxu's appearance was also above average. Of course, as talented disciples, they were not competing for appearance, but cultivation and talent. In terms of age and cultivation, neither of them was 500 years old. One reached the golden body stage 30 years ago, and the other cultivated the golden body of the soul and had already tempered the membrane. Li Muxu was a little later, but the difference was not big. In terms of talent, Li Muxu was a 6th level upper grade alchemist, and Yi Mia was not bad either. She was a 6th level middle grade talisman maker. The higher the level of the talisman, the more double the value, not to mention that Yi Mia was also a 6th level lower grade array master. So both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. Even in the entire cultivation world, they were the most talented ones. When the two met, one of them would definitely be the better one. The fight between women was not about fighting, but about suppressing the other in some aspect. The two of them started to compete with each other, and the key was that the protectors behind them were also very supportive of this matter. Not long after, a business called Fuzintang appeared opposite Beisuju, which clearly and concisely pointed out the business scope of this business. In terms of scale, Fuzintang cannot be compared with Beisuju, but Fuzintang only sells talismans and formations above the 5th level, which makes it very prestigious. It specializes in the business of high-level cultivators, and Beisuju is relatively weak in formations and talismans, so it has something to fight on this stage. Yi Mia's entry into Tiansheng City has the greatest impact on her protectors. Tiansheng City's city defense formation is also the 8th level, but it is usually not fully opened, and only uses some functions. This makes the protectors of the 8th level regard the city defense formation as nothing, which makes Su Yuzong very troubled, and specially asks Lin Xiao to explain. Lin Xiao, you are really capable. Do you know that there are only a few cultivators of the 8th realm in the world of immortal cultivation? Even a strong sect like my Suyu sect only has 3 people. Now both of them are related to you. Tell me, what's going on? Senior Tang, why do you say that? These two have nothing to do with me. You know the Li family, and I don't know Yi Mia well. If I don't know her well, would she come to your Beisuju every other day? And she even opened a fuzzin hall opposite your Beisuju? Isn't this a drama of 2 women competing for a lover? This is what you are doing in your Jiao Villa. Ahem, Senior Tang, don't say that. One is my friend and the other is my apprentice. I have crossed the line. I have crossed the line. What's there to cross? Among the immortal cultivators, there are countless master-apprentice combinations, and if it wasn't for you, why would Yimi come to Tiansheng City? The Haodi family has been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. Their strength is not weak. They don't need to come to Tiansheng City to practice at all. Tang Xuan said coldly that these two people brought great challenges to the order of Tiansheng City. He couldn't say anything. After all, the two did not openly break the rules of Tiansheng City. If they really fell out, the only one who would suffer would be SYNOPSIS Sect, and even he would have to endure it. Senior, this is really none of my business. I don't care. Lin Xiao, you'd better be clear. This is Tiansheng City, the core territory of my SYNOPSIS Sect. You should just do business honestly. If you dare to mess around, my SYNOPSIS Sect will not be a pushover. Don't blame me when my SYNOPSIS Sect army encircles and suppresses you. Senior, what are you talking about? I, Lin Xiao, have been in Tiansheng City for more than 100 years. Have I ever violated the rules of Tiansheng City? It's good to know. Anyway, don't make trouble. Okay, you can leave. Yes, senior. After being scolded for no reason, Lin Xiao touched his nose and left in boredom. As soon as Lin Xiao left, several cultivators came out from behind. Father, have you found out what happened? Yes, Yima is the core disciple of the Yi family and the direct disciple of the Yi family's supreme master. Moreover, the Yi family has rejected the marriage proposal from the Qin family. 30 years ago, Yimi had just advanced to the golden body stage and defeated the genius disciple of the Qin family. This girl is so amazing. The one from the Qin family has been in the golden body stage for more than 100 years, right? Yes, he had just advanced to the stage for 100 years back then, but he was no match for her. This girl's soul is extremely powerful. It is very likely that she is in the same situation as Li Xiao and has reproduced the physique of Emperor Hao back then, the heavenly soul body among the natural Taoist body. Heavenly soul body. Alas, the world of immortal cultivation is about to be in chaos. Tang Xuan smiled bitterly. There is Li Xiao in front and Yimi behind. There are more and more peerless geniuses in the world of immortal cultivation. This is a trend towards the prosperity of the world of immortal cultivation, but also a trend of chaos. Genius disciples appear out of nowhere, and they have to compete for a ranking. The world of immortal cultivation has experienced this kind of thing many times. Father, I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Both the Li and Yi families are full of contradictions. It's very difficult for them to solve their own problems. Tang Xuan's son said. The problem of the Li family is the decline of their overall strength. Although they still have many high-level cultivators, they are already lacking in stamina. If it weren't for Li Xiao's appearance, it is estimated that there would be no geniuses worth noting later. The problem of the Haodi Yi family is that the power of the outside family has expanded and challenged the power of the Yi family. When the Haodi ordered the family to retire, not only the Yi family followed the retreat, but also several of the Haodi's disciples, including the Qin family. After hundreds of thousands of evolutions, the families passed down by the Haodi's disciples at that time have either weakened to the point of being negligible, or are getting stronger and stronger. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yi family had two supreme cultivators, one of whom was the ancestor of the Qin family. Now another ancestor of the Qin family has reached the peak of the 8th realm, and the ancestor of the Yi family has not lived long, and the overall strength of the Yi family is also constantly weakening. If the Yi family does not produce a supreme cultivator, then in this generation, it is possible that the Qin family will completely replace it, or even cease to exist. Although Yimi has now appeared, it is still very difficult for her to break through to the supreme realm before the Yi family's supreme master passes away. You know, after a cultivator reaches the 8th realm, it is very difficult to advance. Basically, elixirs are useless to them. It is extremely difficult to improve their cultivation, and it is even more difficult to break through to the supreme realm. So hasn't this opportunity already appeared? Father, are you referring to Lin Xiao? Does he have this ability? Don't underestimate Lin Xiao. I haven't figured out his background yet, and even the Supreme doesn't know. Last time, he took out the golden elixir of an 8th level cultivator, and took the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill from the Tiansheng Sect. And did you notice that Lin Xiao has already tempered his membrane? Do you think this is something that a 9 aperture divine silkworm pill can do? This Lin Xiao definitely has a powerful backer behind him. No one knows who this backer is, and it is something that all the major sects want to know. The Tiansheng Sect has been slapped in the face many times. Do you think they don't want to take action? They just don't want to trigger a battle at the supreme level. Supreme? Is there a supreme behind Lin Xiao? The cultivator exclaimed. The number of supremes is limited. Even for the secluded Li family, it is no secret how many supremes they have, and what level of cultivation they have reached. Could it be that there is a mysterious and unknown supreme behind Lin Xiao? I don't know, but this possibility is very high, father. In this case, why don't you try it out? Test? How to test? Unless a cultivator of my level takes action. Otherwise Lin Xiao can solve it himself. And once I take action, is there any room for maneuver? Tiansheng Sect is eager for us to take action, so don't let others take advantage of it. Yes. Then I let Yulin continue. Well, yes, Lin Xiao is a person with great opportunities. Yulin will not suffer if he hangs out with him. I know. Yulin, I will force him again. Don't waste his qualifications, the cultivator replied. Tang Yulin's qualifications are not bad, but it's a pity that he doesn't work hard and wants to be a useless dude willingly, which makes him extremely angry. Lin Xiao came out of Suyu sect and returned to Beiziju. As soon as he returned, he closed himself up, not to practice in seclusion, but to refine weapons in seclusion. Among Lin Xiao's 3 skills, refining weapons has reached the level of the 6th grade lower grade. Lin Xiao feels that there is a lot of room for improvement and can continue to improve. As for talisman making and formation, they have fallen behind a lot. Lin Xiao does not have so much energy to catch up with all the skills. He can only choose one of them to focus on. Li Muxu and Li Mei did the same. Lin Xiao was in seclusion, but the open and secret struggles between the two did not stop. Li Muxu was very famous in Xiansu City. Li Mei also went to Xiansu City several times. After throwing out several high-level talismans, her reputation was immediately established. Talismans are different from elixirs. The help of elixirs to combat power is very slow, while talismans are the fastest to take effect. 6th level talismans are rare in the market. Most of them are purchased by the sects as a foundation. Therefore, the popularity of high-level talisman makers is no worse than that of elixirs. Moreover, Li Muxu often communicates with some high-level monks. In addition to exchanging experiences, they also build channels for resource acquisition. Li Mei also does the same. In a nutshell, Li Mei will do what Li Muxu does, and she will do it better than Li Muxu. Gradually, the monks outside also learned about the secret fight between the two. Although everyone was confused and didn't understand how they started fighting, they all took the opportunity to watch the show. Chapter 585. I don't know either. I don't know either. In Xiansu City, after Lin Xiao finished refining the weapon, Tang Yulin happened to find him, so Lin Xiao agreed. During the period, Tang Yulin asked Li Muxu why she fought with Li Mei, and Lin Xiao also complained bitterly. He really didn't know. Is it that law that a city can only allow one outstanding female cultivator to exist? Mr. Lin, I'm beginning to pity you now. It's really pitiful to be caught between 2 outstanding women. Ahem. Mr. Tang, please don't. Muxu, that's my apprentice. TSK, Mr. Lin, what's wrong with the apprentice? There are not many master-apprentice marriages in our world of immortal cultivation. As long as they are not blood relatives, it's alright. Tang Yulin sneered. There are not so many rules in the world of immortal cultivation. Unless they are blood relatives, they can get married. There are many cousins in big families who get married, not to mention master-apprentice marriages. In Tang Yulin's view, no matter which one of Li Muxu and Li Mei he marries, he will make a fortune. What a powerful genius they are. He wants to marry them, but they won't marry. I don't want to talk about this with you anymore. Why did you look me for help this time? It's still about the Yuxio couple. There are 2 things in total. First, they are resting now. G-Leveler is not happy about it, and the owners of other immortal cultivation cities are not happy about it either. They will lose a lot of money a year. Second, they want to break through the golden body stage. The couple has saved a lot of money, but they have nowhere to get treasures, so they come to me for help. Young Master Lin, do you think we should support this couple? Tang Yulin replied. The tour of the Xiao couple made a lot of money for the young masters, and now they are not touring anymore. They are not happy. Those young masters don't care whether you want to break through or not. They just want to make money. The Xiao couple are nice people, and the Tiansheng Sect is too weak. Even if they break through the golden body stage, they can't escape our control. We have to support them if we have a chance. I think so too. I'm afraid others will disagree. They are our cash cow now, and everyone is afraid that they will run away. You still have to do the work. Contact the young masters of each family and explain the situation clearly. The Tiansheng Sect can't run away. If they want to go on tour, the team is in our hands. Even if others want to do it, are they as experienced as us? Can they do it as well as we do? Okay, I'll try. In fact, several families don't value the treasures for breaking through the golden body stage very much, and they won't give them away for free. By then, we'll have to empty their family assets. That's right, and think about it. They have spent all their savings to break through the golden body stage, and even owed a lot of debts. They have to step up their touring to make money. By then, they will be even more afraid to run away. Haha, Master Lin, what you said makes sense. I'll go then. No rush for this meal. Come on, cheers. Lin Xiao raised his glass. Now he and Tang Yulin were proper capitalists. The Xiao couple were like leeks and must be harvested. After eating and drinking, Lin Xiao returned to bake suju. Seeing Yu Xiangxiang and Yuan Royan chatting in the yard, Lin Xiao also went over. Master, hello. Master, sit down. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Master really wants to know? Yes, tell me. We are discussing what Yi Mi looks like. She dare not show her face. She must be very ugly. Xiangxiang, did you use the soul breaking eye to spy on her? Lin Xiao said hurriedly. Yu Xiangxiang also practiced the eye technique in the purple light divine eye, but she was not proficient in it. What she was really proficient in was the soul breaking eye, which was also a kind of eye technique. This eye technique had no attack ability, but it was said to be able to see through everything. Of course, the cultivation was strong enough in advance. How could that be possible? The mask on Yi Mi's face is made of at least 7th grade heavenly silk. I guess no one, except the Supreme, can see through it. I feel that there are many stunningly beautiful female cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, but none of them are as pretentious as her. They must be very ugly and dare not show their faces in public. You are so boring, Royan. Don't be led astray by Xiangxiang, okay? Yes, Master. Master, why do you think Xiangxiang is so bad in your eyes? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Goodbye. Master, don't go. Anything else? Now that senior sister and Yi Mi are fighting fiercely, aren't you going to help? Who to help, and how to help? Of course I'm going to help senior sister. She's your eldest disciple. Do you want to help outsiders? It's not convenient for me to interfere in women's affairs. Then we will help, but don't say that we, the disciples, are bullying the master's wife. Yu Xiangxiang, do you want to die? Nonsense. Lin Xiao was very ashamed and angry. What the hell was going on? It was a mess. Master, Miss Yi from the Fuzzin Horde is here to visit. Oh, you're here just as I said. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Xiaofang said, and then went to the reception room, where Yi Mi was waiting. Brother Lin, my little sister is here to bother you again. Meh, why do you say that? You and I are friends. It's a good thing for us to visit each other more often. Mia has a request for Brother Lin today. Oh, tell me. Brother Lin, do you have treasures like Daoji pill, Lingming pill, Kippo pill, Sanhun Kippo pill? Meh, your Yi family should have no shortage of such things. The Yi family doesn't lack it, but Mia does, Yi Mi replied. As a family passed down from ancient times, the Yi family naturally has no shortage of resources, but the fact that the Yi family has no shortage of resources does not mean that she does not have any shortage of resources. Yi Mi is now being trained by the descendants of the Yi family, so she naturally needs helpers, so she has to cultivate her own confidence. Ordinary resources are easy to find, but these strategic resources are not easy to find, especially since the quantity she needs is so large. Lin Xiao's mind flashed through some things, and he suddenly smiled. Sure enough, the talents trained by the elite of a big family are not that simple. On the surface, she is fighting with Li Xiao, but in fact, this is just a trick she used to get strategic resources in Tiansheng City. However, after understanding for this period of time, she should know that these strategic resources are also difficult to get in Tiansheng City, so she asked for help from herself. How much does Mir need? Of course, the more the better. Mir can eat as many as you want. What about the price? Of course, we don't dare to let Big Brother Lin suffer a loss. We can charge a 20% premium on the market price. Mir, you should know that we at Big Suju also make a profit of tens of millions of Zuan crystals a year. We are not short of ordinary resources. What I want are treasures, high-end treasures. I can give you 10 bottles of elixirs taken by 6th rank cultivators, and a 5-element fruit tree. It's more than 2000 years old. If you can take out the 3 souls and 7 spirits pill, then I can take out the 7th rank demon inner elixir or an equivalent treasure in exchange. To be honest, of all those you mentioned, the only one that interests me is the 7th rank demon inner elixir. Lin Xiao shook his head. The 7th level demons are the royal family among the demon beasts, with at least hundreds of millions of demon beasts under their command. According to what Lin Xiao knows, there have been no 7th level demon beasts killed in the cultivation world in the past few thousand years. The one in Ymir's hand should have been passed down in the Yi family for many years. I don't know how they have preserved it until now. Ymir frowned. She didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so confident. The 6th level elixir is already very valuable and rare in the market, but Lin Xiao doesn't lack it. The 5-element fruit tree that is more than 2000 years old is even more priceless, but Lin Xiao doesn't even look at it. Then what does Brother Lin need? Do you know the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill? How could we not know about the Tiansheng Sect's treasure? It's a precious medicine similar to the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill, and the medicinal properties cannot conflict with each other. I have already taken the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. As long as you have it, you can name your price. The pills you mentioned, except for the 3 souls and 7 spirits pill, I can supply them in large quantities, no less than 10 of each. Lin Xiao replied. The 3 souls and 7 spirits pill is the best pill for a person in the Lingguang stage to break through to the Shengsu stage, bar none. It also has an auxiliary effect within the Shengsu stage, or when a person in the Shengsu stage breaks through to the Jinshan stage. It is very expensive. One pill costs hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals, and this is also a 7th rank precious medicine. Lin Xiao's system is not at a high enough level for the time being, but of course, he can still get it if he wants. A furnace of 9 aperture divine silkworm pills is worth hundreds of millions to billions. If you want better ones, Brother Lin's price is a bit low. Not low, Mir. Let's be business. You know these are not ordinary pills. They are strategic pills. The major sects control their sales, and no one can give you so many at once. Okay, if Brother Lin can really come up with so many pills, then I will give Brother Lin a 9-turn golden ridge pill. The effect of this pill is stronger than that of the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. A golden body cultivator can reduce 300 years of hard training by taking one pill. Ymir replied. This pill is also a top treasure in the Yi family. It was privately collected by her master and used to help her improve her cultivation. But Ymir feels that cultivating a group of confidants is more important. Only with a sufficient team can she control the power of the Yi family. Otherwise, no matter how high her cultivation is, she will be sidelined by others. Then it's decided. However, it will take me some time to make these pills. How about 3 years? How about a transaction within 3 years? Of course, my people will come to Tiansheng City in a few days. Brother Lin, you must help me then. Ymir replied. The power of the Yi family is now in the hands of the Qin family. All important powers are in the hands of the Qin family. They secretly suppress the geniuses of the Yi family and deliberately support some people in the Yi family who are not qualified or have weak wills, so that the real talents are not appreciated. Ymir has already won over a group of people and decided to pull them out to work alone. They will come to the Yi family in a few days. Lin Xiao nodded, and then Ymir left Baeksuju and returned to Fusentang. As soon as she returned, the protector of the Yi family also appeared. Meh, he agreed. Yeah. Is he really your chance? The old man asked, with both worry and surprise in his heart. The chance is a person from another family, which makes him very worried. If Ymir is also abducted, then the Yi family will suffer a great loss. Chapter 586, Ymir's team. 9 ancestors. I've already told you that Lin Xiao is not a simple person, but you still don't believe it? Ymir sighed and said that the Yi family was now going too far. Because of the Qin family, it was difficult for the Yi family to trust people from other families and only trust their own people. This would lead to the Yi family's path being too narrow, just like the Li family, which ended up in decline. However, this was understandable for the Yi family. After all, the Yi family treated the Qin family well, but the Qin family had the ambition to replace them. Lin Xiao stirred up the situation in Zhongzhou and became famous. Ymir actually noticed it a long time ago. A long time ago, Ymir wanted to come out and cooperate with Lin Xiao, but several ancestors of the Yi family were unwilling. It was not until she broke through the golden body stage and her voice increased greatly, and the Qin family forced her too much, that the Yi family's top management gave in, and Ymir was able to leave the Yi family. I already know, but it's still unclear what Lin Xiao's background is. I guess Suyu sect doesn't know much either. The Tiansheng Sect of the Wu Kingdom. Meh, you should know how powerful the Wu Kingdom is. It's impossible for the Tiansheng Sect to be so wary. You still underestimate Lin Xiao. 9 ancestor. Don't worry, Mir doesn't underestimate anyone. Besides, what does Lin Xiao's background have to do with me? As long as we can cooperate, it's fine. Aren't I just afraid that you will suffer a loss? Suffer a loss? 9 ancestor. You don't think that I also like Lin Xiao, do you? No, of course not. It was Lin Xiao who told me what I should do to control my own destiny. So after I felt that I had taken up the banner of the Yi family, I never thought about marriage again. As for Lin Xiao, he is not qualified now. If one day he can grow up to be helpful to me, it wouldn't hurt to marry him. Ymir shook her head and said she was no longer the simple little girl she was back then. The reason for all these changes was still with Lin Xiao. When she was young, she didn't know the taste of worry. But after returning to the family, she worked hard to practice and gradually learned about the plight of the Yi family. The elders in the family worked hard to cultivate her. Ymir didn't dare to live up to the expectations of the elders and decided to revitalize the family by herself and take back the power of the family. So her current mental state is like a politician. She only has interests in her eyes and no longer expects feelings. As for the previous struggle with Li Muxu, she is still learning from Lin Xiao. Ymir has read Lin Xiao's history of making a fortune. She found that Lin Xiao is a talent who can use public opinion very well. Since he entered Tiansheng City, he has firmly grasped the direction of public opinion, including the matter of supporting Tiananmen, so she deliberately competed with Li Muxu. In fact, she also gained a lot of benefits. Taking advantage of the mentality of the monks in Tiansheng City to watch the show, she successfully broke into the circle of high-level monks in Tiansheng City. The next step is to learn from Beizuju's approach and make Fuzintang stronger and bigger and become a powerful source of wealth for her faction. Meh, you've suffered. No, it's you who have suffered, struggling to hold on under the oppression of the Qin family. 9th ancestor. Hold on for a few more years, and I will take back everything from my Yi family, Ymir replied. The Yi family now has 4 8th level cultivators, but 3 of them are from the Qin family. The power has been lost, and now it depends on a supreme ancestor to hold on. But the supreme ancestor's lifespan is not long. Once he dies, the Yi family will have to be changed to the Qin family. These people rely on the support of the ancestors. The Qin family is ambitious, and my third uncle and I don't have much time left. I hope everything will be in time. It must be in time, Ymir replied. She will never let the Qin family succeed. She will. A month later, the Yi family monks slowly gathered in Tiansheng City. There were about 300 of them. These people were more powerful than the Li family monks. There were almost no low-level monks. The worst were purple mansion monks with several spiritual lights. There were also 3 Shengsu period monks, and they had reached the 7th or 8th level of Shengsu period. Their characteristics were the same as those of Baeksuju, that is, they were young and a group of disciples with great potential. As long as they were given enough resources, they could quickly improve their monks. With the appearance of 300 Yi family monks, the scale of Fusin Hall immediately expanded a lot, and it also began to develop in alchemy, refining, puppets and other aspects. Although the level was not as good as Baeksuju, the shadow of Baeksuju could be seen everywhere in Fusin Hall. Including some of the management methods, Yi Meiya often went to Baeksuju for a while, and had already learned all the methods of Baeksuju. However, Fusin Hall was very low-key, much more low-key than Baeksuju. Yi Meiya still fought with Li Muxu everywhere, and Yi Meiya's reputation became more and more famous. Lin Xiao was also collecting strategic materials. The 9-turn Golden Ridge pill was more effective than the 9-aperture Divine Silkworm pill. One pill could reduce the time of hard cultivation by 300 years. According to Lin Xiao's budget, only 2 or 3 pills would be needed to help him refine all his meridians and bones, and reach the point of refining his bone marrow. This would undoubtedly bring great benefits to Lin Xiao. Moreover, the golden body must have been refined to the level of bone and bone marrow, and its own defense would also be greatly increased. For example, in the previous Battle of Annan, the demon exploded, and the cultivators of the Shengsu period were all injured, but the 2 golden body cultivators were almost uninjured, which explained everything. Daoji pill was the easiest pill to get. Some auctions in Tiansheng City sold it, and Tiansheng Sect had transplanted more Dao fruit trees. The new Dao fruit trees would mature soon, and the previous Dao fruit trees would also mature in a few months. At that time, Li Muxu would be directly asked to take action. 3 furnaces of Daoji pills could guarantee 27 pills. As for Lingming pills, although Tiansheng Sect was also short of them, Lin Xiao still had to bite his teeth and keep some of them. It all depended on Li Muxu's alchemy skills. Before, she could produce at least 6 pills in one furnace. If she could produce 7 or 8, then the pressure would be much less, and Lin Xiao would not have to exchange them with points. The difficult part was the 7 souls pill. The 7 souls pill was a 6th grade top grade pill, and it was extremely difficult. If Li Muxu were to refine it now, the success rate would be very low, not to mention the pill yield rate. So she had to exchange it. 10 7 souls pills would require more than 1 million points, which Lin Xiao could not afford. Master wants me to refine the 7 souls pill? Yes, Li Muxu, can you refine the 7 souls pill? Lin Xiao nodded. After a night of calculations, Lin Xiao found that exchanging the materials for the 7 souls pill from the point small was much simpler than exchanging them directly for the 7 souls pill. Moreover, Lin Xiao only needed to exchange the main materials, and the rest of the auxiliary materials could be collected in Tiansheng City, which would only cost 300,000 or 400,000 points. Now the 3 branches of the sect recruit about 3,000 new disciples every year, which can give him an income of 200,000 points a year, which is more than enough for 3 years. I have never refined it, so I can't guarantee it. The 7 souls pill is very difficult to make among the 6th grade top grade pills. Even if I succeed by luck, I estimate that the chance of making only 1 pill is too low. 1 is too low. How about this? In the next 2 years, you should concentrate on improving your alchemy skills and speed up the collection of materials for the 7 souls pill. I will be of great use to you in 3 years. Are you giving it to Yumi? Not giving, but exchanging. I will use the 9 transformations Golden Ridge pill. 10 7 souls pills are worth more than the 9 transformations Golden Ridge pill. I see that master is still collecting Lingming pills and Daoji pills. We are losing money on this business. That's not how it works. The 9-turn Golden Ridge pill is a 7th grade pill, and it's a precious medicine similar to the 9-aperture Divine Silkworm pill. It's very useful for the Shengsu stage and the Golden Body stage. If we can get it, we can refine our meridians and bones in a few years, and we'll still make a profit. If it weren't for Ymia's urgent need for these things, even if we took more 7 soul pills, we couldn't exchange them for the 9-turn Golden Ridge pill. Just like the 9-aperture Divine Silkworm pill, if Lan Lingai wasn't in a hurry and didn't have time to slowly collect materials, how could he have taken it out for exchange? No amount of money could buy it. This is just like Lin Xiao's nuclear weapons in his previous life. Are nuclear weapons expensive? No matter how expensive they are, they have a price. 100 million is not enough for 1 billion, but there are too many countries that can afford 1 billion. How many countries can have nuclear weapons? That's why it's called a strategic resource. That's true. But I can't guarantee my success rate in making pills within 2 years. I'm afraid I'll have to go find your old lover. What do you mean? Lan Lingaiu, I've received the news. Lan Lingaiu is also a 6th rank upper grade alchemy expert. Moreover, she has inherited the alchemy skills from the Tiansheng Sect. It's much better than me figuring it out on my own. It shouldn't be a mistake to find her. Is she so powerful? A core disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. Do you think I'm kidding? Alchemy is their basic foundation, Li Muxu replied. Lan Lingaiu has the support of the Tiansheng Sect, which is also the most famous alchemy sect in the world of immortal cultivation. She is unique in alchemy, and her level is not exaggerated. It seems that I really need to go to Tiansheng Sect. That's right, master, just look for your old lover, while look for me. Muxu, how can you talk to master like that? You are so sarcastic. Okay, let's not talk about master anymore. I can't guarantee that Lan Lingaiu will agree, and you have to be prepared too. All the dividends from my Baeksu residence and child villa in the next 2 years will be given to you, so you have to work hard. I see. I just came out of seclusion not long ago, and I need to condense my profound energy. Just think of it as condensing my profound energy. Li Muxu nodded. He was going to make pills anyway, so it was no big deal. Improving his alchemy skills would be a great thing for him. Okay, I'll leave for Tiansheng Sect in 3 months. During this time, you collect the materials. I already have the main ingredient of the 7 souls pill. You collect the auxiliary materials. Lin Xiao nodded, and then listed a list. The main ingredient of the 7 souls pill is blood soul grass. This spiritual grass is not very high, only the 6th level, but the growth conditions are extremely special and bloody. It needs to be watered with blood essence, and it needs to be watered for many years, to allow the spiritual grass to nurture a true spirit similar to the soul. The blood essence required is extremely huge. If the evil way of cultivating this spiritual medicine is to cultivate it, it must kill a large number of cultivators and monsters. However, the righteous way will not do this. It will let the disciples take the initiative to contribute some blood essence and reward with merit points. The big sects often have tens of thousands of cultivators. If one person contributes once, it will only be needed once every few decades if they take turns, so it will not harm the lives of the disciples. Of course, there is a better way, to water it with the blood of the cultivated spiritual beasts, which is even simpler, so blood soul grass is planted in all major sects. But this thing, like the true spirit grass, is also a strategic resource, and the various sects will not sell it at will. In Nansao, most sects are not yet at the level that requires a 7 souls pill, so it is rarely cultivated. Only the Tiansheng Sect and the Xianyu Sect have planted some, but it's not yet mature. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Hanjian. 3 months later, Beizuju collected the materials for a set of 7 souls pills. Lin Xiao took them and set off for Tiansheng Sect. Lan Lingaiu had been practicing in Tiansheng Sect for these years. Lin Xiao sent a message to Lan Lingaiu, and Lan Lingaiu then came to Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao, what are you looking for me for? Fairy Lan, can't I come to you? It's not that I can't, but you are too cunning, and I'm afraid of being at a disadvantage. Haha, Fairy Lan, your words are too hurtful. When have you ever been at a disadvantage? When I cooperate with you. When have I not been at a disadvantage? Lan Lingaiu said bitterly. It's true that she didn't suffer any disadvantage, but when she was with Lin Xiao, she always felt that she was too stupid and had a feeling of being controlled by Lin Xiao, which made her very dislike. She thought that Lan Lingaiu was also a genius in Tiansheng Sect, and she was extremely outstanding in both cultivation qualifications and alchemy talent, but in front of Lin Xiao, she always felt like a 3-year-old child. Haha, I want to cooperate with Fairyland this time. Is Fairyland willing or not? Ask me to refine pills. Isn't your disciple also very powerful? I have heard a lot about her over the years. Lan Lingai replied. The circle of high-level alchemists is actually very small. There are not many 6th level alchemists in the whole central continent, so she knows exactly what the other high-level alchemists are doing. Muzu's level is not high enough. I'm afraid I have to ask my uncle and aunt for help this time. Ask my father and mother. What kind of pills do they want to refine? 7 soul pills, 7 soul pills. I can also refine them. But I need a lot. I should be able to produce about 3 7 soul pills. Not enough. I need a lot. Do you have so many spiritual cultivators? Lan Lingai sneered. It was no secret that Lin Xiao was the head of the Tiansheng Sect of the Wu Kingdom in Nanzhao. She naturally knew what kind of power the Wu Kingdom was. Why would it need so many 7 soul pills? Then you don't have to worry about it, Fairyland. This is a big business. Are you really unwilling to introduce it? Okay, let's go. Hanbo is here too. Hey, brother Han is here too. Has he finished his invincible journey? No, just taking a break. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Lan Lingai replied, and then took Lin Xiao out of Dangsha City and entered the mountain gate of Dangsha Sect. With Lan Lingai leading the way, there would be no problems. Under the guidance of Lan Lingai, Lin Xiao met Lan Lingai's parents, as well as Hanbo and his father. Hanbo was very happy to see Lin Xiao and greeted Lin Xiao warmly. Fellow Daoist Lin, let me introduce you. This is my father Hanjan. Lin Xiao greets you. Senior, you're welcome. Since you are Hanbo's friend, you are our nephew. Your name is also very famous in my 7 Swords sect. You are a well-known money-giving boy in the central continent's immortal cultivation world. Senior, you are joking. It's just a fight between juniors. How can it be in your eyes if there is also fighting in the Paradise Villa, which has an annual income of more than 100 million Zuan crystals? Then the leader of my 7 Swords sect should resign. Han Jan said with a laugh. Who doesn't like Zuan crystals? An annual income of more than 100 million, even if it is divided equally among a dozen shareholders, there will be more than 10 million. This is a long-term source of income, and even a golden body cultivator cannot underestimate it. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you coming to Dangsha Sect to make pills this time? Yes, brother Han, in the world of immortal cultivation in Zhongzhou, Dangsha Sect is the leader in the alchemy circle. Of course, I have to ask the seniors for help. In that case, I won't disturb you guys to talk about business. Brother Lan, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, brother Han, you guys take a rest first. Lan Lingai's father nodded, and then a disciple took them away, leaving Lan Lingai and a few others behind. Lin Xiao greets the 2 seniors. Lin Xiao, it's not the first time we meet. Why are you being so polite? Please take a seat. Thank you, seniors. Lin Xiao, what kind of elixir do you want to refine? 7 souls pill. 7 souls pill. Have you found the materials? Yes, I have collected 1 set. 1 set. It seems that you need more than 1 or 2. But you have to know that the 7 souls pill is a strategic elixir of the sect. According to the rules of the major sects, small sects and independent cultivators will not take more than 3 pills in a furnace. Lan Lingai's father said. The rules of Nanzhao are all learned from Zhongzhou. Starting with Lingming pill, all elixir that breaks through the level must be controlled. 3 is already too many. Basically, others can only take 2 when they come to the door to ask for it. Any more will be considered as their alchemy fee, and they may even have to pay extra fees. I know, but I need more 7 souls pills, so I would like to ask for your leniency. How many sets of materials have you gathered? I already have 1 set, and I can gather another set within 3 months. How many pills do you need? 18. Haha, Lin Xiao, if you were not Lingai's friend, I would think you were teasing us. I dare not tease you, senior. I really need it. Okay, then tell me, what price can you pay? Lan Lingai's father replied. It is not impossible to take away 18 pills from 2 furnaces of 7 souls pills, but it would cost a huge price. Without a sufficient price, he would not give 18 pills, and there is no hope for 8. Senior, I don't know if you are satisfied with this price. Lin Xiao took out a brocade box from the storage bag and pushed it over. Lan Lingai's father opened it and saw that his face suddenly changed. He immediately covered it back. The speed was so fast that even Lan Lingai did not notice it, and he did not know what was inside. Where did you get it from? Don't worry, senior, this doesn't belong to your clan. With Lin Xiao's ability, he can't steal it, right? That's what I said, but this result is too shocking to me. You have to wait for me for a moment. Lan Lingai's father said coldly, and then he sent out a sound transmission note. A moment later, another sound transmission note flew over. He answered it alone, and his expression was relieved. Lingaiu, you go down and have a rest. Father, I go down. Yes. Lan Lingaiu glared at Lin Xiao angrily and left unwillingly, leaving only Lan Lingaiu's father and mother. Lin Xiao, can you explain where the remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm came from? As far as I know, in the entire world of cultivating immortals, only the 9-aperture divine silkworm of my Tiansheng Sect is at the 8th level, and it sheds its remains once every 1,000 years. The last time it shed its remains was less than 200 years ago, and it has never sold its remains. I said it was given to me by a senior in my family. Do you believe it? No, there are many 9-aperture divine silkworms wandering around, but the 9-aperture divine silkworm reached its peak at the 6th level. Without the secret method, it could not be advanced at all. Only my Tiansheng Sect has this secret method. Senior, there is no need to be so confident. Tiansheng Sect is not the best in taming beasts. There are countless masters in the world of cultivating immortals, so naturally someone can do it. Nothing is unique. Senior, you just need to tell me, Lin, whether this business can be done. Yes, why not? Lan Lingai's father replied that the last time they got the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill, their Lan family only got 4 pills and gave one to Lin Xiao, which means that the 3 of them only got 1 pill on average, and they could take it many times. But under normal circumstances, they would never get it again in this life. So they should not miss the treasure that was delivered to their doorstep. Well, I will provide the materials for the 7 soul pills myself, and then I will take away 18 7 soul pills plus 1 9-aperture divine silkworm pill. Is this condition not too much? You still want the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill? Change it. That's the only condition. My apprentice also needs the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill. If it doesn't work, then Lin can only find another senior. Lin Xiao bowed his hands and said, friendship is friendship, but business is business. If the remains of a whole 9-aperture divine silkworm are used as the cost of refining the pill, it would be too high and too much of a loss. To be honest, if he was not afraid of offending the Tiansheng Sect, he could find someone to refine the pill anywhere with this condition, and there was no need to come here at all. Okay, then I promise you how long you will take to get the pills. Within a year, the remaining materials for the 7 souls pill will be delivered within half a year. Okay, madam, go to the clerk and sign a document. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Lan Lingai's father said that the 9-aperture divine silkworm is a treasure of the Tiansheng Sect. Now the remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm have appeared outside. If it is publicized, I'm afraid that the sect will have a great reaction. Soon, Lin Xiao and the other 2 signed a contract and swore to keep the matter strictly confidential. After that, the 2 chatted for a while, and Lin Xiao left. Not long after Lin Xiao left, Han Jian appeared again. The relationship between the 2 families was closer than outsiders guessed. Brother Han, it seems that you have obtained some huge treasure. Then Lin Xiao is really a boy who gives away money. That's right. This boy has such a deep background. It makes people tremble with fear. Isn't this normal? If he didn't have 1 or 2 backers, Tiansheng Sect would have killed him long ago. How could he survive until now? Han Jian shook his head. It was an open secret in the world of immortal cultivation that Lin Xiao had a mysterious backer behind him. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to slap the face of a first-rate force, and they would have been killed long ago. That's true. He must have the confidence to take out this thing. It's a pity that he hid my soft spot, and I can't refuse. If you can't refuse, then cooperate. We don't have to be enemies. Besides, doesn't Lin Xiao have a good relationship with him? What's so good about her? Lin Xiao has been spoiled by me, and her mind is too simple. She told me a long time ago that when she is with Lin Xiao, she feels controlled, and that makes her very uncomfortable. Haha, Lin Xiao can bring the Tiansheng Sect to its current level and stir up the world of immortal cultivation. His scheming and means are naturally beyond ordinary people. Let's not talk about him, let's talk about our business. When will Hanbo inherit the sword of the Seven Swords Sect? Soon. Hanbo's progress is very fast. According to the current situation, he will be able to hone his invincible heart in 100 years at most. By then, his mind will be clear and he will be able to advance to the golden body stage much faster. But by then, he will still need Brother Lan's support. Yes, if Hanbo can hone his invincible heart within 100 years, and the two families are willing to form an alliance, I will use the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill that the sect awarded me as a betrothal gift to Lin Xiao. 9 aperture divine silkworm pill? Yes, that is the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill, Lin Xiao's father replied. The original 9 aperture divine silkworm pill had been used up, and now he had obtained the remains of the 9 aperture divine silkworm by himself. He could still refine a furnace in the future. They couldn't use all of it themselves, so now was a good opportunity to use it as a favor. Chapter 588, 9-turn golden ridge pill. The 7 souls pill was extremely important, so Lin Xiao did not dare to leave casually. He stayed in Dangsha City and sent a message to Li Muxu, asking her to collect the materials for another set of 7 souls pills and to accumulate Lingming pills. Now the Tiansheng Sect has many ways to get Lingming pills, including Wusun Kingdom, Qianluo Kingdom, Zhou Kingdom, Wei Kingdom, and Zhao family of Xiansu City. These have been negotiated. These forces have been planting Zenling grass for many years, and many survive. As long as Li Muxu's alchemy skills can be improved, she can refine 7 or 8 pills at a time, and she can save them. If it really doesn't work, Lin Xiao can also exchange it in the system mall. The price of Lingming pills is not high, and Lin Xiao can still afford it. Lin Xiao was not idle in Dangsha City. In the entire world of cultivating immortals, Xiansu City cannot compare with Dangsha City in terms of the number of pill materials. After all, it is the distribution center of alchemy materials. Every year, Dangsha Sect itself consumes a large amount of materials and sells a large number of pills. So Lin Xiao began to search for some high-level materials in Dangsha City. This was not the first time that Lin Xiao came to Dangsha Sect. He had cooperated with all the major businesses in the city before. Lin Xiao had the VIP cards of all the businesses. He scattered a lot of black crystals and soon became a VIP guest of all the major businesses in Dangsha City. Whenever there were high-level spiritual medicines or materials, Lin Xiao would receive the news. And Lin Xiao was not stingy with the black crystals. He often competed with other cultivators for them at a premium, so he reaped a lot of rewards. As for offending some people, Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. He had even slapped Xiangsuan Sect in the face several times. So why would he be afraid of others? Hanbo also often interacted with Lin Xiao. Hanbo's invincible road had been completed for most of the time, and his cultivation level was also improving rapidly. He had reached the 7th level of the Shengsu period, and his cultivation speed was much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. According to Hanbo's own prediction, when he finished the invincible road, he would basically reach the peak of the Shengsu period, and he could advance to the golden body period, or he could go back and inherit the 7 swords of the 7 swords sect. Lin Xiao now knows a lot about the 7 swords sect. The 7 swords of the 7 swords sect are all 8th level magic tools. No, they should be called magic treasures. The difference between magic tools and magic treasures lies in the word spiritual. As long as a magic tool has spirituality, it can be called a magic weapon, and the power of magic weapon is much higher than that of a magic tool. Although both are 8th level, the power of magic weapon is generally several times that of a magic tool. Moreover, a magic tool cannot be used after being damaged, and it must be repaired by a refiner, while a magic weapon can be restored by nourishment. To get a magic weapon, either you integrate the soul into it during the refining process, or you nourish it for a long time by a cultivator. Generally speaking, the first method is abandoned. Because the soul to be refined into a magic weapon must be the soul of a demon clan above the 6th level or the soul of a cultivator above the Shengsu period. No matter which one it is very evil and difficult to obtain, so most people will choose to nourish it themselves. So these magic weapons have another nickname, called the natal magic weapon. Generally, the life treasures can only play the greatest effect in the hands of the master, but the 7 swords of the 7 sword sect are special, which is also related to the 7 sword sect's skills. In other sects, the cultivators can choose from a lot of skills, and the inheritance is different, but the 7 sword sect is not like that. They are a sword cultivation sect. The entire sect is a sword cultivation sect, and the inheritance is all swordsmanship. Therefore, even the magic treasures left by the predecessors can play the greatest effect in the hands of the younger generation. Moreover, these 7 swords have become more and more powerful after being nurtured by each generation of the 7 sword sect's cultivators. Among the 8th level magic treasures, they are also first class. This has led to everyone in the 7 sword sect wanting to get the 7 swords. It's a pity that the swords have spirits. As long as the cultivators are not recognized by the swords, they can't control these swords at all. The real power to choose the master is in the hands of the 7 swords. It is conceivable that once Hanbo is recognized by the sword, Hanbo holding the sword will be at the top level among the same level. Even the disciples of the big sects may not be his opponents. This is also the reason why the Tiansheng Sect cultivators did not want to fight with Hanbo at the beginning, because they did not want Hanbo to become a master who overwhelmed a generation. The 7 sword sect ranks first in combat power among the second-rate forces, and it is also because the 8th level ancestor of the 7 sword sect holds an 8th level magic weapon, which allows him to look down on the cultivators of the same level. Hanbo still wants to fight with Lin Xiao. Since Lin Xiao broke through the Shengsu period, his cultivation speed is extremely fast. Hanbo broke through 100 years earlier than Lin Xiao, and his cultivation was also caught up by Lin Xiao. This is also because of the body, tempered at the same time, otherwise he would have surpassed him long ago. However, Lin Xiao did not want to fight with Hanbo. It was meaningless. Lin Xiao did not want to be used as a grindstone. There was no reward if he won, and it would be embarrassing if he lost, and it would also expose his trump card, which made Hanbo feel very sorry. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. During this year and a half, Lan Lingai's parents were very busy. One of them helped Lin Xiao refine the 7 souls pill, and the other secretly went out to collect the materials for the 9 apertures divine silkworm pill. The materials for the 9 apertures divine silkworm pill were particularly difficult to collect, so after a year and a half, they had not yet collected them all. This time, Lin Xiao would not help them, otherwise the price would be more than that. Lan Lingai's father was also unwilling to give Lin Xiao another 9 apertures divine silkworm, so after a year and a half, Lin Xiao only got the 7 souls pill. As for the 9 apertures divine silkworm pill, he had to wait for it. Lin Xiao, please count them. These are 18 7 soul pills. No need. I trust you. It's better to count them. If there is any problem, after leaving the city, I won't admit it. Fairy Lan, do you have to be so polite to me? You should be more polite. Ahem. Fairy Lan, I heard that you and Hanbo are officially engaged. It's too early. I just have this intention. Lan Lingai's face darkened. She didn't dislike Hanbo, but the two of them really didn't have any ambiguous feelings. Unfortunately, the parents of both sides didn't care. Their union couldn't be called love. As long as they didn't dislike each other, it would be fine. It was just a marriage of interests. The Han family and the Lan family have known each other for thousands of years. They have always cooperated with each other, but lack further cooperation, especially because the resources of both sides are complementary. The financial resources of the 7 sword sect are not good, but the combat power is very strong, and the Dangsha sect is very good at making money. After all, alchemy is recognized as the first money-making profession, but their combat power is not very good. The combination of the two will be of great benefit. I still have to congratulate you in advance. On the day of your wedding, I will give you a big gift. Can we not talk about this? If I break through the golden body stage before Hanbo, then this matter will not count. Haha, if that's the case, then I have to congratulate Fairy Lan even more. I will also give you a big gift at the promotion ceremony. You really want to give me a gift? Okay, give it now. Lan Lingayu pouted. She was confident that she could break through the golden body stage before Hanbo because she knew what her parents were busy with. After swallowing 2 more 9 apertures divine silkworm pills, she would catch up with Hanbo immediately. She was usually richer than Hanbo, so how could she forget that when she reached the golden body stage, her parents could not decide her marriage. It must be agreed by the sect, her parents, and herself. No one less will do. If she refuses at that time, no one can force her. Whatever Fairyland wants, Lin can give it to her. 9 transformation golden ridge pill. Do you dare to give it to me? Fairyland, there is no such blackmail as this. I haven't got it yet. Besides, the 9 transformation golden ridge pill is more precious than the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill. I dare to give it to you. Do you dare to accept it? Why not? It would be a waste if I don't accept the things from a prophet like you. Humph. Lan Lingayu started to act in a bad mood. Of course, she was just saying this out of anger. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If she really accepted the 9 transformation golden ridge pill, she would not know how to return the gift. Would she have to give herself to you? Haha, okay, wait for my news then. Don't be so scared when I really give you the 9 transformation golden ridge pill that you dare not accept it. Lin Xiao laughed and said that gifts between high level cultivators are not given for free, they are all linked to interests. If Lan Lingayu dares to accept it, she must return a gift of similar value. If not, this favor will be too big to repay. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Goodbye, Fairyland. Wait a minute, Lin Xiao, what else is there? Fairyland. In a few years, I want to go out and travel. Do you want to come with me? Let's go together. Lin Xiao's face was full of question marks. Is Lan Lingayu crazy? Must she fight with Hanbo to the death? Don't think too much. I just think you have a deep blessing and want to take advantage of you. Okay, Lin hasn't been in the world of immortal cultivation for many years. Let's go together then. Well, I'll find you then. After saying that, Lan Lingayu flew away directly. She felt her cheeks were a little hot. Why did she suddenly talk about this matter? It was really embarrassing. Shouldn't girls be more reserved? Lin Xiao shook his head, took the 7 souls pill, and left Dangsha City, secretly returning to Xiansu City. At this time, the agreement with Yimi was about 1 year away, and Li Muxu would also refine a furnace of Lingming pill for Wei this year. The materials for Wei's Lingming pill have been delivered. Last time, it was the Zhao family's Lingming pill. I refined 8 pills. As long as you can produce 8 pills this time, you can exchange for the 9-turn Jinling pill. Believe in your strength, Muxu. I don't believe it myself. It was just like last time. Don't be too stressed. In addition, the pill yield rate has not been leaked, right? Of course not. Li Muxu shook his head. He told the Zhao family that the pill yield rate was only 5, and he would not charge the rest of the pill refining fees. It was normal to leave 2 pills. If they knew that Li Muxu could refine 8 Lingming pills, the Zhao family would definitely not do it, and the number would have to be increased. That's good, you can go and have a rest. Lin Xiao nodded. The alchemist's pill yield rate is a secret. If Lin Xiao was not Li Muxu's master, she would not tell it. This is also an excuse for the alchemist to exploit other cultivators. If the real pill yield rate is known, other cultivators will know that you are ruthless in making money, and they will not ask you to make pills. 3 months later, Li Muxu successfully refined 8 Lingming pills again, just enough to make 10 Lingming pills. Lin Xiao completed the transaction with Yimi and got a Jiaozuan Jinling pill. Chapter 589 Bone Marrow. The 9-turn Jinling pill is one of the treasures of the Heio Emperor family. Its main ingredient is the Jinling flower, which is a kind of cordyceps flower, which can be both a plant and an insect. Its special properties allow it to absorb the mysterious energy of heaven and earth and turn it into vital energy, becoming a treasure in the eyes of cultivators. The Jinling flower matures in 1,000 years, which is called 1 turn, and 9,000 years is 9 turns. After the 9 turns, picking its flowers will take away the things that contain its vital energy, but its life will not be in danger. It will take another 1,500 years to get another 9-turn Jinling flower. However, the Jinling flower is conscious. The first time the flowers are picked, they will try every means to escape. Moreover, they are also 8th level spiritual medicines. Ordinary cultivators cannot defend against them. They must set up extremely high level formations and prohibitions. Only forces above the first class have this ability. If it were the Tiansheng Sect, it would probably only be picked once, before they would run away. The Jinling flower of the Haodi family has been picked several times, but each time there is an interval of 1,500 years, which is a time that even the spirit plant husband cannot shorten. It can be seen that the 9-turn Jinling pill is precious. Yi Meiya took it out for trading, and it was also bloody. However, Yi Meiya felt that she had made a profit. She now has a large number of confidants. With this batch of strategic pills, she can cultivate at least 5 or 6 Shengsu period monks and 5 or 6 Lingguang monks. This group of forces is not weak. In addition, with her identity as a descendant of the Yi family, she can carry the banner of the Yi family and seize power from the Qin family at a critical moment. As for her own cultivation, Yi Meiya is also very confident. Her talent is not lower than that of Li Muxu, the King Mu Saint body. Even if she does not use a treasure like the 9-turn Jinling pill, she is much faster than ordinary people. Within 1,000 years, she will definitely enter the 8th realm. When she reaches the 8th realm, she will have the confidence to compete with the Qin family. Lin Xiao got the 9-turn Jinling pill and asked the system to scan it immediately. Finally, it came up with a price of 300,000 points for one pill. At this time, Lin Xiao's point balance has increased to 1 million points, which can be exchanged for 3 pills. However, the 9-turn Golden Ridge pill is quite special. For an ordinary cultivator, 1 pill can be equivalent to 300 years of hard training. The effect of the second pill will plummet, and it is estimated that it can only be used for 70 or 80 years. The third pill is completely useless. In this way, the second pill is extremely wasted. A year later, Lin Xiao was in seclusion and took the 9-turn Golden Ridge pill. Its huge medicinal effect almost burst Lin Xiao's meridians. Lin Xiao frantically practiced the Hunyo and Wu Qigong to refine the vital energy and use it to nourish the soul. The power of the soul continued to surge. 2 months later, Lin Xiao stopped nourishing the soul and switched to tempering the meridians. At this time, the vital energy of the 9-turn Golden Ridge pill was still more than half. The last bit of tempering of the Hanjuan pericardium meridian was completed. Lin Xiao then guided the vital energy to temper the Hanshaoian heart meridian. The Hanshaoian heart meridian is on the inner side of the upper limbs of the body, connecting to the abdomen, and is one of the 12 meridians in the human body. Lin Xiao endured the severe pain and finished tempering the Shaoian heart meridian in one breath. There was still a little vitality left in the 9-turn Golden Ridge pill. Lin Xiao began to temper the Mingyang large intestine meridian of the Han 3 Yang meridians, and also finished tempering it in one breath. Seeing that there was still enough vitality, Lin Xiao finished tempering the Shaoyang triple burner meridian in one breath. The remaining vitality Lin Xiao used to nourish the soul, and then came out of retreat. Lin Xiao calculated the time, and found that a year had passed. Looking at the results of his tempering, Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed. This was quite different from his previous prediction. Before, Lin Xiao thought that a 9-turn Golden Ridge pill could temper all the 12 meridians, but now it was not even half, and the gap was not a little bit. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao estimated that the problem was with his body. Lin Xiao's physical qualifications were actually not as good as Li Muxu's King Mu Saint body. The qualifications of his body were originally only the upper grade spiritual roots. After Lin Xiao used many treasures, he was only comparable to an ordinary genius with the best spiritual roots, not to mention compared with the Xingdao body. Without the aptitude, the utilization and absorption of the drug effect would not be good. In addition, Lin Xiao had not practiced hard since he advanced to the Shengsu period. He often took pills, which caused his body to develop drug resistance. Therefore, Lin Xiao's retreat this time was far less than expected. It seems that I really need to travel for a few years. It is not enough to condense the profound energy by refining equipment alone. Lin Xiao said in his heart. After coming out of retreat, Lin Xiao found Li Muxu and exchanged these experiences with Li Muxu so that she would not go astray. In the future, she might need to practice hard instead of just taking pills. Master is right. Think about it. I haven't absorbed Zuan Qi for cultivation for a long time. Zuan Qi is the foundation of cultivation. It seems to make sense. Yes, you will have to practice harder in the future, but this will disrupt our plans. Don't be afraid, Master. Now we have the protection of the Li family. The cultivators of Tiansheng Sect may not attack us. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. The Li family is not 100% reliable. Moreover, the current state of the Li family can't withstand the full-scale attack of Tiansheng Sect. Master, don't you feel too much crisis? No, it's as it should be. I still have a lot of things to do. What things? No more. We'll talk about it later, when we have a chance. From now on, we have to speed up the refining of Zuan Qi. I'm going to refine the equipment. In a few years, I will go out for training. Training? What about Xiansu City? Don't we still have you? I can't. I'm too busy. Li Muxu shook her head. She was busy like a dog. Before she finished one thing, another thing came up. She had no experience to take care of things. Without someone who could keep things under control, something bad would happen to Beigsuchu and Jilvilla. It seems that we can only cultivate one more cultivator in the Shengsu period. I'm afraid it's difficult. The ones with the highest cultivation now are Beizixi, Beizichan, Yunanai and Xiangxiang. They are only at the 7th or 8th level. Even if they reach the 12th level of Lingguang, they will need 30 or 40 years to polish it. So, 200 years will not be enough for them. By then, they will be around 700 years old. It's too slow, so I decided to deal with Yunanai first. Siki. Well, in a few years, I will get a 9-aperture divine silkworm pill from Tiansheng Sect. By then, you and I will work together to help Siki refine it, and her cultivation will reach the Lingguang period in one fell swoop. This is not good. The cultivation gained in that way will be too superficial. Like Tang Yulin and others, there will be serious consequences. No, after Siki breaks through Lingguang, I will prevent her from advancing within 100 years. She will rebuild her foundation, practice hard day and night, and make up for her foundation. Besides, she will be very young at that time, less than 200 years old, so there is a great chance. Lin Xiao shook his head. This is how Tang Yulin and his friends gained their cultivation. They even had help in refining the profound energy, so they didn't have to put in any effort. Of course, this kind of cultivation was too superficial and had no combat effectiveness. I'm afraid Siki needs to agree to this. Of course, if he doesn't agree, I won't do it. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao was not a dictator, so he would not force Siki to do this. However, Lin Xiao would try his best to persuade her. Lin Xiao once again threw himself into the craze of refining instruments. He scattered countless black crystals and exchanged them for countless materials, which turned into instruments to be sold in Beiziju. The 6th level lower grade refining technique was stabilized, and the level was greatly improved. Then Lin Xiao also began to draw talismans and refine arrays. These two skills condense the soul. Lin Xiao found that his soul grew too fast. If he did not condense it, his soul advantage would slowly be lost. As for drawing talismans, Yi Mei's level was the highest among the people Lin Xiao knew. Lin Xiao did not want to cross the river by feeling the stones, so he repeatedly asked Yi Mei for advice. Yi Mei did not refuse, and the connection between the two companies became closer and closer. Congratulations, you have drawn the first 5th level middle grade talisman. Half a year later, in the talisman array hall, Yi Mei said to Lin Xiao. She found that Lin Xiao's talent in drawing talismans was also very good. Although he could not compare with her, he was much better than ordinary people. It's just a 5th grade mid-grade elixir. There's nothing to congratulate. But the strength of your men is exploding. Congratulations. It's just the previous accumulation. It stopped when the foundation was used up. Brother Lin, how about we continue to deepen our cooperation? Oh, Mir still wants strategic elixirs? No need for those. I can't come up with a better treasure than the 9-turn golden ridge pill. I mean ordinary elixirs. Brother Lin, you know that these people under me are ordinary, but the consumption of elixirs is too high, and our own alchemy skills are not very good, so I want to cooperate with you. Meh, tell me how to cooperate. Beizuju is the strongest in alchemy, and the rest are weak. The strongest in Fuzentang is the formation and talismans. The formation is not consumable, so it is not under consideration. So how about exchanging elixirs for talismans? According to the exchange of value, no one will suffer a loss, and the shortfall will be made up with the price difference. Okay. Lin Xiao agreed after a moment of hesitation. Talismans are consumable resources. They can be used to protect disciples at ordinary times. Once they are facing an enemy, they can have talismans with them, which greatly increases their survival rate. If they are not used up at ordinary times, they can be saved as a foundation. Once a war breaks out, these talismans may become the chips that affect the balance of victory or defeat. If it doesn't work, they can be resolved. Talismans are still very popular and there is no shortage of sales. The level of the cultivation world in Nansao is very low, and there are very few high-level talismans. Once Lin Xiao has the supply of goods from Yi Media, he can make a lot of money, even if he wrestles them. Thank you very much, Brother Lin. Media has nothing to repay you. I'm willing to cook for you tonight. How about we have a drink? It's an honor. Then I will make a pot of good wine to repay Media's teaching for the past 6 months. Thank you, Brother Lin, Yi Media said with a smile. That night, Yi Media cooked a table of food, and Lin Xiao took out his treasured wine, and the two drank together. As long as the cultivator does not want to get drunk, he will not get drunk. The two drank all night, and were full of energy the next day. Then Lin Xiao called the manager of Bakesuju and Li Muxu to connect with Fuzentang for deeper cooperation. Chapter 590, Helping the Growth of Seedlings. The talisman making skills of the Yi family of Emperor Hao are not only powerful in Ymir, but also inherited from her bloodline. It is said that Emperor Hao had a heavenly soul body, which is a special body of the same level as the King Mu Saint body. He was born with a strong soul and a high level of comprehension. Although his descendants did not reproduce the heavenly soul body, their souls are still much stronger than ordinary people. In addition, the inheritance of their talisman makers is stronger than that of ordinary sects, which has led to the prosperity of the Yi family's talisman makers. The exchange of the talismans of the Fuzzin Hall and the elixir of Bakesuju went smoothly. Both forces purchased their own materials on a large scale, and there was even a trend of driving up the price of materials in Tiansheng City. Under this situation, another 2 years passed, and Lan Lingai of the Tiansheng Sect sent a message that his father had secretly collected the materials for the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, and was ready to start refining it. And Lin Xiao also called Yinanai and Siki, ready to help Siki grow faster and let her break through the spiritual light period in one fell swoop. Master, Siki has reached the 8th level of Daogang. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to do this? It would be a pity if Siki was destroyed. The Zuanine body is also an extremely rare Dao body. Yinanai frowned when he heard this. Siki's cultivation level had been improving very quickly, much faster than that of the ordinary Daogang cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect. However, Lin Xiao was still not satisfied. Doing this would bring about great consequences. There will be troubles in the future, but it won't be enough to destroy her. Siki is still young, less than 200 years old this year. If she uses the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill to break through the spiritual light, it is best not to improve her cultivation within 100 years and focus on polishing her basics. Then the impact on the future will be minimal. Yinanai asked you to come, not to let you make the decision. You are not qualified. I want to hear Siki's answer. Master, I'm willing. Siki, why? This is related to your path. Nanayu, I know, but I'm willing. Why? You were able to sacrifice for the sect back then, so why can't I? I have lived a happy life over the years, but this happiness was based on the fact that the master and ancestrally had protected me from the wind and rain. If the situation was not critical, I believe the master would not do this. Siki was very calm. At the Paradise Villa, she had seen too many miserable lives of low-level cultivators who even sold their bodies and souls for some resources. Since she joined the Tiansheng Sect, she has never been in such a predicament. No matter how difficult the sect is, she is 100% satisfied with her practice. She can still do what she likes. For most cultivators, this is too happy. But this kind of happiness did not fall from the sky. It was earned by the head of the sect and other high-level people. She is not the kind of willful girl. She has suffered a lot and knows that this situation is not easy to come by. Since the head of the sect needs it, what if she makes a little sacrifice? As for the Tao, so what? As long as you can't ascend to become an immortal, you still need to go through the cycle of life and death like ordinary people. So what is the difference between Lingguang and Daogang? Well said. There are some things that originally, as the sect leader, I cannot say, but I have to say them. I have been in charge of the Tiansheng Sect for more than 400 years. During these 400 years, the sect has gone through many wars, and tens of thousands of monks have died in the wars. Hundreds of thousands of monks have fought for the development of the sect all their lives. Their sacrifices are the foundation of our lives now. Yinanayu, do you remember Beizahua? Do you remember in Hongfeng and the others? They are spiritual light monks, new spiritual lights with great potential, but they also gave their lives for the sect. Sect leader, Yinanayu found it difficult to refute. For the sake of the sect, he could lose his life and make sacrifices, but he would always find it difficult to accept Siki's sacrifice. Nanayu, don't worry. Where is the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill? It's worth hundreds of millions of black crystals. You want to use it, but you're not qualified yet. Master, why don't you improve my cultivation? I'm not afraid of helping the seedlings grow too fast. It'll be the same if you use it on me. No, because what I need is a cultivator in the Shengsu period with strong combat effectiveness. If I improve you, you won't even be able to beat a Lingguang cultivator. What's the point of me coming here? Lin Xiao shook his head. He had thought of this idea a long time ago. The first batch of Lingguang cultivators were all able to use the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill to improve to the Shengsu period, but was it useful? What Lin Xiao needed was a cultivator in the Shengsu period who could subdue the enemy, not a fake Shengsu period cultivator. Nanayu, I have made up my mind. You can't stop me. Master, when will it start? About 3 or 4 months, until I get the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. Okay, then I will wait for another 4 months. Well, during this period, I will give you a holiday. You two can go out and have fun, and when you return to the sect, I will personally hold a wedding for you. Thank you. Master Siki nodded and glanced at Nanayu. He was still a little dazed. He was unhappy about this, but he was just unhappy. Lin Xiao mentioned Ren Hongfeng and others. They were all old acquaintances of Yinanayu, brothers, and they also sacrificed their lives for the sect. Lin Xiao gave them a holiday, and the two of them traveled around the Suyu sect's territory, not daring to go far, and no longer practicing, really relaxing themselves. 3 months later, Lan Lingai came to Shiansu City and personally handed the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill to Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao immediately called Siki back and prepared to give her the pill. Siki, swallow the pill. Yes, master. In the Baeksu residence of Shiansu City, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu sat opposite each other, with Siki in the middle. Siki swallowed the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill, and then Li Muxu and Lin Xiao put their hands on Siki's shoulders, and the huge Zuan Qi entered Siki's body, to refine the huge vitality of the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. The two tried their best to control the pill and slowly release the Zuan Qi. Siki practiced the exercises and continuously absorbed the vitality. Soon, Siki's cultivation began to improve. Dao Gang 8th level, Dao Gang 9th level, Dao Gang 10th level, Dao Gang 11th level, Dao Gang 12 level. Even if it was Dao Gang 12 level, Siki did not have time to polish and settle. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu increased the output of vitality and began to impact the spirit light stage. Break! Lin Xiao shouted angrily, and the countless Zuan crystals piled up around began to break, and the Zuan Qi was drained by the gathering spirit array, and countless Zuan Qi began to flow into Siki's body. Puff! As if something was broken, the heavenly Dao began to project down from the sky above Baeksuju. It succeeded. Siki soared from 80% of Dao Gang to Lingguang period in just 1 month. Come out of retreat. On the way back to Nanzhao, you have 3 months to consolidate your cultivation. Let's go back to Nanzhao. Lin Xiao nodded, and then walked out of the room with Li Muxu. Outside, Yin and Niu and others were waiting, and many of them were envious. Even in Tiansheng Sect, there are very few people who can reach the Lingguang period. Many people stop at the Daogang period for their entire lives, so they don't think this is a sacrifice at all, but a reward. It's a pity that they are not qualified, otherwise they would also have this reward. Lin Xiao dealt with the matter of Beg Suju, and then took Yinan Niu and Siki back to Tiansheng Sect. Li Muxu couldn't leave, so she could only send a gift in advance, and then continue to stay in Tiansu City. 3 months later, Lin Xiao and his party returned to the sect. Nan Zuan had already received the news, and sent out invitations in advance. Gongming City was also decorated anew. All the preparations for the wedding were ready. The two came back and just needed to get married. There were people in the 20 or 30 spiritual light periods of Tiansheng Sect who got married, but it was the first time that people in the spiritual light period got married. The wedding held by Tiansheng Sect this time was particularly grand. Not to mention the major sects of Wu State, even other countries sent people to participate. Yin and Niu also walked out of the haze in her heart at this time, accepted the matter, and happily married Siki. On the day of the wedding, Gongming City held a large auction, and Tiansheng Sect also released a lot of precious resources. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Needless to say, the next day, Yin and Niu walked out of the door refreshed, and the cultivation that had been bottlenecked for many years was also broken. Yin and Niu's parents and relatives were mortals, and had long passed away, so Lin Xiao was regarded as the elder, and the new Liwats came to serve tea to Lin Xiao. Nanayu, I watched you grow up. I regard you as my own son. I hope you treat Siki well, and don't let her down. Yes, master. Nanayu dare not Siki. Nanayu will be handed over to you from now on. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to mess around outside, tell me and I will take care of him. Yes, master. Siki smiled. She was a new wife, and was still feeling sweet at this moment, so naturally there would be no conflicts. You two should practice well in the sect. I have prepared the 7 souls pill for Nanayu. When Nanayu breaks through the Shengsu period, I will go to Tiansu City to take charge. Yes, I understand, master. I will break through as soon as possible. Nanayu nodded. Siki was a Zuanine body, and it would be very beneficial for the two of them to practice together. Siki should not break through now, but she can help Nanayu break through quickly. Nanayu had more than one wedding banquet. The one held yesterday was public, while Yu Xiao's wedding banquet was held secretly today. All the high-level officials of Yu Xiao had arrived, as well as Taishi, Zhang Qingxuan and others. Master, I want to report Taishi as the master. Lin Xiao naturally had to attend the wedding banquet of the Night Owl high-level officials. When they were half drunk, Zhang Qingxuan ran over and spit on Lin Xiao's face. Qingxuan, why are you reporting Taishi? What did he do wrong? Master, do you still remember Huang Shang? Who is Huang Shang? Lin Xiao had a face full of question marks. It seemed that there was no such person among the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Master, the witch of Shahan Secto, I remember. It's the container that Baizichan and Taishi captured in Shahan Sect? Yes, it's her. What happened to Taishi? He pushed Huang Shang down and took possession of the woman. Where is Taishi? Master, Taishi ran away. He just ran away. Someone at the table started to make a fuss, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. Nanayu, someone is trying to ruin your wedding. Aren't you going to stop them? Ahem. Master, I know about that. Then tell me. Give Qingxuan an explanation. Really? Go ahead. Here's the thing. After we caught that witch, we placed her in Night Owl. Qingxuan fell in love with her, but that witch seemed to like Taishi, and they somehow got together. What about Luo Yun? What does she think? What can Luo Yun think? Just be her mistress. Nanayu said as a matter of course. Isn't it normal for cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals to marry wives and concubines? Low-level cultivators have several ordinary concubines, not to mention that Taishi is a spiritual cultivator, and Luo Yun's background is not good, so naturally she dare not say anything about this matter. As soon as Nanayu said this, Zhang Qingxuan's face flushed. He always thought that Taishi forced him, and looked at Lin Xiao with resentment, wanting Lin Xiao to be fair, which made Lin Xiao feel a headache. Chapter 591, Traveling to Western Province. 7 days later, Lin Xiao finished dealing with the sect's official business and left Wu State. In State's Zuanyu City, Lin Xiao met Lan Lingai who was traveling here. This was something they had agreed on before. Lan Lingai had already traveled all over Zhangzhou and was not very interested, so the first stop was Nanzhou. Lin Xiao had also traveled to Nanzhou several times, but if Lan Lingai wanted to leave, Lin Xiao would not refuse. Tiansheng Sect was very important to Lin Xiao. Li Muxu's alchemy skills were estimated to be unable to surpass Tiansheng Sect for hundreds of years, so he still had to ask them for help, so naturally he had to serve Fairy Lan well. This was Lan Lingai's first time in Nanzhou. In the past, Lan Lingai had the impression that among the 5 continents in the world of immortal cultivation, Zhangzhou was the prosperous place, and the other continents were remote and wild places, and he looked down on them. However, Lin Xiao rose in Nanzhou and dominated Zhangzhou, which changed Lan Lingai's attitude and impression, making Lan Lingai extremely curious, so he came to take a walk. Zuanyu City is indeed the largest city in Nanzhou. Even compared with Tiansheng City, it is not weak at all. It is more popular and has quite unique characteristics. In terms of fun travel, Nanzhou is not bad. In terms of prosperity, it is indeed not as good as Zhangzhou. There are dozens of cities with a population of 1 million in Zhangzhou, while there are only 3 in Nanzhou. The large population is nothing. What the cultivation world needs is resources. Nanzhou has more and more resources, especially high-level resources. Many goods of Tiansheng Sect also come from Nanzhou. That's right. This is also the reason why the level of cultivation in Nanzhou is not high. Lin Xiao nodded. The cultivation world in Nanzhou has a history of 300,000 to 400,000 years. Big countries like Tianjin have been developed for a long time, and the level of spiritual veins is relatively high. There are also many high-level spiritual medicines planted. However, the level of cultivation in Nanzhou is low, and the elixir, talisman, and array are not as good as those in Zhangzhou. Therefore, it has become a colony of Zhangzhou, providing high-level materials and purchasing high-level elixir, talisman, and array. It is actually a kind of economic plunder in cash. However, Lin Xiao was powerless to change this situation. This was also the reason why Lin Xiao founded Bakesuju in Tiansheng City. If Nanzhou had such a level, Lin Xiao would not go to Tiansheng City at all. The best way to change this situation is to improve the overall level of the cultivation world in Nanzhou. Only in this way can he make use of these resources and not be used by the major sects in Zhangzhou. Fellow Daoist Lin, I want to go to Wugo to have a look. Of course, we can just walk all the way there. Lin Xiao nodded. The two of them traveled in Nanzhou, not in a hurry, to get on the road. They even bought a second-level dragon horse and walked slowly on the ground. After half a year, the two of them traveled most of Nanzhou, except for the great country of Kikin. The low level of cultivation in other cultivation countries also shocked Lan Lingai. According to her understanding, the development of the cultivation world in Nanzhou is from east to west and from north to south. Wugo is only at the southwest end of Nanzhou, which should be the most remote place in Nanzhou. How could there be such a monster as Lin Xiao? A few months later, Lan Lingai arrived in Nanzhou. Lin Xiao did not reveal his identity. The two pretended to be casual cultivators and walked around. In the southwest of Nanzhou, Wugo was the most powerful country. It was not only because of the high-level cultivators, but also because of the highest spiritual veins. There were many 5th-level spiritual mountains in Wugo. However, in Lan Lingai's eyes, it still felt very low-end. She found it hard to believe that only the 5th-level spiritual veins could cultivate so many spiritual cultivators. The spiritual vein strategy is what our Tiansheng Sect has been implementing. We have never stopped cultivating it for hundreds of years, but the speed is still too slow. Now only the Mountain Gate has cultivated a 5th-level mid-quality spiritual vein, and this is because we are still fully committed to cultivating a spiritual mountain. Have you ever thought about moving the spiritual vein? I have, but it's difficult. Spiritual veins are expensive, and not everyone can afford them. If we move to the wilderness, it will stimulate the monster clan. At the southwest end we face a 7th-level dragon named Lang. This monster was born in Langyan, Zizhou, and her strength is unfathomable. I'm not sure I can beat her. There have always been spiritual veins for say Lin Xiao, just like what Lin Xiao had exchanged for in Ling Jianmen back then, but the price is really expensive, often tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of black crystals. The sect's financial resources are still a bit tight, and without much savings, it can't afford it at all. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, supported several people and had a tight source of income. Basically, all the profits earned every year were spent, so he really couldn't afford it for a while. On the other side of the wilderness, the spiritual veins were also the basic base of the demon race. Once Lin Xiao took action, Yu Jialan would definitely be drawn out. The dragon body was strong, and even without tempering, it was stronger than the average golden body cultivator. Lin Xiao was no match for it at all. It was estimated that he would have to temper his internal organs at least before he could tie with Yu Jialan. Being the leader of a sect seems glorious, but the pressure is also great. Fairyland also has this understanding. So even though I earn a lot in a year, I don't have much surplus money at all. It's all used to support my disciples. I have a lot of people to support now. Not only do I have to give back to the sect, but I also have 4 disciples and a group of confidants. But Master Lin is also glorious. He can gather hundreds of thousands of cultivators with just a wave of his arm. He is much more powerful than a small cultivator like me. If Fairyland is a small cultivator, then others don't know what they are. Let's go to Gangming City to take a look. I'm looking forward to it. Then let's go. Lin Xiao and the other person put on their makup and entered Gangming City. Gangming City was prosperous. After years of operation, the number of cultivators in Gangming City has exceeded 300,000. It is the most prosperous city in the southwest of the entire Nansao, much more prosperous than Yujing City, Behind City and the like. In the whole Nansao, except for Beiyu City of Lingjian Sect, Qianyang City of Tiansheng Sect and some large cities of Qin State, there are only a few medium-sized national cities that can compare with it. Moreover, Gangming City is still developing rapidly and has great potential. Many years ago, someone proposed to expand Gangming City again, but it was rejected by Nanzuan because it was not full at that time and the sect was short of money. But now Nanzuan has begun to plan. It is estimated that this will be the last major event during Nanzuan's term. Of course, Lin Xiao is not going to let Nanzuan retire so soon. Among the several chief elders, Nanzuan has the toughest means, but he is the one who makes Lin Xiao feel most at ease. Lin Xiao is ready to do the same as Siki and forcibly raise Nanzuan's cultivation to the Lingguang period. He doesn't need to be very good at fighting, but he has enough lifespan to handle things. The two lived in Gangming City for half a month without alarming anyone in Tiansheng Sect. Both of them are Shengsu period cultivators and don't want to alarm others. Even the Lingguang period cultivators who are in charge will not have any chance to find out. Lan Lingai likes Gangming City very much. Eating, drinking and having fun are much more fun than those in Zhangzhou. She also likes white mist tea. She even bought up all the high-grade white mist tea on the market, which is enough for her to drink for hundreds of years. The opera in Gangming City is similar to the stage play created by Lin Xiao in Zhangzhou. After all, they are all led by Lin Xiao. However, the repertoire of Gangming City is much more exciting than that of Zhangzhou. On the one hand, Gangming City's opera has been developed for a long time and has formed a sufficient industrial chain and a sufficient talent system. On the other hand, Gangming City is small and the competition pressure is high. If it is not exciting, it will be eliminated. Therefore, the plot, costumes, stage decorations, stage effects, and acting skills are all higher than those in Zhangzhou. The only weak part is the music. Master Lin, I seem to have found a source of wealth. Oh, Fairy Lan, what place did you find to make a fortune? Tell me, if I show up, can I kidnap a few opera troops from Gangming City and bring them to Zhangzhou so that they can beat the one you set up in Jile Villa? Haha, this is a source of income, but your appeal is not as strong as mine. You pull people away, and I pull people away. Then we will all compete in a ring, and we won't make money. TSK, why are you so mean? Can't you let me make some money? Blue Fairy, you are so good at refining pills. Refining pills is enough. Why bother to make these small amounts of money? Stingy, who said it's small money? I see you make a lot. How much? You make 100 Zuan crystals, but I can only make 3 or 5 Zuan crystals, and that's shared by everyone. So little? It's that little. When Yu Xiao and his wife go on tour, half of the money has to go to the organizer, and then Gangming City has to give 20% to Yu Xiao, and I only have 10% of the shares in Gile Villa. How much do you think it can be? Is that so? It seems like I have to build a Dangsha city imitating Gangming City. That's fine. How about I help you with all my strength when the time comes? That's what you said. Of course. Where should we go next? Let's go to Anan. I heard that many people died in the battle there. Then how about going to Zizhao? Okay, I haven't been to Zizhao yet. Lin Xiao nodded. After hundreds of years of debut, Lin Xiao's activities were basically in Nansao and Zhangzhou. He really hadn't been to Zizhao. People said that Zizhao was poor, but poor monks were generally more fierce. Lin Xiao also wanted to see it. Then the two went to Anan and took Lan Lingai to pay homage to the monks who died in the Battle of Demons. At this time, there were still hundreds of disabled monks in the cemetery, so they were well taken care of. The grass and trees were lush and the trees were towering, but the cruelty of that battle could still be felt. The death of hundreds of thousands of monks in a few days was something that Zhangzhou had not seen for many years. This kind of shock was something Lan Lingai had never experienced. Demon cultivators, Lan Lingai didn't have much idea about demon cultivators. Her impression was still from the memory of when she was being hunted. It was also at that time that Lan Lingai met Lin Xiao and even changed the trajectory of her life. After paying tribute to the fallen cultivators, the two of them sped up, set out from Anan, flew all the way to the northwest, and soon arrived at Zizhao. There was no difference between the border between Zizhao and Nansao, but the further west they went, the more obvious the difference between the two continents became. The customs of Zizhao are very different from those of Nansao and Zhangzhou. Nansao is the world of the country, and Zhangzhou is the world of the sects. However, the country of Nansao is actually controlled by the overlords of various countries, while Zizhao is a real country of immortal cultivation. The cultivators serve the country and control the lifeline of the country. This is also determined by the actual situation of Zizhao, because Zizhao has not yet formed an absolute advantage over the demon race. Chapter 592, Zizhao Customs. Zizhao is located in the northwest of Nansao and west of Zhangzhou. 16,000 miles outside Dan City in Zhangzhou, there is a river that is several thousand meters wide and hundreds of thousands of miles long. That is the dividing line between Zhangzhou and Zizhao, but this river is also the dividing line between Nansao and Zhangzhou. The long and narrow Yu Kingdom is right next to the river, but the cultivators from Nansao rarely take this road. Most of them leave by taking the teleportation array Zuanayu City, which also caused the Yu Kingdom to decline. According to historical records, the immortal cultivation world in Western continent has been destroyed several times, and the most recent one was related to the Jade Emperor. At that time, the evil dragon caused chaos and the demon clan fought back, but the Jade Emperor turned up and slew the evil dragon. He then defeated and killed several demon clan supremes before he put down the rebellion of the demon beasts. Counting from that time, the rebuilt Western continent has a history of less than 300,000 years, which is the shortest history among the 5 continents. Over the past 300,000 years, the cultivators of Western continent have overcome many difficulties and opened up territory for the human race, but they have only pushed forward less than 300,000 miles. The area is really narrow, and within these 300,000 miles, due to many tug-of-war battles, the sacred mountains have been broken, and the level of the spiritual veins is also low, so Western continent produces very little, and is also the poorest place among the 5 continents. Lan Lingai has never been to Western continent, but she has read many books about Western continent and Tiansheng Sect, and knows a lot about its history. This is how cultivation world was destroyed many times. Every time the demons counterattacked, Zizhao suffered heavy losses and destroyed its territory, resulting in its spiritual mountains being too low in level and producing too little. The number of high-level cultivators was even less than that of Nansao. But Fairy Lan, you must not underestimate Zizhao. The cultivators of Zizhao are well known for their ferocity. Zizhao adopts a one sect one country model. The sects are completely integrated into the country. The country is poor and all resources are fought for, so the cultivators are particularly fierce. Lin Xiao also responded. Lin Xiao had a little understanding of the situation in each continent. Zizhao can be said to be a cultivation country that combines politics and religion. All official positions in the country need to be held by cultivators, and the cultivators will find some staff to assist. However, the management system is not important. What is important is the military system. The Western Continent Kingdom puts all the monks into the army and trains them all year round. The advancement of the monks is linked to their cultivation and military exploits, so it stimulates the monks to be fierce and warlike. This system is actually very unhealthy, but it is suitable for the reality of Western Continent. If it is not done this way, Western Continent will not be able to survive. Lin Xiao and his companions traveled all the way and learned about the customs of Western Continent. They met many monks on the way, and the number was more than that of Southern Continent and Central Continent, because the Western Continent, where everyone is a soldier, will not let go of any child with spiritual roots. The most practiced method in Western Continent is body refining, and even many body refining methods have been simplified and then popularized among mortals. Any mortal is a martial arts master with a few moves. These mortals who practice body refining can defeat some first level monsters, which is also an important means for Western Continent to resist the counterattack of the monster clan. As for the monks, they are naturally more powerful. People who practice martial arts have bad tempers. The two have witnessed many fights along the way. It is common for mortals and cultivators to kill and rob treasures. The social rules tend to the law of the jungle, which is unimaginable in Zhangzhou and Nanzhou. There is also a kin state in Zizhao. In fact, it is a big country. This is a coincidence. A few days later, Lin Xiao and the others came to a country in Zizhao called Qin State. It has the same name as the Qin State in Nanzhou, but the two have nothing to do with each other. It is just a coincidence. Qin State is one of the 5 major countries in Zizhao. Its border is in the wilderness. It is also the main force to resist the monsters. There are many high-level cultivators in the country. It is said that its king is at the peak of the 7th realm. Lin Xiao told Lan Lingai the news he had inquired about. There are 5 major countries in Zizhao, which are the strongest. The remaining dozen small countries have no strength. Even Daogang cultivators can create a country by themselves. They are all vassals of the 5 major countries. These 5 major countries are also constantly conquering each other. Because resources are scarce, they all want to annex each other and expand their own power, which also makes the order of Zizhao chaotic. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. In the capital of Qin, Lin Xiao and his friend were sitting in a restaurant facing the street. After a while, they saw a large number of soldiers appearing and driving away passers-by. Later, a team of carriages appeared. The people of Kyoto were accustomed to this and took the initiative to avoid them. It's Princess Mingayu. It's really Princess Mingayu. She's back from the front line. No wonder there's such a big scene. Yes, Princess Mingayu is the god of war of Arkin. Not only is she highly skilled, but she is also resourceful. She has defeated the counterattacks of the demon tribe several times. Isn't the strength of Princess Mingayu a shame for men like us? A dignified cultivator actually needs a woman to protect him. Those princes are really embarrassed. The restaurant has always been a gathering place for information. The two of them sat in their seats, listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, and they knew who the person was, and the general trend of Qin. In addition to being a sectarian system, the national system of Zizhao is also combined with the family system. In the Tiansheng Sect, the family will be suppressed by Nangsun, but in Zizhao, it will not happen at all. The strongest forces in the country are generally the royal family. If the royal family cannot suppress the power of other major families, they will be overthrown. Therefore, the countries in Zizhao attach great importance to the cultivation of their children and descendants. The royal family has a large population, and there are often some outstanding people. The most powerful descendant of the Qin state lord is Princess Mingayu. Princess Mingayu is less than 500 years old and has achieved the cultivation of the Shengsu period. She has been leading troops on the border since the Purple Mansion, conquering monsters and defending monsters. Her strength is extremely strong. Zizhao is cruel and relies on blood and Kia's strength. It is indeed well deserved. However, Lan Lingai's attention is elsewhere. She is looking at those soldiers. Most of them are low-level cultivators or even mortals. Their biggest feature is that their blood and ki are extremely strong. This exuberance is due to their cultivation methods. The monks of Zizhao are best at battle formations, and the battle formations of Zizhao not only condense the monks' profound energy, but also the blood and ki, which increases the power several times. Once the blood and ki are consumed too much, it will have a great impact on the monks' bodies. Such monks often find it difficult to advance, and their lifespan will be greatly reduced, even less than half of the normal lifespan. For example, once mortal warriors participate in a war, even if they survive, most of them will not live to the age of 50, so Lan Lingai said they were cruel. Fairy Lan, the facts are different in different places, there is nothing to blame. The monks of Zizhao struggle to survive, and they have no choice but to do this. I know, it's just a sigh. In fact, it's not easy for us monks in Zhangzhou to live. Okay, let's not talk about this. Listen to what they say, Lin Xiao replied. There is no point in arguing about these things, and Zizhao will not stop doing this because of the argument between the two. The two listened to the words of the monks from Zizhao, and they understood more about the customs and people of Zizhao. There are many mountains in Zizhao, and it is difficult for monks, and even more difficult for mortals, so they are fierce. After being fierce, what they talked about most was various wars. Who fought whom today, who will fight whom tomorrow, they are very warlike. The two listened to nothing interesting, so they went to visit the business houses in the capital of Qin State to see how the resources of Zizhao are. Zizhao is also one of the targets of exploitation in Zhangzhou. In fact, there are still many high-level resources. However, a large part of these high-level resources are not planted, but collected in the wilderness. Although the demons have the upper hand in Zizhao, the monks will not passively take the beating. There are many monks who go into the wilderness. They all appear in the form of teams. Wandering in the wilderness, they can often collect some wild high-level spiritual medicines or minerals, and often make a fortune, so this kind of adventure activity is also very popular in Zizhao. We are foreign cultivators. It seems that our secrets have been seen by others, and they are unwilling to sell us anything. Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai went to several businesses, but they didn't see any high-level resources. They were not willing to give them out at all. Lin Xiao went to a few businesses before he realized, no way, they won't sell to us, just because we are foreign cultivators? It's normal. High-level spiritual objects are strategic resources. If they are sold to the enemy country, wouldn't it be aiding the enemy? So cultivators who are not familiar with them, and don't know the way around them will definitely not be able to buy them. Well, it seems that we should get familiar with the customs and practices of Zizhao as soon as possible, otherwise we will really be unable to move forward, and there will be no point in traveling. Haha, it's too late. We are being targeted. Targeted? Where? Blue Fairy, did you see the man selling sesame cakes and candied horse at the door just now? Don't you think they look familiar? And the man who is carrying us on his back, he has walked in front of us at least 5 times. Lin Xiao replied. Although his level is not as good as that of the Night Owl professional scouts, he is much better than ordinary people. They have been targeted since they came out of the restaurant. It's just that the cultivation of these surveillance people is very low. The highest is only the Purple Mansion, and they are too far away from the two, so Lin Xiao doesn't care at all. The memory of the monks is very strong. After Lin Xiao's reminder, Lan Lingai immediately remembered and said, no wonder the Tiansheng Sect's black water platform fell into your hands. You are indeed a powerful person. Haha, don't praise me. Let's go. There will be a good show tonight. Just right. Let's see how much background this Zizhao country has. Lan Lingai replied. The two were not afraid at all. The peak monks of Zizhao were also golden body monks. Ordinary monks would not be their opponents. As for the golden body monks, they had to consider the consequences. Although Tiansheng Sect was not a big sect in Zhangzhou, it was not something that these countries in Zizhao could bully. As for Lin Xiao, she was even less worried. No matter how powerful Zizhao was, could it compare to the Tiansheng Sect? This person was still alive and kicking after slapping the Tiansheng Sect in the face several times. When the two returned to the inn, as expected, at night, a large group of people were mobilized around the inn and surrounded the inn. Then a Dao Gang monk knocked on the door of Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai's room. "What's the matter? Where are your household discs? We are foreign cultivators. We don't have household discs. Without household discs, you are illegal cultivators. I suspect you are spies from another country. Come with us." "Wait, are you sure you want us to go back with you?" Lin Xiao even crushed over and made the Dao Gang cultivator kneel on the ground with a plop. Lin Xiao didn't have the habit of making a secret visit or pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. A master should have the bearing of master. However, when the Dao Gang cultivator knelt, the cultivators surrounding the inn did not panic or retreat at all. Instead, they all aroused their blood and profound energy and twisted them into a stream and rushed towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 593 Military Intelligence Department. If it were in Zhangzhou or Nanzhou, when seeing a strong enemy, the general reaction of the cultivators would be to send a message, to find a higher level cultivator, to preside over the battle, and rarely take action themselves. However, the folk customs in Zhizhai are indeed fierce. When encountering a strong enemy, they are not afraid and can take the initiative to attack, which surprised Lin Xiao and Lan Lingaiu. Before Lin Xiao could take action, Lan Lingaiu shouted loudly, and a green flame gushed out from her hand, burning away the condensed Zuanqi qi in blood. Hundreds of cultivators immediately spit out blood and looked listless. Dang, 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 the violent fluctuations of Zuanqi triggered the reaction of the city guards. The alarm bells rang wildly, the city defense formation was propped up, and countless Zuanqi fluctuations began to appear. "No, no, don't," the kneeling Dao Gang cultivator shouted out a sentence with difficulty, asking the cultivators not to react too much, because they had previously predicted that Lin Xiao and others would only have the spiritual light cultivation at most, but now it seems that they are far beyond the spiritual light period. It is very unwise to offend two masters for something that is not a small matter. Unfortunately, his words were too slow, and the city guards reacted quickly. Before long, hundreds of cultivators appeared next to the inn, and more cultivators gathered. "It's a big deal. The city defense formation has been closed. Fellow Daoist Lin, what should we do?" "Don't worry, this is Kyoto. It's normal to react quickly. There are golden body cultivators here. Aren't you afraid of dying here, fellow Daoist Lin?" "Golden body cultivator? You Tiansheng Sect's core disciple is not afraid. What should I be afraid of? What if he kills you but not me? How can that be? We are in the same group." "Then I will say I don't know you." "Too cruel, Fairy Lan Humph, I have to make you lose this time." Lan Lingaiu snorted. Tiansheng Sect didn't let Lin Xiao lose. It would be fun if he could make Lin Xiao lose here. "Haha, I won't let you have your way." Lin Xiao laughed and said, and then the momentum of the Shengsu period directly climbed to the peak. This momentum immediately swept the entire Kyoto. In all directions of Kyoto, a similar momentum also rose to resist. "Mingaiu, there are guests visiting the Qin state. Why don't you go and greet them?" In the palace in the east of Kyoto, a majestic voice sounded, and then a figure flew up, responded, and went directly to the inn. "Military Intelligence Department, please withdraw." "Yes, Princess Mingaiu." Princess Mingaiu came to the side of the inn, and with a command, hundreds of cultivators left in an orderly manner, looking very capable. Mingaiu greets the two Taoist friends. Mingaiu apologizes on behalf of the Military Intelligence Department for what happened just now. "I hope the two Taoist friends will forgive me." Military Intelligence Department, very good. Lin Xiao replied. The level of the Military Intelligence Department is still very high, but the cultivation is not high. The team trained in the war can compete with Lin Xiao. "My two fellow Taoists, I don't know where the fairyland is. Can we go to the Qin Palace to have a chat?" "My fellow Taoist Mingaiu, I'm Lin Xiao. From Nanzhou. I'm from Zhangzhou," Lan Lingaiu also said coldly. Although the other party is a princess, the strength of Qin is not as good as that of Tiansheng Sect. She is the core disciple of Tiansheng Sect and her status is not low, at least higher than Mingaiu. "So you are fellow Taoists from Nanzhou and Zhangzhou. Please follow Mingaiu, my two fellow Taoists. Are you going, Fairy Lan?" "Why not? There is no palace in Zhangzhou. I haven't been there yet. It's a good opportunity to see it." "Then let's go." Lin Xiao and Lan Lingaiu followed Mingaiu and flew all the way. The 5th level mountain protection formation in the capital of Qin State had no effect on the two of them. Even the forbidden air formation was useless. Being able to fly in Kyoto is also a privilege for cultivators above the 6th level. The palace is in Kyoto. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao and the other arrived. A man in a brocade robe was waiting. He should be the king of Qin. There is no such thing as a dragon robe here. It is just a piece of clothing that looks very high-end. Lin Xiao from Nansao greets the king. Lan Linggaiu from Tiansheng Sect of Zhongsao greets the king. Chen Bin also greets the two Taoist friends. Please come in. The king of Qin scanned with his spiritual sense and knew that the two had high cultivation bases and were young. They were probably the core disciples of the major forces, so he was very humble. The two followed him into the palace and sat down in order. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Lan, I don't know why you came to Zizhao. It's just a trip. It's our fault for disturbing the king's cultivation. King, there's news from the military intelligence department. It's a misunderstanding. Because the two Daoists don't have household registration plates, they don't know each other, and their accents are not from Arkan country, so we checked it out. So it's a misunderstanding, then it's okay. Arkan country is hospitable, and people from afar are all guests. Come on, serve the wine. The king laughed, and then the palace maids served delicious food and wine, but Lin Xiao and the other two were not novices. How could they dare to eat anything they didn't know? Minggaiu, I have something else to do. Please help me greet the two guests. The king saw that the two were cautious and knew that he was here, and it was inconvenient to say a lot of things, so he quickly left the main venue to Princess Minggaiu. It was naturally easier to talk to cultivators of the same level, and Princess Minggaiu was also good at communication, so she quickly found a topic. The three of them chatted, and Lin Xiao and Lan Linggaiu deliberately let out some of their details to let Princess Minggaiu know, mainly because they didn't want to cause conflicts. Princess Minggaiu had no impression of the Wu Kingdom in Nansao. In Nansao, apart from Qin, no other country caught her eye. On the contrary, she knew the name of Tiansheng Sect very well, because Qin Kingdom and Tiansheng Sect had some cooperation, and they would sell a large amount of materials to Tiansheng Sect every year in exchange for a large number of elixirs. Therefore, Princess Minggaiu became more respectful to Lan Linggaiu, but ignored Lin Xiao directly, which made Lan Linggaiu secretly happy. She wondered if she would glance at Lin Xiao and make fun of him. After chatting for a while, Princess Minggaiu arranged for the two to stay in the royal villa. The living facilities and environment there were not comparable to those of the inn, and the two did not refuse. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Princess Minggaiu is also blind. What are you blind about? Your Tiansheng Sect is famous, even Zizhao knows about it. Shouldn't you be happy? TSK, although my Tiansheng Sect is good, you, Lin Xiao, are you unknown? Who in Zhongsao doesn't know your name? Lin Xiao. Aren't we in Zizhao? What's going on in Guanzhongzhao? Why, Mr. Lin, don't you want to show off something here? The level of the Qin state is really not that good. The overall strength is not as good as that of my Tiansheng Sect. There's nothing to show off. Huh, not as good. Your Tiansheng Sect doesn't have a golden body cultivator or so many Shengsu period cultivators. If I hadn't practiced both the soul and the body, I might have reached the golden body period. Lin Xiao shook his head. 3-9 aperture divine silkworm pills, 1-9 golden ridge pill, and 1-9 curved green lotus seed reduced Lin Xiao's hard training time by 500 or 600 years. If it weren't for tempering his body, Lin Xiao would have been at least at the 10th level of the Shengsu period. I actually forgot about this. It's no big deal, it's just a bit of effort, but this Princess Minggaiu is quite shrewd. Don't be fooled. Why, are you afraid that I will be fooled? Of course, the Tiansheng Sect's interests are so small, if others are fooled, why should I be fooled? You finally admitted that you fooled me. Lan Linggaiu was furious. Could it be that she was so stupid in Lin Xiao's eyes that she would be fooled no matter what she did? The next morning, Princess Minggaiu came to the other courtyard. Now everyone in Kyoto knows that there are two high-level monks living in the other courtyard. They are not small, and many people want to find out the details, so Princess Minggaiu came early. Princess Minggaiu invited the two to visit the palace, and the two agreed. The heavily guarded palace was open to the two. Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai commented on the facilities and scenery of the palace. This palace was obviously designed by everyone. Not only did it hide the spirit gathering array and the city defense array, but it also took into account the beautiful scenery. In the back garden, there are many rare and precious plants, which are of great value. I didn't notice it yesterday. The spirit vein of this palace is not low. It is at least level 6. Level 6 is not surprising. Why is it not surprising? Zhao is poorer than Lin Xiao. Poor as it is still poor as a whole. Even if the countryside of ordinary people is poor, there will be a few local rich people. This is related to the national system of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then popularized the differences in the system to Lan Lingai. The system of Nanzhao and Zhongzhao is mainly based on sects, and the management of the sects is very loose. This is related to the external environment. In the centralized country of Zhao, where politics and religion are integrated, the resources and power of the entire country are piled up and are very concentrated. Therefore, in this case, they can gather the power of a country to do anything, so the local areas are more powerful than Zhongzhao and Nanzhao, including this spiritual vein. Although the spiritual veins in Kyoto or the palace are very high, the rest of the places are definitely very poor, because their overall strength does not allow them to upgrade so many spiritual veins, and the king will not hope that other places can have higher level spiritual veins in the palace. I don't understand. That's right, fellow Daoist. Lin seems to be very knowledgeable, and the bearing of the superior is extraordinary. I wonder which country in Nanzhao is fellow Daoist Lin in. It's just a small country, Nanzhao Wuguo, which is in danger now. Fellow Daoist Lin is knowledgeable. I believe Wuguo is also a very powerful country, Princess Mingai replied. She really had no impression of Wuguo, but she did not dare to look down on Lin Xiao. Any cultivator who can practice to the Shengsu period is worthy of respect, because only at this level can you know how difficult it is to break through to the Shengsu period. Haha, I'll give you my good words then. Princess Mingai, don't be fooled by him, he's a liar. Really? Does fellow Daoist Lin have this ability? The gossip fire in Princess Mingai's eyes was burning. Could it be that fellow Daoist Lin had deceived fellow Daoist Lan from Tiansheng Sect? Fellow Daoist Lin is so capable? Didn't Tiansheng Sect stop him? Lin Xiao didn't explain, and began to observe the Qin Imperial Palace seriously. A glimpse of the whole leopard. The state of the palace is also a projection of the entire Qin state. Observe more. It is very interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Princess Mingai. Led by Princess Mingai, Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai visited the Imperial Palace, the Royal Garden, and the entire Kyoto and other beautiful sites near the Qin capital. The Qin was extremely enthusiastic, with banquets of all sizes held every day. At night, they would even give Lin Xiao a bed warming maid, which made Lan Lingai laugh for a long time. The two really couldn't handle the enthusiasm, so they soon made an excuse to go to the front line of the Western Continent wilderness to take a look. Unexpectedly, Princess Mingai said that she also had to go to the front line, and that she was only reporting on her work this time. After reporting, she had to go to the front line again. The two couldn't refuse, so they had to agree. 3 days later, Princess Mingai left Kyoto with an army of 15,000 people. These 15,000 people were all Princess Mingai's personal soldiers, including 10,000 mortal warriors and 5,000 monks. Don't underestimate these 15,000 people. Even if they are mortal warriors, they are the top warriors. The worst one can fight a first level medium quality monster, which is equivalent to a 4th or 5th level cultivator. Moreover, the skills they practice are quite special, and their blood and ki are extremely vigorous. Once they form a battle formation, their power is stronger than that of 10,000 4th or 5th level cultivators. The capital of Qin is in the east, and the border is in the west. They are more than 10,000 miles apart. The army travels 300 miles a day, and it takes about a month to reach the front line. This speed is too slow. If Lin Xiao and the others fly, they can arrive in less than a day. However, neither of them left alone, but followed the army to observe the details of the Qin cultivator army and the customs of Qin. The closer to the border, the more fierce the people are. Even within 3,000 miles of the border, even ordinary villages generally build walls, dig trenches, prepare for war, and practice martial arts. The whole people are soldiers. The abundance of martial virtue is far beyond that of Zhang Zhao and Lin Xiao. The practice of mutual destruction. Once the monster army invades, there will be millions of warriors waiting for them, but once the war is over, these millions of people will also be useless. Lin Xiao commented on this. This method of consuming mortals is very effective and cruel. Therefore, along the way, Lin Xiao and others basically did not find any old mortals. It is estimated that they will not live beyond 50 years old. The average age is definitely below 40 years old. Moreover, Qin state likes martial arts, and mortals cultivate for war, so the development of mortals is not as good as Zhang Zhao and Lin Xiao. Therefore, there is a shortage of materials, agricultural technology is withered, and the population is far less than that of Nan Xiao and Zhang Zhao. For the same size of territory, Zhang Zhao may have 1 million people, and Nan Xiao will have 500,000 or 600,000, but Qin state is estimated to have at most 200,000. The productivity determines the population. Maybe they don't understand this principle, or maybe they understand it, but they can't do anything about it. After entering the border, the first thing you see is a long wall, which is incalculable and more than 10 meters wide. You can run horses on the wall, and on each node, there are countless troops stationed, mostly mortals, and a small number of cultivators. My Taoist friends, let's go to the border of Qin. This wall is more than 7,000 miles long, surrounding the entire border of Qin. There are 3 million troops stationed there. Outside the wall is the wilderness. Within 300 miles of the wilderness, all the monsters have been cleared. Many monster hunting teams will go into the depths of the wilderness to hunt monsters. Princess Mingyu said to Lin Xiao and the others. The mighty Qin army was enough to move people. The monsters within 300 miles were also cleared by the cultivators and mortals. It was considered a buffer zone for the wilderness of Zizhao. The arrival of Princess Mingyu also boosted the morale of the soldiers and civilians at the border. Cheers could be seen everywhere, and the soldiers and civilians looked at Princess Mingyu with great admiration. Lin Xiao and the others did not comment. After entering this border city, they also went into the business houses to check. The business houses at the border were no worse than those in Kyoto, because it was also a distribution center for resources. Countless monster hunting teams lived here, and countless people went to the wilderness to adventure every day. All the treasures they got had to be traded here, so it promoted the prosperity of business here. Fellow Daoist Lan, it seems that Princess Mingyu has always been suspicious of your identity. Do you want to show off your skills? Why should I show off? Lan Lingyu raised her head. Her status was not lower than Princess Mingyu's. Why should she curry favor with her? Of course it's because of interests. Let me tell you slowly. Lin Xiao slowly explained to Lan Lingyu. After this period of understanding, Lin Xiao has a lot of understanding of the system of Qin. In fact, any force will have a situation of many mountains and hills, as long as time passes. Zhang Zhao is a faction in the sect, while Nan Xiao is a sect outside the overlord sect of each country. On the Qin side of Zizhao, the strength of the royal family is equivalent to the overlord sect of each country in Nan Xiao, and there are many princes in Qin. These princes hold heavy troops, have their own fiefdoms and their own family power, which is equivalent to the sect power outside the overlord sect. These people are not low in strength in Qin, and they also have their own resources in their hands. Now the two of them have been entertained by Princess Mingyu, which is equivalent to isolating them from the outside world. If Lan Lingyu shows her level as an alchemist, it will be like lighting a lamp in the dark. The other princes will take the initiative to come to her. In the future, they can reach an agreement, or do some business privately. In a word, it is profitable. What you said seems to make sense. Lan Lingyu's eyes widened when she heard it. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. The two entered Qin at the same time. Why didn't she think of this? So what do you think? Fairy Lan, we have been traveling for more than a year, and my business in Tiansheng City has been generating income every day. Fairyland probably only has the meager monthly and annual salary from the Tiansheng Sect, right? Don't you want to make some money? If I want to make money, I can go to the Tiansheng Sect. Do I have to be here? No, the Tiansheng Sect's alchemy materials are collected from all over the place, and the businesses make a profit. You make the pills and raise the price a little, and the businesses then sell them back, and make another profit. A portion of materials worth 100 black crystals is finally sold here for at least 300 black crystals. Now that you are making the pills, where the materials are, you only need to sell them at a price that is 10% lower than the market price, and customers will flock to you. How big is the difference here? That makes sense. Lin Xiao nodded. She knew this, and was also tempted by Lin Xiao. Afterwards, the two of them bought alchemy materials from a store in the city, and took the initiative to reveal some information when buying, such as the name and level of the elixir that Lin Xiao refined, etc. Naturally, someone would spread the news. After the materials were gathered, Lin Xiao announced that he would go into seclusion. Fellow Daoist Lin, the border is dangerous, and monsters often invade. Why is fellow Daoist Lin in such a hurry to go into seclusion to refine the elixir? Princess Mingai received the news and rushed over immediately, but Lin Xiao had already gone into seclusion and was stopped outside by Lin Xiao. Princess Mingai was very angry. She was kind and warmly received him, but Lin Xiao spread the news of the elixir, which was equivalent to giving away the benefits that she had enjoyed alone to others. Dao Mingai, you don't know that the Tiansheng Sect's alchemy skills are unique in the world of immortals. It relies on the continuous practice of alchemy. Fairy Blue hasn't made alchemy for quite a while, so she's just itching to do it. As for the invasion of monsters, there's nothing we can do. Am I not the guardian of Fairy Blue? Then I wonder when fellow Daoist Lan can come out of retreat. Mingai has something to discuss with fellow Daoist Lan. I don't know about that. This time Fairy Blue is refining a 5th grade top grade crimson dust pill. The time it takes to refine the pill depends on her level. Crimson dust pill. Fellow Daoist Lan is very capable. If fellow Daoist Lan comes out of retreat, please be sure to tell Mingai as soon as possible. Princess Mingai was shocked. In fact, there were not too few high level cultivators in Qin, but there were few high level alchemists. The highest alchemist trained by Qin was only of the 5th class upper grade. However, the yield rate of crimson dust pill was extremely low, with only 2 or 3 pills produced in one furnace, barely breaking even. Now Princess Mingai really wanted to know how good Lin Xiao's alchemy skills were. Princess Mingai returned to her military camp, and several staff members arrived immediately. They also received the news that Lin Xiao was in seclusion. Princess, the news has spread, and we can't stop it. I know, they spread the news on purpose. The materials that can be bought by one business are deliberately divided into 5 businesses. We can't stop it at all. Then what should we do? Once the blue fairy produces the elixir, I'm afraid all the princes within a radius of thousands of miles will come. There's no way. That Lin Xiao is too smart. He has already seen through my mind. We have no hope of enjoying the benefits alone. Lin Xiao, that Nansao cultivator, princess, or find a way to get rid of him. No, this is the intelligence of the military intelligence department. Take a look. Princess Mingai was shocked and quickly took out a piece of intelligence. The two had been inking for more than 2 months, and the military intelligence department had collected Lin Xiao's information. The information showed that Lin Xiao was the head of the overlord sect of Nansao Wuguo, and Wuguo was a big country with Tiansheng period and dozens of Lingguan period. Wuguo was even more powerful by him. Such a man of great talent and strategy should not be moved lightly. Wu Kingdom, a new big country in Nansao. No wonder there was no such news before. The intelligence of Wu Kingdom is still gathering, but I already know that this Wu Kingdom is not simple. Seeing that Lin Xiao obeys Lin Xiao's words, it is estimated that the two have a private affair. Lin Xiao's background is extremely mysterious, and we must not act rashly. Yes, princess, we know, and we won't mess around. Well, keep an eye on them. Once Lin Xiao comes out of seclusion, I want to know it first. This time, Lin Xiao refined the Jiangshan pill. If Lan Lingai is a core disciple of Dangsha sect, then her alchemy skills will never be lower than the 6th level. She is too important to us, Princess Mingai replied. Qin state consumes a lot of resources every year to purchase elixirs from Dangsha sect. The price is extremely expensive. If it can cooperate with Lan Lingai, or even with her fellow disciples in Dangsha sect, it will be unpredictable for Princess Mingai. At least she can get a channel for elixirs. As long as there is this channel, it will be very convenient for her to cultivate her own confidence or sell them for profit. Jiangchen pill. Several aides' eyes also sparkled. This 5th grade top quality pill is the best of the pills commonly used by Lingguang monks. It is of extraordinary value and they rarely get to enjoy it. If they can get some this time, it would be great. Chapter 595. The Princes of Qin. There is no limit to the time it takes to refine pills. The length of time depends on the cultivator's spirit, profound energy, and skills. In other words, the higher the cultivation level and the higher the skills, the longer it takes. For Lan Lingai, who is a 6th grade upper grade pill, a 5th grade upper grade pill is really not a big deal. Princess Mingai and the others predicted that Lan Lingai would need a month to refine it, but in fact, Lan Lingai only took 13 days. Lan Lingai came out of retreat in the middle of the night, but she didn't show up, and asked Lin Xiao to come in. Look at Fairy Land's smile. She must have a very high pill yield rate. If a 6th grade upper grade alchemist does not have a yield rate of 9 pills when refining a 5th grade upper grade pill, then this alchemist is either unqualified or a wild one. When I was a 5th grade upper grade Jiangchen pill, I refined hundreds of furnaces and had a yield rate of 9 pills long ago. Lan Lingai said proudly. She might not be as good as Lin Xiao in other aspects, but when it comes to refining pills, she crushes Lin Xiao. In terms of talent, even Li Muxu is still a little behind her. Now, even for the lower middle grade 6th level pills, she can produce 9 pills in most cases. The genius of Dangsha sect is not to be underestimated. This is the result of competition among tens of thousands of alchemists in Dangsha sect. Then congratulations to fellow Daoist Lan. The 136 kinds of materials required for the Crimson Dust pill require 2.8 million black crystals in Zhongzhou, and the price of a Crimson Dust pill is about 1 million black crystals. In Qin state, the materials only cost 2.2 million, but the price here is almost 2 million black crystals, which is twice as high. Fellow Daoist Lan only needs to sell 1.5 million black crystals to make more than 10 million black crystals. TSK, this ability to make money is enough to make people envious. The price difference is so high. Lan Lingai was also shocked by Lin Xiao's bill. In Dangsha sect, she didn't make so much money. This furnace of pills only made a profit of 2 to 3 million. That's natural, because there are fewer middlemen here. The freight from collecting materials here to Zhongzhou, and then from Zhongzhou to here, is very expensive, and their business, employment, etc. all require wages, but now they are all gone, and they won't even collect taxes from you. Do you think it's profitable or not? Then can we stay for a while longer? Fairy Lan, forget about this kind of business. It's a one-time deal. With more pills, the price won't be that expensive. And over time, they will collect taxes, and the price of materials will also increase. It's enough to make a profit. What a pity. Lan Lingai nodded. She also knew that such good things couldn't happen often. The current situation was quite special. The Qin royal family was the first to disagree with long-term alchemy here, because the channel to trade in Zhongzhou was in the hands of the royal family, and the royal family also relied on this method to exploit the Qin monks and make profits. If the royal family was left out, Princess Mingai would not be so polite, but would go to war. The princes of Qin have almost all arrived in the past few days. How about selling them tomorrow? If Fairyland has any elixirs left over from before, you can sell them together. I don't have much on hand. I have sold a lot of my assets to raise materials for the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill. That's a pity. I don't have many elixirs on me, otherwise I could make a little more money. Lin Xiao nodded. He has always had plenty of elixirs, but after advancing to the Shengsu period, these elixirs are no longer useful to him, so most of them are used to support disciples. It can be said that he has none on him. Don't you know how to refine instruments? Qin is a war country, and the consumption of magic instruments is also very high. How about you refine some too? Let's talk about it later. Lin Xiao shook his head. He didn't care about this little profit. Now he mainly travels. Of course, if he can open up a new channel for the sect, it would be very good. We can cooperate for a long time in the future. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Xiao sent a message to Princess Mingyu, telling her the news that Lan Lingyu had come out of seclusion. Princess Mingyu rushed over. Of course, there were countless people watching their residence. The other princes also knew the news at the same time and prepared to find a reason to meet. Mingyu greets two fellow Daoists. Fellow Daoist Lan, I wonder what you have gained from this retreat to refined pills. It's a 5th grade top grade pill. I just practiced, and I've already made it. Oh, then I wonder if fellow Daoist Lan would be willing to give it up. The Qin state is poor, the level of cultivation in the immortal world is low, and the crimson dust pill is very scarce. The crimson dust pill is useless to me. It would be nice to exchange it for some resources. However, I don't really need the black crystal. Fellow Daoist Mingyu had better bring some physical objects in exchange. Of course. I wonder how many pills fellow Daoist Lan will produce this time. Mingyu is willing to eat them all. Fellow Daoist Mingyu, this time the two of us traveled to Zizhao. Thank you for the warm reception from you, so the refined pills are willing to sell at a low price. However, this favor should be repaid to all the cultivators in Zizhao. Just eat them all. Lin Xiao said hurriedly. How could he let Princess Mingyu eat it alone? How could he force Princess Mingyu? Lin Xiao was building momentum for future negotiations. Well, fellow Daoist Lin, Mingyu doesn't need this thing either. It's mainly because some of our fellow brothers and subordinates need it, and Mingyu needs a large amount. Can fellow Daoist Lin be flexible? Fellow Daoist Mingyu, please don't make things difficult for us. If fellow Daoist Mingyu needs it, you can come back next time Fairy Blue makes the elixir. Or you can entrust Fairy Blue to make the elixir. Fairy Blue, what do you think about the price of the crimson dust pill this time? Lin Xiao gave Lan Lingyu a look and changed the subject. They must not continue the conversation and give Princess Mingyu the opportunity to make a fuss. The market price is 2 million black crystals per piece, so let's say 2 million black crystals per piece. Hey, Fairy Lan, this is the market price. How can we repay the Qin cultivators for receiving us with this price? How about lowering it a little, 1.5 million? Okay, then 1.5 million. Princess Mingyu has been hosting us warmly for more than a month, so I can give you 3. Thank you, Fairy Lan, Princess Mingyu said hurriedly. This is several times less than the market price. It's a pity that she couldn't eat all of it. She didn't know how many blue spirit jades had been refined. Princess Mingyu hurriedly asked someone to contact her to see what specific physical objects Lan Lingyu needed, and then estimated the value. Not long after, 7 or 8 princes came to the residence of Lin Xiao and the others. They all had the same excuse, saying that they heard that the cultivators from Zhangzhou came to travel, and Zhangzhou was the center of the cultivation world, where Taoism flourished, so they came to exchange their cultivation experiences. Communication between cultivators is a beautiful thing in the world of immortal cultivation. Princess Mingyu naturally could not stop them directly, so she had to let those people in. Suddenly, the residence was overcrowded. There were many princes and servants guarding, up to hundreds of people. Lan Lingyu liked quietness. Seeing Lan Lingyu frowning, the princes quickly dismissed everyone, because they already knew that Lan Lingyu's crimson dust pill was only sold for 1.5 million Zuan crystals. Everyone wanted to eat it all directly, but none of them succeeded. Lan Lingyu sold 3 of her crimson dust pills to Princess Mingyu, and each person could only buy one of the remaining 6. But everyone saw that her crimson dust pill was taken out of a pill bottle, and it even had some smoke. After returning, they asked someone to identify it, and it was confirmed that it was a freshly made pill. They immediately guessed that Lan Lingyu's alchemy skills might be more than the 6th grade lower grade, and their hearts suddenly became hot. Did the king of Zhengxi look for fellow Daoist Lin? After the day, the two drank tea and chatted in the pavilion. Lan Lingyu smiled and said that the king of Zhengxi of Qin had left a deep impression on her today. He came to me. Just like you thought, he wanted to buy the elixir privately. According to the discount of the Jiangshan pill today, we can take as many as we can. You wish. I have received more than a dozen invitations, and I don't want to go. Yes, I can't go. This kind of thing must not be done publicly, otherwise it will be against the Qin royal family. In fact, what I want to know is where can fellow Daoist Lin benefit from his enthusiastic help? Lan Lingai said lightly. Although Lin Xiao did not do it deliberately, he has been pushing this matter. According to her understanding of Lin Xiao, there must be a place to benefit from it, but she just didn't find it. Fairy Blue, why do you look at me like that? Isn't it okay for me to be enthusiastic about doing good things? You are not that kind of person. Tell me, otherwise I will be sold by you, and have to help you count the money. Even if you sell me, you have to let me know clearly why I'm sold. There is really no such thing. If you don't tell me, then I won't cooperate. I will leave Zizhao tomorrow and let your plan fail. Ahem, you win, Fairy Blue. Lin Xiao was helpless. This stupid girl has also become smart. Then you tell me. Ahem. Actually my plan is very simple, which is to promote the cooperation between Wu and Qin. The potential of Tiansheng Sect has been maximized. No matter how much they try to please you, they can't really bypass Tiansheng Sect and cooperate with you unless you are willing to damage the interests of the sect for your own selfish interests. But I'm different. I can be the master of the entire Tiansheng Sect or Wu. The overall strength of Wu may not be as good as that of Qin, but our resources are much stronger than theirs. The price difference is enough for us to set up a business here. Then why should they cooperate with you? Based on Qin's lack of technology and Anfukisan and their situation, Fairy Blue, the demons in Zizhao have an advantage, and the human race is at a disadvantage. War may start at any time. They must make some resource reserves, and they lack these things. One more channel is also crucial for them. I see. Then who are you going to cooperate with, Princess Mingayu? I see you are also very enthusiastic about her. I haven't decided yet. Qin is located in Zizhao, far beyond the influence of Wu. The first requirement for my partner is credibility. Do you think they don't have credibility? Haha, that's not necessarily true, Lin Xiao said with a smile. The social status of Qin was distorted. Under the ravages of war, credibility was not the first thing they pursued. In order to win the war and survive, they would do anything. So Lin Xiao was still investigating whether to cooperate with the Qin royal family or with the princes of Qin. It would take some time for Lin Xiao to decide, which was also the reason why Lin Xiao was threatened by Lan Lingai. Otherwise, he would not speak his mind casually. Chapter 596, Zizhao Title System. While Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai were talking, the princes of Qin also communicated with their own staff and think tanks, guessing the thoughts of Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai, and how to cooperate with Lan Lingai. In the Zizhao Xiuxin kingdom, the title system is very popular. Those who are above Daogang are eligible for the title, but not everyone can be conferred. Military merit is also required. Without military merit, no matter how high the cultivation is, it is useless. This is a social rule in Zizhao. Combining military merit with cultivation, 6 levels of titles are set up, namely King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Son, and Man. Most of the 3 levels of Earl, Son, and Man are meritorious cultivators at the Daogang level, while the Duke is at the Lingguang level, and the King level is exclusive to the Shengsu period. As for the Jinshan period, it is generally the beginning of an independent country, and rarely inferior to others, unless it is a royal family, and the royal family of the Jinshan period is the one-word king. The king of Zhengxi is the opposite sex king of Qin. King of Zhengxi Lin Mi is over 1,300 years old, and has reached the 7th level of Shengsu period. It is precisely because they have the same surname, Lin, that King of Zhengxi took this opportunity to talk to Lin Xiao. In the residence of King of Zhengxi, Lin Mi and several trusted staff members were discussing. King of Zhengxi had already felt the intention released by Lin Xiao, but had not yet fully understood it. This is the information I got from the military intelligence department. Take a look. There are basic information about Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai on it. Analyze what Lin Xiao wants. Yes, Your Highness. Several staff members passed around the information about the two. Basically, they had collected almost all the public information, but the information related to Lin Xiao was limited to the Nanzhao area, because they didn't know that Lin Xiao could create such a big reputation in Zhongzhou. Your Highness, according to intelligence, this Lin Xiao is a wise and capable leader. In just a few hundred years, he developed a small clan into the status of a great power in Nanzhao. Such a person would never be willing to take risks for a little benefit. Yes, the reason why a wise leader is a wise leader is that his vision is extraordinary. This Lin Xiao is promoting the fame of Lan Lingai in Qin State. I guess he has set his sights on Arkin State. This should be impossible. Zhizhao is poorer than Nanzhao. Nanzhao can produce hundreds of Shengsu period cultivators, but Zhizhao doesn't even know if it has 50. Brother, you misunderstood. I don't mean that Lin Xiao wants to annex Qin State, but that he has his eyes on Arkin State's resources. Ours is how spiritual veins are not high, but we are backed by the wilderness and have been fighting all year round. We have obtained a lot of high-level spiritual medicines, ores, and monster materials. This is one of the reasons why ours is our country can survive. You mean Lin Xiao wants to cooperate with us? That's true. Looking at Lin Xiao's actions, there must be a deep meaning. Why doesn't he cooperate directly with Princess Mingyu? It's because even the royal family can't completely control the Qin State. What he wants is the resources of the entire Qin State, so he deliberately introduced the blue spirit jade to attract us to come, and demonstrated the alchemy skills of the blue spirit jade. He already knows that we are in urgent need of various resources, so next, there will be a negotiation. Your Majesty, if there is another conversation, you must show the strength of our King of Zhengxi and tell Lin Xiao that we have the confidence and ability to cooperate with him. Okay. After the explanation of the staff, the King of Zhengxi was overjoyed. He was not afraid that Lin Xiao would ask for too much, but he was afraid that Lin Xiao would not cooperate with him. As long as he was willing to cooperate, he would benefit. Zhizhao is very weak. If it wants to cooperate with a large sect like the Tiansheng Sect in Zhongzhou, it must have the entire country. This channel is controlled by the royal family, and all resources are controlled by the royal family to exploit them and make them more and more poor. Looking at all the countries in Western continent, the reason why they were able to establish their own countries was not because of how tough they were or how good they were at fighting, but because they had their own independent external channels to obtain support. So this channel was the foundation for the establishment of the countries in Western continent. In Princess Mingyu's mansion, Princess Mingyu was also talking with her staff. There were 3 crimson dust pills on the table. One of the old men was one of the 5th level alchemists at the Qin State level. Princess, it has been identified. These 3 crimson dust pills were definitely just refined no more than 10 days ago, and their quality can be classified as top grade. This was done by a master of alchemy. I'm really ashamed of myself. Master Han, there is no need to be like this. Our Zhizhao has a short history and poor cultural heritage. Lan Lingai is the core disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. It is normal for her to have this ability. Now let's talk about Lin Xiao. We have discovered that Lan Lingai is a simple-minded person, while Lin Xiao is a great leader with deep scheming. What exactly does he want to do? Princess, these 2 people have extraordinary identities and are not the kind of people who would submit to others. So what they want is to make a fortune in Qin State. Lan Lingai is only a core disciple and cannot be the leader of the Tiansheng Sect. However, the Wu State was founded by Lin Xiao, and his words are absolutely law-abiding in the Wu State. I guess Lin Xiao wants to cooperate with us. Oh, but why would a mere Wu State cooperate with us? In terms of strength, Qin State is much stronger than the Wu State. Princess, you can't say that. Although Wu Kingdom cannot compare with Qin Kingdom, their development environment is much better than ours. There are no ambitious people around them. It takes 300 or 400 years for the wilderness to launch a beast tide, while in ours Zhizhao, it only happens once every few decades. Monsters occupy the cultivators. So in terms of wealth, Qin Kingdom is really not as good as Wu Kingdom. Mr. Khan means that Wu Kingdom can bring us benefits, whether it is true or not. Princess, you will know after talking to Lin Xiao. The key issue now is not this, but with the other princes. With the strength of Wu Kingdom, if it is willing to cooperate with the other princes, it will inevitably pose a challenge to the royal family. Mr. Kyan is right. Lin Xiao's move has indeed caused us a lot of trouble. Once our price is lower than that of the other princes, he can completely leave us alone. The external channels have always been in the hands of the royal family. Once the princes such as the King of Zengxi get the channels, it will be the basis for their self-reliance. This is something our royal family will never agree to. Princess, how about asking the King of Qin to come and take charge? This. Princess Mingai hesitated. The King of Qin had a very special status in the Qin state. He was her father's brother from the same mother. It should have been the King of Qin who inherited the throne, but the King of Qin was obsessed with cultivating immortals, and had no intention of managing the government, so it was his father's turn. The King of Qin was very loyal to the Qin state. If he was invited, the channel of Lin Xiao would belong to the Qin state instead of Princess Mingai. This was not good for her plan. She had higher goals. In the following days, the residence of Lan Lingai and Lin Xiao became the most lively place in the city. The princes of Qin came to visit and negotiate with Lin Xiao secretly. Now the princes have seen that, although Lan Lingai is a high-level alchemist, it is Lin Xiao who really makes the decision. Lin Xiao also met with them one by one. During the conversation, Lin Xiao was willing to reveal some of the strength of the Wu state, even a little exaggerated. After many rounds of conversation, Lin Xiao's intentions were also known to everyone. Fellow Daoist Lin, I heard before that your Wu country's 100 cities business is spread all over Nanzhao. Are you interested in opening a store in Zhao? If you have this intention, then the Qin state will warmly welcome you. Not only can we grant you a piece of land in Kyoto, but we will also exempt you from taxes for 10 years. What do you think, fellow Daoist Lin? Lin Xiao appreciates Princess Mingai's kindness, but there are often beast tides in Zhao, which seems unsafe. Fellow Daoist Lin can rest assured about this. In the past 3,000 years, the monsters have not broken through the Qin defense line. Fellow Daoist Lin should know that Kyoto is more than 10,000 miles away from the border. 10 lines of defense can be set up during this period. As long as it is not a war between the two races, the monster army will never reach the city of Kyoto. I feel relieved when Princess Mingai said that. In that case, Lin Xiao will send a message back to the sect. Soon, someone will come to negotiate. What do you think, Princess? Of course, but Mingai has a small request. I wonder if fellow Daoist Lin can agree to it. Oh, Princess Mingai, please go ahead. That is to say, I hope that fellow Daoist Lin's business will only cooperate with me. With the princess. Yes, just with me. The rest of the princes and even the royal family are not allowed. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. We are in business. Once we walk through the door, we are guests. How can we refuse customers? If fellow Daoist Lin is willing to agree, then Mingai can add a 10% premium to the negotiated price. Haha, Princess Mingai, can you guarantee that after my Beijing business only cooperates with you, there won't be any other troubles? Can you guarantee that your family's power can satisfy my interests? I'm all ears. Today I will be honest with Princess Mingai. In my Tiansheng Sect, there is 1 6th grade top quality alchemist, 5 5th grade alchemists, and at least 50 4th grade alchemists. Not to mention those below the 4th grade. As for the other masters of elixirs, talismans, weapons and formations, 5th grade is also common. My Tiansheng Sect has more than 200,000 cultivators, and the annual income reaches hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals. If I can only make a few 100,000 Zuan crystals a year, what am I doing in Zhao? Are you bragging, fellow Daoist Lin? Boasting, Princess Mingai. Your military intelligence department has only inquired about my reputation in Nanzhao. Why don't you try Zhangzhou, especially in the area around Suayu sect? Once you know my strength, you will know if I'm bragging or not. Okay, I would like to know what kind of reputation fellow Daoist Lin has in Zhangzhou. Princess Mingai said with a smile, and left soon after. After returning, she ordered the military intelligence department to go to Zhangzhou to gather information. The military intelligence department also has a station in Zhangzhou, but it is not as powerful as Xiao, which specializes in business. It is mainly used to find out major events in the immortal cultivation world in Zhangzhou. The monks of the military intelligence department quickly collected all the information about Lin Xiao's affairs in Zhangzhou, especially the slapping of Tiansheng Sect, the creation of Jiao Mountain Villa, the hosting of Beg Suju, and the tour of Tiansheng Sect monks, etc., and sent these news back to Qin. When Princess Mingyu saw these news, she was stunned. She never thought that even the first-class forces in Zhangzhou were slapped in the face by Lin Xiao. Even Ren Hong, who was in the golden body stage, was almost killed by Lin Xiao, and this person was still alive. And Beg Suju shocked Princess Mingyu even more. Although Beg Suju was not as good as Tiansheng Sect, if they cooperated with them with all their strength, the benefits would be unimaginable. Chapter 597, Zizhao Branch. During the time when Princess Mingyu was trying to find out about Lin Xiao, Nan Zuan of the Tiansheng Sect had already received Lin Xiao's order, so Beicheng merchants and Lin Xiao organized a group of capable people and horses to take a large amount of goods to the Qin state of Zizhao, and Beicheng personally escorted them. Wu state was almost a million miles away from the Qin state of Zizhao, and it took Beicheng and his party a month to arrive. During this period of more than a month, Lan Lingyu refined 2 more furnaces of elixirs, all of which were commissioned. However, these 5th level elixirs had no effect on Lan Lingyu, so Lan Lingyu did not follow the general rules to detain most of the other party's elixirs, and gave them all 9. However, the cost of refining elixirs soared 3 times. Even so, those who refined elixirs made a lot of money. In total, each elixir was almost 30% lower than the market price, which was extremely cheap. This made the people of the royal company very angry. Unfortunately, both of them were cultivators of the divine void stage, otherwise they would have killed people. After all, blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents, which is a great hatred. When Beicheng arrived in Qin, he immediately sent a message to Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao told Princess Mingyu. Princess Mingyu sent someone to Kyoto to invite Beicheng and his party to the border. After learning about the strength of Wu state, Princess Mingyu had given up the intention of cooperating with Lin Xiao alone, because Lin Xiao was right. She alone could not satisfy Lin Xiao's appetite. If she could earn 1.8 million Zuan crystals a year, Lin Xiao would not look down on it at all. Master, thank you for your hard work, Zichen. Are all the people here? Yes, there are 300 people in total, 150 guards, 150 company staff, and Brother Yi's people are among them. There are more than 10 in total, and I only know half of the list. Don't worry about Lin Xiao, they can do the job themselves. What about the goods? I have brought them too. There are 3 5th level storage bags with a total value of nearly 20 million Zuan crystals. They have all the elixirs, talismans, weapons and formations, as well as 1000 spirit wine and white mist tea, but the quantity is very small. According to the master's prediction, the cultivators in Zizhao have rough personalities, and don't like this kind of spiritual wine and tea. Beiwu Mountain is developing a high-strength spiritual wine, and within 3 to 5 years, there will be a finished product. Okay, very good. Let the company disciples prepare. We will trade with the princes of Qin tomorrow. Yes, master. What is the reaction of the various sects in the Wu Kingdom to this matter? Have many responded to us? Lin Xiao asked again. If Lin Xiao wanted to take over the Qin market, he couldn't rely on Tiansheng Sect alone. Beg Suju couldn't spare many people, so this time Lin Xiao wanted to distribute the benefits to the various sects in Wu state. He asked Nan Zuan to notify the various sects, and asked them to gather the Danfukisan people in their sects and ship together in the future. How can I not respond, sect master? This is a free gift. The price of resources in Zizhao is higher than that in Nanzhao. Even if I go to various countries to purchase and resell, I can make money. If I refine it myself, the profit will be even greater. When I left, the leaders of various sects were besieging Nanshaozhou and asking about this matter. Even Tiansheng Sect sent people to come. That's good, that's good. It seems that this matter will be accomplished. Once it is accomplished, Wu state can have at least tens of millions of revenue every year, which is comparable to a large black crystal vein. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Lin Xiao was still afraid that the various sects would not respond. After all, this was in Zizhao, the situation was unclear, and it was not in Nansao. Even if he didn't understand the situation, he could still find out something. Master, Lin Xiao asked me to tell you what the rules are for this matter. Should Tiansheng Sect purchase the goods of other sects for sale, or should they participate in the investment? Let's participate in the investment. Although our Tiansheng Sect is short of money, we must not destroy the unity of Wuguo. Let them participate in the investment directly. However, we must control the management. At most, let them send financial personnel to supervise. Yes, Master. Beizichin nodded. He had guessed that Lin Xiao was so generous. With this decision, Tiansheng Sect would lose at least millions of black crystals every year. Okay, go and have a rest. I will hold a welcoming banquet for you in the evening. We have to work from tomorrow. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and then Beizichin left. Lan Lingai also attended the welcoming banquet in the evening. Now, she finally knew what Lin Xiao was planning. She also admired Lin Xiao's vision. After all, finding a source of income in this way is not something that ordinary people can think of. On the second morning, Lin Xiao sent a message to Princess Mingayu and the princes, asking them to come to the residence. When they arrived, the residence had been transformed into a simple business, and even the goods were put on display. Of course, there were not many high-level things among these goods. Basically, they were limited to those below the 5th level. Good things would not be put out casually, but it was the same in any country. Low-level cultivators occupied the largest number of people. They all had a large number of subordinates. They didn't need them, but their subordinates did. Moreover, Lin Xiao kept hinting that these things were bulk goods and could be shipped in large quantities. Compared with the market price in Qin, the price was very generous. High-level resources, of course, could not be shipped in large quantities. No one except the first-class big forces like Su Yuzhang had the ability to do this. Deng Xiaozhang also had this ability. However, Lin Xiao definitely had a large number of high-level resources in his hands. The princes also knew about Beiziju. Lin Xiao set up a reception room, and the princes talked to Lin Xiao one by one. On the surface, they were talking about these low-level resources, but in fact, they were all asking for high-level resources, but this was confidential. I want 10 sets of 5th level formations, large, medium and small, 5th level magic weapons, not limited to swords, spears, swords, and halberds, as many as you can get. What is the price? And talismans above 5th level, as many as you can get, and elixirs above 5th level, whether they are for improving cultivation or healing, as many as you can get, King Zhengxi said in the reception room. As a prince of a different surname from Qin, he was very powerful, so he spoke with confidence, and had the tendency to take it all in one go. Fellow Daoist Lin Mi, don't be so anxious. Have a cup of tea. This is our delivery order. You can take a look at how much you want. The quantity is marked at the back. Then pay 30% of the deposit first, and we will prepare the goods in Wu State. When the goods are shipped, you will pay another 30% of the price. When the goods reach Zizhao State, you will pay another 30%. When the goods are delivered, you will pay the final balance. In this way, the money and goods are settled, and the transaction is completed. Lin Xiao replied, and then handed a delivery order to the king of Zhengxi, and asked him to place an order. The price of the goods was also marked on it. Lin Xiao had not been idle for the past few months. He had figured out the prices of various resources in the Qin state market. The prices given by Lin Xiao were between 10% and 20% lower than the market price, which guaranteed profits and price advantages. Seeing that the price was not as good as expected, King Lin Mi of Zhengxi was very helpless, but this was better than buying and selling resources in the royal family, so he gritted his teeth and placed a large number of orders. After the king of Zhengxi, Princess Mingayu came. Princess Mingayu received 2 shipping orders with different prices. Lin Xiao was very direct. The 2 prices corresponded to Princess Mingayu and the royal company respectively. The royal company worked for Qin State, and the prices fluctuated. The goods in Zhangzhou were not cheap. Everyone expected profits. Within this profit margin, Lin Xiao could still lower the price. If the royal company resold the goods, it would also be profitable. After all, there were so many princes in the country that it was impossible for all of them to get in touch with Lin Xiao. Wu state could not fully supply Qin state, which was stronger than itself. It just chose a few princes to cooperate. Princess Mingyu naturally put the more advantageous shipping order under her name, and then placed orders in batches. The royal company made extraordinary moves. They alone ordered goods worth hundreds of millions of black crystals. This batch of goods was enough to keep the various sects of Wu state busy for more than half a year. One day passed, and all the goods brought by Beizichan were sold out. The goods that could be sold for 20 million black crystals in Wu state were sold for more than 30 million here, and the profit was about twice that in Wu state. Master, with so many delivery orders, the various sects in Wu state cannot supply them for 3 years. Can we really handle it all? Why can't we handle it all? If we can't refine it ourselves, we can go to other countries to collect it. The profit will be a little lower. With this motivation, the various sects will speed up the training of talents. In a few years, we will be able to supply on our own. That's right, then I'll let the various sects do it then. Well, let's talk about your tasks. Zuan crystals don't mean much to us. Next, you have to increase the collection of resources, especially high-level resources. We can't keep sending out, we have to bring in. So the business here must be carried out as soon as possible, and you have to do what we do in Lin Xiao. I know, we have had a meeting today, otherwise there wouldn't be a need for so many 300 people. Well, Lin Xiao needs them to start their work as soon as possible. The situation in Qin state is not very stable. You must pay attention. Once there is an alarm, you must evacuate immediately. The lesson of Annan state must be learned. Lin Xiao nodded. In fact, most of the monks from the 100 Cities Merchant Company in Annan could have escaped, but those monks did not leave in advance to protect the goods, which eventually led to the loss of both people and goods. This was a great lesson. I know that this time I'm going to guard Qin state. There will be no problem. That's good. Don't worry, I won't let you stay here for a long time. You have to speed up your practice and break through to the Shengsu period as soon as possible and wait for the other disciples of the sect to grow up and take over your job. Yes, the situation of the sect is much better now. Nangxun no longer suppresses us, and he has promised that as long as the channels on the Zizhao side are opened and the sect gets the benefits, it will greatly increase our treatment. Beizichan replied. At that time, the sect was not rich in financial resources, so Nangxun adopted the approach of suppressing high-level monks and forcing high-level monks to find their own way out. This made many high-level monks dissatisfied, but because Lin Xiao supported it, everyone had no place to vent their anger. Now that the sect's financial resources are getting better and better, Nanzuan has slowly cancelled this policy and started to improve the treatment of high-level cultivators. If the channel on the Qin side is opened, then their treatment will increase significantly, and each spiritual cultivator will not have to waste time to earn resources, and their cultivation will naturally improve. Just as the two were talking, there was suddenly a noisy sound outside. Lin Xiao listened attentively and found that Lan Lingai was about to break in. Chapter 598. One gains, the other loses. Lan Lingai was so angry that she even wanted to attack the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. She was cold as ice, and her impatient aura even alarmed the Qin cultivators. Because Lan Lingai had already understood a problem, she was deceived by Lin Xiao, and she was really sold and counted money for him. Zizhao Qin was originally a client of Tiansheng Sect. Lan Lingai didn't know how much share it had, but the consumption of a country was definitely not low. But now Wu Go cooperated with King Go, and the business companies came. So in the future, will King Go stop cooperating with Tiansheng Sect and change to cooperating with Lin Xiao? Then, wouldn't the interests of Tiansheng Sect be saved? If it was a normal situation, it would be fine, but this time Lin Xiao still used her to attract the princes of Qin to come here, so as to achieve Lin Xiao's goal. Isn't this like she was sold by Lin Xiao and counted money for Lin Xiao? Thinking of Lin Xiao's previous words, Lan Lingai felt terrified. He felt that Lin Xiao's mansion was too deep, and she didn't know that she was being played around by Lin Xiao. Fairy Blue, what's wrong? Lin Xiao, you are such a despicable villain. Fairy Blue, what's wrong? When did I offend you again? You dare to say that? You liar, give me your life. Seeing that Lin Xiao still had an innocent expression and had no remorse, Lan Lingai's mentality suddenly exploded. A green flame rushed towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was immediately horrified and used his profound energy to stop the flame. Fairy Blue, if you have something to say, let's talk about it outside. Don't hurt the disciples. Lin Xiao shouted and flew out of the residence first, flying directly to the wild area. Lan Lingaiu stomped her feet and immediately followed. Lin Xiao, you lied to me. I will kill you. Lan Lingaiu kept attacking. Her strongest means was this fire attack. When cultivators made elixirs, they usually used spiritual carbon or earth fire before Daogang, and they could emit gang fire after Daogang. However, the best way to make elixirs was to use the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. As the most famous alchemy sect in the world of immortal cultivation, the most powerful treasure of Tiansheng Sect is not the 9-orifice divine silkworm, but the alchemy technology and experience accumulated over thousands of years in various heaven and earth spiritual fires. After Lan Lingaiu broke through the Shengsu period, the sect not only rewarded her with the remains of the 9-orifice divine silkworm, but also rewarded her with a heaven and earth spiritual fire. This spiritual fire is at the 7th level, and is called burning nothingness, which means burning everything to nothing. It can not only help Lan Lingaiu to make pills, but also help her in battle. Lan Lingaiu cannot fully exert the power of the 7th level spiritual fire, but even if it is partially powerful, Lan Lingaiu's combat power far exceeds that of ordinary Shengsu period cultivators. This is one of the reasons why Tiansheng Sect is relieved that high-level alchemists are alone outside. Lin Xiao didn't know that Lan Lingaiu was so fierce before. Now Lan Lingaiu is desperately attacking, and Lin Xiao is a little overwhelmed for a while. Of course, Lin Xiao is not unable to beat her, but is afraid of hurting her, and feels restrained everywhere. Lin Xiao defended with all his strength. The outer layer was a defensive magic weapon, the middle layer was a protective shield added by the system, and the inner layer was a magic robe and inner armor. He defended desperately, and let Lan Lingaiu attack. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Lingaiu was angry, and used all her tricks to burn Lin Xiao's defensive magic weapons one after another. Lin Xiao quickly used the 6th level defensive talisman to resist. Finally, after Lin Xiao consumed 4 defensive magic weapons and 6 defensive talismans, Lan Lingaiu's Zuan Qi was exhausted. She was sweating all over and swallowed the elixir silently. Blue fairy, don't talk to me, Lan Lingaiu. Lan Lingaiu stood up and flew away. Lin Xiao was shocked. How dare he let her leave alone? He hurriedly followed. Lan Lingaiu sped up, but unfortunately she was not enough Zuan Qi now, and her body skills were weaker than Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao easily stopped her. Lan Lingaiu didn't have much Zuan Qi left in her body, so she couldn't use magic, so she punched and kicked. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand to protect her, letting her punch and kick. After a quarter of an hour, Lan Lingaiu was tired and started to cry. Lin Xiao didn't comfort her immediately, but set up a ban to prevent others from peeking. The commotion just now alarmed the entire border. Princess Mingaiu, King Zhengxi and others all sent out their spiritual senses to sense it. Lin Xiao didn't want any more accidents. Your face is all red from crying. Come and wipe it. You. Seeing that she had almost cried enough, Lin Xiao took out a handkerchief, which was a magic weapon that Lin Xiao had practiced before, and handed it to Lan Lingaiu. Lan Lingaiu was furious, but she couldn't cry anymore. She took the handkerchief and stared at Lin Xiao viciously. Fairy Blue, now you can tell me the problem. You said I lied to you. How did I lie to you? You still say no. You used me to attract the princes of Qin State, and then the Wu State Trading Company intervened, and the princes of Qin State all cooperated with you. What about the Tiansheng Sect? I'm almost becoming a traitor to the Tiansheng Sect. Isn't this what you said before? I was sold out by you, and still have to help you count the money. You bad guy, so that's what happened. Fairy Blue, listen to my explanation now. No, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to your excuses. You still have to listen. Otherwise how can you let go of your knot? I promise it's not an explanation, but my true feelings are. Fairy Blue, you and I have been in Qin for several months. You also know the situation in Qin. Do you think the mortals in Qin are pitiful? What does it have to do with you lying to me? Yes, it is related. You have been to Zhongshan and Nansao. You should know what the mortals in Nanzhao and Zhangzhou are like. Although the cultivators are indifferent to mortals, they will not threaten their lives. In my Wu country, the elderly are taken care of, the young are supported, the poor are helped, the widowed, the lonely, the disabled are all taken care of, and the elderly can enjoy their old age. But have you seen a few old people in Qin? Have you seen them? No, they basically don't live past 50 years old. Why? Because the damn Qi and blood exercises consume their life potential, so basically they will die after their prime. But why did Qin do this? It's because the human race in this land is too weak compared to the monster race, and they can only use this method to save their lives. And why is Qin weak? Because of insufficient resources. It can't rely on the power of cultivators to stop the monster race. A Jiangqian pill that sells for 1 million black crystals in Tiansheng Sect sells for 2 million in Qin. Such a large price difference makes Qin continue to weaken. This is the most basic reason. The resources I sold to the Qin state were all discounted. I just wanted to strengthen the power of the Qin state, so that their cultivators can rely on their own strength to stop the demon tribe instead of sacrificing millions of mortals. Humph, what you said is high sounding, but you are still doing it to make money. What about the interests of my Tiansheng sect? Fairy Blue, the Qin royal merchants are active in Zhangzhou, and they must not only purchase from the Tiansheng sect. Their business share accounts for a very small proportion of your Tiansheng sect, and your Tiansheng sect's elixirs are famous in the world of immortal cultivation. If the Qin state does not buy them, can they not be sold? No matter how much you sell, it is only the Qin royal family that is fattened up. Will it benefit millions of cultivators? Quibbling, it's all quibbling. I can't argue with you. I won't believe you. Okay, you said I was quibbling, so I will order the Beijing company to withdraw from Qin tomorrow and let the Qin royal family continue to exploit the monks and let millions of mortals suffer and live no longer than 50 years old. Fairy Lan, do you accept this result? Lan Lingai was shocked and her mind was in a mess. Wugo company finally broke into Qin and made tens of millions of profits a year, but they gave up. Lan Lingai's mind flashed through the scenes of her time in Qin. It was indeed as Lin Xiao said. Under the fierce surface of mortals, there was a tragic price. She saw very few old people, and they were all those with backgrounds. There were almost no real old people in the countryside. All of this was because of that damn Qi and blood gong method. If Lin Xiao stopped Wugo company, then Qin would be exactly the same as before, and those tragic things would still happen, which made it difficult for Lan Lingai to accept it. Fairy Lan, I admit that the entry of Wugo Trading Company into Qin state has damaged some of Tiansheng Sect's interests, but it is of great benefit to the mortals of Qin state. Others do not pay attention to these mortals. I cannot ignore it, but my ability is limited, and I cannot kill all the demon kings immediately, so I can only do this. Since you think I have deceived you, then I can go back to Tiansheng Sect with you and hand you over to your sect elders for disposal. Okay. Do you dare to go? Dare? Why not? Okay, let's go now. Okay, but it will take half a day. I have to wait for half a day. I have to arrange my disciples and refund the deposit to the princes of Qin state. After arranging these things, I will go with you immediately. La, you want to deceive me again, unless you go with me immediately, or I won't believe you. Okay, I'll go with you right away. You recover your Zuan key. That's okay, Lin Xiao replied. In the distance, a figure flew over. It was Beizichan. He was worried about Lin Xiao after all. Lin Xiao let him enter the restriction. Zichen, listen to my orders. Starting tomorrow, stop all activities of the company and prepare for evacuation. I will give you clear instructions and return the deposit to the princes at that time. Ah, master, listen to my orders. Yes, you go back first. Keep this matter confidential. Have a good rest. Okay. Beizichan nodded and returned to the Great Wall. Facing everyone's questions, he didn't know how to answer. Let's go, Fairy Lan. Get in my flying boat and slowly recover your Zuan key. Lin Xiao threw out a flying boat and asked Lan Lingai to get in. He controlled the flying boat himself. The direction was Zhangzhou. Princess Mingai and others came to ask, and Lin Xiao also evaded the question by saying that he had something urgent to do. Lin Xiao's speed was neither fast nor slow. After half a day, Lan Lingai had recovered her Zuan Qi. Looking at Lin Xiao's back, she was a little absent-minded. She didn't know how to evaluate her current mood. It was very complicated. She was horrified by Lin Xiao's scheming, but she didn't think the kindness and righteousness he showed were fake, because he was really going to leave the business, and he was just throwing away tens of millions of profits a year, just to give her an explanation and make her happy. This feeling of being valued was something she had never felt before, and suddenly, she felt a little sweet and couldn't help looking at Lin Xiao with a bit of infatuation. Chapter 599, At Your Fate. Stop for a moment. They were about to fly out of the Qin state. Lan Lingai woke up in a hurry and shouted. Lin Xiao did not stop, but turned around and asked, Fairy Lan, what's wrong? Let's go back. Where to go back? This is the direction to Tiansheng Sect. Back to the border of Qin state. Fairy Lan, Lin did not deceive you this time. Lin Xiao does things with courage and responsibility. If you don't go back, your disciples will be in trouble. Don't you know how arrogant those princes are? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Those princes were indeed very polite to the two of them. That was because they were in the Shengsu period, had the strength, and had what they needed, but they were indeed superior to the people below, and the concept of hierarchy was even stricter. Zhang Zhao and Nan Zhao also have a clear concept of hierarchy, but it is not strict. The hearts of the cultivators are also more gentle. No one will hold on to a little offense. But it is different here. In a centralized country, hierarchy is also one of the foundations of their rule. If Baizichan proposed to return the deposit, those people might be furious and make things difficult for them. Go back. Merchants value reputation the most. Isn't this what you always emphasize in Wugo? No matter what, ship this batch of goods first, and then go to Tiansheng Sect. Thank you, Fairy Lan, Lin Xiao said gratefully. He was just angry and didn't think of these things. Lin Xiao turned around and accelerated his flight. Not long after, he flew back to the border city of Qin State. He ignored the city defense formation and landed in the city. Not long after, Princess Mingai and others sent people to inquire. Lin Xiao casually found an excuse to perfunctorily pass it over. Lin Xiao called Baizichan again and told him in front of Lan Lingai that the transaction would continue, but no more orders would be accepted. Wait for Lin Xiao's clear order and send a message back to the sect to let them collect goods as soon as possible. Master, I want to know why. After Lan Lingai left, Baizichan asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao always put the sect first and had never gone back on his word like this, which shocked Baizichan. I'm sorry to Lan Lingai, it's better not to have such a source of income. But master, if we really withdraw now, all plans will be disrupted. Although we won't lose money, we won't make much profit either. It will be difficult to explain to the Wu Kingdom too. I know, it's just a source of income. In such a big world of immortal cultivation, we can just look for it. You have to believe in my ability. Master, I believe it, but I don't believe in Lan Lingai. Master, are you interested in Lan Lingai? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. For hundreds of years, Master has never been nice to female cultivators, but he has protected Lan Lingai. I also know about several transactions between Master and Lan Lingai. It's obvious that Lan Lingai got a great deal, but she always says that Master cheated her. Don't say more, I know what I'm doing. Master. Okay, it's not a big deal. Go and have a rest. Lin Xiao shook his head and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Baizichan had to leave. With Lin Xiao in charge, Qin State was safe. Princess Mingai and King Zhengxi had nothing to say, but they complained about not being able to place orders. Lin Xiao's reason was that Wu State had limited capabilities, so they would take the first batch of orders first. As for the subsequent orders, they would wait until they had the conditions to place them, and they would not let everyone suffer. Lan Lingai stayed at home. While Lin Xiao was sorting out the interests of Qin State, Lan Lingai made 2 more furnaces of elixirs. Each time, the elixir below the 6th level was 9 pills, which made the Qin cultivators admire her very much. Princess Mingai was even willing to pay a large sum of money to let Lan Lingai teach the Qin alchemist, but Lan Lingai refused on the pretext of sect secrets. Half a month later, Lan Lingai and Lin Xiao left, and the matter was handed over to Beizichan. The two flew all the way, no longer traveling slowly. A month later, the two came to Tiansheng Sect. Lan Lingai did not talk about this matter directly to the sect, but found her parents. After all, they were also high-level Tiansheng Sect members, and had some power. This is Lin Xiao's fault. Lin Xiao had no intention of plotting against Fairyland, but he was wrong. So Lin Xiao came to ask for forgiveness and let him be punished. Lin Xiao also took the initiative to admit his fault, which shocked Lan Lingai's parents. They did not dare to make a rash decision. They first appeased Lin Xiao, and when the people left, they immediately called the head of Tiansheng Sect and the ancestor in charge of the 8th realm. This is the case. Ancestor, head, what do you think we should do about this matter? Head, you are in charge of the general affairs of the sect, so is the business between Zizhaokin and us big? Not big. There are not many high-level cultivators in Zizhaokin, and low-level elixirs can be bought everywhere in Zhangzhou, so there are not many transactions, just a bonus. Only the 5th and 6th level elixirs are purchased from us, with a transaction volume of about 20 million a year, and our profit is only about 10 million. The head of Tiansheng Sect hurriedly said that Zizhaokin and their cooperation is really not much. After all, the strength is here. Tiansheng Sect has many big customers, and this transaction volume is not as much as a furnace of elixirs from a big sect. Langfeng, tell me, how are you going to deal with this matter? This, ancestor, this matter was caused by Lingai. I should avoid suspicion, right? There are no outsiders here. Why are you avoiding suspicion, so to speak? Yes, ancestor, I think this matter is too small, not to mention a small matter of tens of millions of profits. Even if most of the business of Tiansheng Sect is robbed, can we do anything to Lin Xiao? Ancestor, don't forget, there is also a Li Xiao in Tiansheng City, and the example of Tiansheng Sect is also in front of us. Lan Lingai's father smiled bitterly. Although Lin Xiao was willing to be punished, did Tiansheng Sect really dare to do it? Tiansheng Sect was humiliated, but they were still alive and well. Li Xiao of Tiansheng City was the protector of Lin Xiao's apprentice. If Tiansheng Sect dared to take action against Lin Xiao, would Li Muxu stand idly by? Once Li Xiao took action, even the ancestor of Tiansheng Sect would not be able to defeat him. Tiansheng Sect only had 2 8th level ancestors. How could they compare with them? They have a big backstage. The head of Tiansheng Sect and the 8th realm patriarch also looked unhappy, but what Lan Feng said was the truth. For such a small matter, would he punish Lin Xiao severely? Would he dare to kill him? He couldn't kill anyone. He had offended a powerful enemy for no reason. If he really wanted to kill him, maybe his disciples would come to attack him with their protectors. Li Xiao was at the peak of the 8th realm, and was extremely powerful. Even the 2 8th realm patriarchs of Tiansheng Sect might not be his opponents, not to mention that he didn't have much life left. If he couldn't think straight and blew himself up, that would be a pity. I'm at a disadvantage. It's really frustrating. Master, let's make a decision. Ancestor, the master of Tiansheng Sect had a bitter look on his face. You guys want me to take the blame. How can I deal with this? You all can't afford to offend you. How dare I, a Shengsu period without any Taoism path, offend you? Uncle Lan, your daughter caused this trouble. Uncle, just be frank with me. What do you think we should do? Master, isn't this your decision? Okay, stop shirking responsibility. Speak together. You must come up with a solution today. Since we have to protect the interests of the sect, we have to properly resolve this matter. Yes, ancestor. Ancestor, let me tell you what I think. Lingai is a good kid. She was used by Lin Xiao, but he was discovered in time. So we should give him a small punishment and a stern warning. As for Lin Xiao, we can't afford to offend him, and the benefits are not much. But in order to maintain the face of the sect, we must let Lin Xiao give up some of the benefits. To make up for it, it would be better to reach some cooperation, which would be good for you, me and everyone. Lang Feng said. He had not forgotten the 9 aperture divine silkworm's remains that Lin Xiao took out a few years ago. The power behind Lin Xiao is so strong. If we cooperate, maybe we can get some benefits. That's good. Uncle Lan said it well. This Lin Xiao is also very powerful. Many of the materials for Lan Lingai's 9-aperture divine silkworm pearl were made by him. We should also dig some benefits from him. Oh, master, what did you think of? Ahem, ancestor, have you heard of Paradise Villa? Of course, for decades, there is no one in Zhangzhou who doesn't know about Paradise Villa. The most delicious spiritual food, the best spiritual wine, and the most beautiful beauties all come from Paradise Villa. That's right, when we make pills, no matter how big the profit is, there is still a cost. High-level alchemists have to waste their time practicing to make pills, but this Paradise Villa is run by a group of people whose cultivation does not exceed the Shengsu period, and they can make hundreds of millions of profits a year. We are really jealous. The various sects in Zhangzhou imitated Paradise Villa, but they didn't get the essence. They were all imitations. We might as well let Lin Xiao build a brand new Paradise Villa for us. Then, what if we give all the transactions of kin to him? The words of the head of Tiansheng Sect made the two people's eyes light up. Although Tiansheng Sect is the most profitable sect among the second-rate forces, they are not without cost. The materials of elixir must be purchased and collected, and the elixir must be refined and then sold. Among them, the elixir refining process has the greatest impact on them. It is also very time-consuming for high-level alchemists to refine elixir. For example, Lan Lingai only needs more than 10 days to refine the 5th grade top grade elixir, but it takes several months or even half a year to refine the 6th grade top grade elixir. During this half year, she cannot practice. If accumulated for a long time, the amount is terrible. Okay, but our Tiansheng Sect also has to save face. Let a few young masters of the sect take care of it. The ancestor of the 8th realm nodded. There is also Chunfeng Tower in Jile Mountain Villa. It is a place for pleasure. It is not good to say it out. Therefore, although the counterfeit of each sect is led by the sect, it lets those dandies come forward. No one can afford to lose this person. Yes, ancestor, it just so happens that my grandson is uneducated, so let him come. Ahem, master, if this thing can be done, it will be the credit of my Lingai. That. Understood, understood. At least 10% of the shares. Lan Feng also lost his temper at this time. Who doesn't want the benefits given for free? Naturally, he needs to fight for it. The master of Tiansheng Sect also gave face, and immediately promised a certain amount of shares. The three of them discussed for a long time, and had already decided on a plan. Then Lan Feng took the master of Tiansheng Sect to meet Lin Xiao to discuss the details. Chapter 600, all about business. The head of Tiansheng Sect quickly announced the result to Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai. The result was that Lan Lingai acted carelessly and caused damage to the interests of the sect. He was fined for 1 year, to serve as a warning to others. As for Lin Xiao, there was no punishment. He even praised Lin Xiao, saying that Lin Xiao had the world in his heart, and was compassionate to the world. He was the style of our generation of cultivators. He called on all cultivators to learn from him, take the fight against the demons as their own responsibility, and fight for the future of the human race. This result stunned Lan Lingai. Before, she was still worried about how the sect would deal with Lin Xiao, whether to kill, supervise or do something else, but she didn't expect that they would praise her. This was something she couldn't figure out anyway. So Lan Lingai had to ask her father Lan Feng what was going on. Why did the Tiansheng Sect praise Lin Xiao when Lin Xiao damaged the interests of the Tiansheng Sect? This was not in line with common sense. Lingai, I know you are confused. I didn't want to tell you, but I was afraid that you had a knot in your heart, so I told you that Lin Xiao's affairs in Qin State certainly hurt the interests of Tiansheng Sect, but the interests are not great. The total transaction between the sect and Qin State is only about 20 million Zuan crystals a year. Lin Xiao has a deep background and strong strength. It is irrational and unprofitable for the sect to be his enemy for this little benefit. So after discussions with the head and the ancestors, we decided not to save face and exchange it for substantial benefits. Tiansheng Sect has already formed a secret alliance with Beizuju, and the two sides cooperate with each other. Beizuju has taken root in Jiansu City and can get some resources that we can't get. Moreover, Lin Xiao decided to help us build a place similar to Jile Villa, which is no less than Jile Villa in terms of scale, and will have at least tens of millions of profits every year in the future. You also have 10% of the shares here, father. What? Do you want to say that I have no shame? Lin Xiao dare not just say it. There's nothing to be afraid of. We are really shameless, but so what? The benefits we get are real. As a senior member of Tiansheng Sect, I have to work for the interests of the sect as a whole. Is it worth it to be an enemy of Lin Xiao for tens of millions of Zuan crystals a year? Isn't it good to make tens of millions more profits a year? For the sake of the sect, we are not afraid of death. So what does losing face matter? I know you can't figure it out, but that's because you haven't reached this position. Only when you reach this position will you know the difficulties of the sect. Our Tiansheng Sect is the most profitable sect among the second-rate sects, but have you ever understood the sect's expenses? In addition to the disciples' practice, there are also the expenses of tens of thousands of alchemists. Take you for example, from the beginning of your alchemy to now, how much resources has the sect advanced for you? Have you ever calculated how much money you have to lose for every breakthrough in alchemy and the consolidation of a new level of alchemy? Lang Feng said to Lin Xiao that Tiansheng Sect makes a lot of money, but also spends a lot. Alchemists make money, but sometimes they lose money. Every time an alchemist breaks through, he has to pay a large sum of money. And it's okay for an alchemy genius like Lin Xiao, who can still make money after the breakthrough. But for those with poor talent and no breakthrough, the sect's money will be wasted. So for all forces, there is no one who is not short of money. No matter which one, it is the same. Lack of money is the mainstream. Lin Xiao still can't accept this profit first statement, but it doesn't matter whether she accepts it or not, because with her position in Tiansheng Sect, she can't make the decision at all. On the other hand, Lin Xiao has contacted the people of Tiansheng Sect several times. When the head of Tiansheng Sect made that request, Lin Xiao immediately agreed, because it would not harm Lin Xiao at all, but would benefit him. The name of the imitation of the Paradise Villa by Tiansheng Sect has been decided, called Xiao Villa. All the designs are left by Lin Xiao's previous design of Paradise Villa. At that time, Lin Xiao made several backup plans, and he only needs to choose one of them. The cost of Xiao Villa is also about 300 million Zuan crystals. It is located outside Tiansheng City. The site is larger than that of Paradise Villa, and it also has its own unique advantages. The construction team and management team have been drawn from Paradise Villa. Now Lin Xiao has no time to train in person, so he directly borrows the team of Paradise Villa. Xiao Villa is divided into 10 shares, and Lin Xiao occupies one. However, Lin Xiao will not have the right to operate in the future. The specific management and operation will also be learned from Paradise Villa, and professionals will be hired. The apparent shareholder is the grandson of the head of Tiansheng Sect, who also occupies 10% of the shares. Lang Feng and his daughter occupies 20%, and the other senior executives occupies 50% in total. The remaining 10% belongs to the Tiansheng Sect. Half a month later, the first team of 50 people from the Paradise Villa entered Tiansheng Sect and began to conduct strict training for the maids and servants. The construction supervisor arrived and trained the construction personnel of Tiansheng Sect and started construction. After more than a month of work, Lin Xiao finally had some free time and had time to meet Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's mood had calmed down at this time, but she was still upset about this matter. Fairy Blue, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Don't hold it in your heart. Being depressed is not good for cultivation, and may even cause inner demons. Lin Xiao, tell me, why did this happen? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out, because of my butt. Ahem. Forgive my vulgarity. I'm just making an analogy. Wherever your butt sits, it represents the interests of that place. You are a core disciple of the sect, and you think about the interests of the sect. This is not wrong. The leader of the Tiansheng Sect sits in the position of the leader, and thinks about how to strengthen the sect. This is not wrong. I'm the leader of the Tiansheng Sect, and I think about the interests of the Tiansheng Sect. This is also not wrong. This is a relationship of interests. Decades ago, my Tiansheng Sect was not rich in financial resources. The first elder of my sect suppressed the higher level cultivators at the Lingguang level, reduced their treatment, and forced them to go out and find a way out. As a Lingguan cultivator, I was naturally dissatisfied and couldn't even figure out why they, as the backbone of the sect, were not strongly supported, but their treatment was reduced. But as the head of the sect, I have to be responsible for the sect, so I agreed to this plan, because my position is different, and most things in the world of immortal cultivation are like this, and profit is the only goal of the sect's development. I see. Lan Lingai nodded. She understood the truth, but she just couldn't figure it out. Fairy Blue. No need to say more. I have already obtained 10% of the shares of Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, and the position of the core disciple has not been cancelled. In a sense, I have gained the benefits. I'm sorry to you, Lin Xiao. I don't want to go out to travel now. I want to retreat. I'm sorry. Okay. Seeing that Lan Lingai's will was a little depressed, Lin Xiao said no more. She couldn't listen to anything Lin Xiao said now, and could only rely on herself to think clearly. A few days later, Lin Xiao left Dangsha City and flew to Zhao Qin State again. When Lin Xiao arrived at the border of Qin State, another month had passed. At this time, the first batch of goods from Wu State had arrived and were being delivered. Master Zichen, how is the situation? The situation is very good. The quality of our Wu country's goods is very good, and the price is lower than the market price. The princes of Qin State want to place additional orders, and Wu State also wants the channels here. Various sects have asked Nan Xiaozu to persuade the master to expand the trade here. Master, look at this. Take it. The problem is solved. Everything is back to normal, according to the original plan. Really? That's great. Beizichan was overjoyed. If the Qin channel gave up, then they didn't know when the treatment of these Lingguan monks would be improved. Now that they can continue, he is naturally the happiest. Well, don't be happy too soon. The situation here is very complicated. Although the Qin royal family can crush the other princes, the princes all want to be independent and will definitely want to obtain strategic elixirs from us. I'm here to deal with the trouble for you this time. You must be careful in the future. Yes, I know. According to my understanding, the princes all have their own soldiers. They are their private soldiers. These private soldiers have the best treatment and the strongest strength. Even Princess Mingai, who has the intention of coveting the king. There have also been queens in the history of Qin. I'm afraid that there will be a civil strife in Qin hundreds of years later. I know, so we have to take sides, or we will be dragged into it. Wu Go's strength is not yet at the point where it can dominate everything. The shopkeepers and clerks here must be our own people, and they must be the most capable personnel. Yes, I have extended the rotation system. There will be no replacements within 20 years. New people will be added after 15 years. After they have been trained for 5 years, they will be rotated in batches. Okay, you take a rest. I will go to see Princess Mingai. When the time comes, I will go back to Wu Go to reorganize. I will leave this place to you. Lin Xiao nodded and then went to Princess Mingai's mansion. Without saying a word, Lin Xiao took out a 7 souls pill and placed it in front of Princess Mingai. 7 souls pill. Princess Mingai's face sank. She had used this 7 souls pill before. It was with this treasure that she broke through the Shengsu period. This is one of the best treasures for Lingguan monks to break through the Shengsu period. Princess Mingai, what do you think of the 7 souls pill that I got from the Dangsha Sect? It seems that Fairy Blue and fellow Daoist Lin really have a special bond. Let's not talk about other things. Princess Mingai, how much do you think this pill can be sold for in Qin? Will fellow Daoist Lin sell it for? How much? At least 100 million, Princess Mingai replied. In Zhongzhou, the price of the 7 souls pill is only about 60 to 70 million. Even at an auction, there is only a premium of 10 to 20 million. But in Qin, 100 million is just the reserve price. I will sell it to you for 100 million, without adding a single black crystal. What does fellow Daoist Lin want? A promise. Haha, Mingai has no idea that my promise is so valuable. Princess Mingai, take another look at this. What kind of elixir is this? It has so much vitality. This is called the 9-turn Golden Ridge Pill. It is the supreme treasure of Central Continent. It can increase the power of a cultivator in the Shengsu period by 300 years and reduce the time of hard training by 300 years. What? Princess Mingaya screamed. This kind of treasure was something she had never heard of, but she believed that Lin Xiao was not lying. There was no need to lie. She just looked at the 9-turn golden ridge pill with red eyes. The greed in her eyes could not be concealed anyway. Now you can tell me the promise that I need. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.